Shit! Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately used his left arm to cover his face. However, the green powder still landed on Xiangnan's body. The big snake said, "Not good. It's psychedelic powder." Xiangnan felt a daze in his head, and his body almost lost its balance, shaking twice. "It can't be?" Xiangnan was shocked. He thought to himself, with my antitoxicity, there is actually a poison that can cause such a serious impact on me. The green-robed man in front of him noticed that there was an opportunity, so he immediately took out a black dagger and slashed it towards Xiangnan's neck. While Xiangnan was dizzy, he still managed to perfectly dodge this cut. However, the cut did not come from the dagger itself. Instead, it came from behind Xiangnan. The black blade silently hit Xiangnan's neck. The serpent said, "Quick! Stop summoning the undead first." Xiangnan ignored the wound and gently raised his index finger. The blade of the deceased rose from the ground. At the same time, all the undead in the entire demon-sealing abyss were scattered. Without the loss of vitality, Xiangnan's consciousness became a little clearer. However, the green-robed man raised his right hand high up and threw it fiercely in front of him, as if he was throwing air. However, it wasn't the air that was thrown out. It was him. At this moment, the green-robed man was fiercely thrown out by him and flew towards the distance at maximum speed. "Where are you running?" Xiangnan shouted. He raised his hand and shouted out with a huge saber light. The green-robed man turned around and sneered. He merged his hands together and abruptly separated, saying, "Transfer!" Xiangnan's saber light suddenly disappeared during the flight and quickly appeared 500 meters to the left. Without warning, the saber light was changed position by the green-robed man and flew in an irrelevant direction. Xiangnan chopped through thousands of saber rays. The green-robed man's hands separated repeatedly, and the saber light group also disappeared. Then they appeared from afar and lost their direction once again. What kind of method is this? Xiangnan gritted his teeth and silently daydreamed in his heart. He then said to the green-robed man, "Sleep." The green-robed man laughed strangely. He placed both of his hands on his temples and said, "Consciousness seal." In an instant, the green-robed man's eyes were tightly closed, and on his forehead, he opened a horizontal eye, which was crystal yellow. "Nothing." Xiangnan's expression was solemn. He daydreamed and said that he was actually unable to invade the green-robed man's consciousness. At this moment, the green-robed man was like a dead person, completely unconscious. However, he was indeed awake. As the green-robed man flew away, he laughed strangely. "Do you think that I have been following you for so long and haven't discovered that you know a brilliant method of invading your consciousness? I've long been on guard against this move. Then I'll see how you can defend against this move." Xiangnan no longer chased after the green-robed man from a long distance. Instead, he turned into a bolt of lightning and chased after the green-robed man. The green-robed man flew forward with his back facing Xiangnan, but he fiercely kicked out right in front of him. However, Xiangnan was behind him, and the direction of this kick was completely wrong. As a result, when Xiangnan was moving at the speed of light, he suddenly felt that someone had kicked him heavily on the right side of his waist, causing a serious deviation in the entire path of his advance, causing him to move in a wrong direction. The slightest deviation in the direction of light would cause a huge error of one step, 1,000 miles away. When Xiangnan stopped, there was no trace of the green-robed man. "You can't jump." Xiangnan lowered his head and sensed the fluctuations in the green-robed man's spiritual energy. He turned into a bolt of lightning and chased after the green-robed man. The green-robed man flew quickly and said, "This fellow is really difficult to deal with. However, the Wind Chaser is fighting against the Luoshang Ghost King. This is truly the help of the heavens. I'll give you some fun to taste." As he spoke, the green-robed man's eyes were slightly 1 meter tall. His hands clasped together, and he said, "Guide!" In another direction, 3 million miles away, Wind Chaser and Ghost King Luoshang were fighting until the sky was dim. The two super awesome men were now covered in wounds left behind by each other's weapons. The Luoshang Ghost King closed his eyes and said, "Underworld King, Instant light slash. Countless black lines suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. These black threads crisscrossed and weaved into a huge black web. The grid was 10 times smaller than a spider web. However, these black lines weren't real spider webs, but saber marks. Each thread was the shadow left behind by the knife mark as it passed through the air. There was no room to dodge such an indiscriminate and all-encompassing attack. The wind chaser's handsome long hair fluttered in the wind. He placed his sword in front of him and said, "Holy sword, ascending dragon." Who? On the ground, a thick golden light rose from the ground. The light dragon enveloped the wind chaser and circled around him at full speed. Countless threads continuously struck the light dragon, shattering the wide dragon into pieces. However, the blink of an eye was fast, and it was also fast. When all the threads disappeared, the wide dragon also shattered. The wind chaser blocked this move. The Luoshang Ghost King smiled and said, "As expected of a famous wind chaser, then you should receive this move. Underworld King, a million tribulations." The Luoshang Ghost King placed his saber in front of him. His right hand held the hilt of the saber, and his left hand grabbed the back of the saber with a tiger's mouth. Then, he quickly charged forward and rushed half an inch away. In an instant, a million saber rays as thin as threads flew towards the wind chaser. Ghost King Luoshang sprinted forward another half an inch and another million saber rays shot out. Millions of saber rays were densely packed together to form a screen of light. The crisscrossed threads of silk sprinted at the maximum speed of light. There were simply too many of them to be counted. The wind chaser raised his sword horizontally and shouted sternly, "Holy sword, heavenly gate tide." Boom! A rain of sword light sprinkled towards the Luoshang Ghost King, followed by another, a second, a third. The saber rays and the rain of swords collided with each other, cutting and penetrating each other. The gale-like attacks of the two sides were competing in terms of quantity, speed, and accuracy. The Luoshang Ghost King continued to sprint forward, releasing a million blade lights per inch at a time. The heavenly gate tide was an endless rain of swords that didn't stop for a moment. The intense battle between the two of them was already shining brightly, making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. After the two of them stopped at the same time, the wind chaser's shoulders, arms, and thighs were filled with heartache. 7 blades are missing. The wind chaser narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over his wounds. Although most of the saber lights were blocked, there were still 7 saber lights that had been drilled into the air. The Luoshang Ghost King held his saber in both hands and raised his saber from the ground. A magnificent black crescent blade light shot into the sky and shot towards the wind chaser. The wind chaser's feet split apart, and a huge sword of light appeared beneath both of his feet. At this moment, the enormous black light that the Luoshang Ghost King hacked out disappeared halfway without warning. The wind chaser frowned. The Luoshang Ghost King was thoughtful and said, "Void Ghost King? This guy actually dares to disturb my battle." In the distance, while the green-robed man was flying, a huge black light suddenly appeared beside him. He smiled faintly and pointed his left hand at Xianxia in the distance. The black light was already flying. At this moment, he immediately changed directions and flew towards Xianxia. "What is it? So fast?" When Xianxia saw the black light coming, he immediately dodged, only to discover that his body was actually entangled by a terrifying deterrent force. "Not good, Black Tortoise." Swoosh! The black light easily cut off half of Xianxia's arm. It cut through the corner of his left arm and pierced out from his elbow. Xianxia turned his head to look at the black light that was flying farther and farther away, and his heart suddenly sank. Too shocking. Even his speed of releasing the black tortoise body was slowed down by the intimidating power of the saber light. The half of the netherworld gold arm immediately turned into a cloud of netherworld gold particles and flew towards Xianxia's severed arm, attempting to reassemble it. As a result, the severed arm was actually unable to take shape. It was still in the state of a large amount of golden particles. It was dancing around Xianxia's severed arm, unable to stick to it. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he looked at the broken arm, only to discover that there was a layer of thin film that could not be seen. The serpent said, "It's saber intent." The saber intent wrapped around Xianxia's wound, making it unable to heal. Xianxia was ruthless and simply cut off his entire arm from his left shoulder. However, an even more shocking scene occurred. The saber intent wrapped around the wound on his arm had unexpectedly appeared at the incision on Xianxia's shoulder. The two half-severed arms merged together again and flew towards Xianxia's shoulder. However, they were once again blocked by the saber intent and were unable to stick together. "Damn it!" Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "This is definitely not the ability of the green-robed man. Otherwise, he would have already heavily injured me." The big snake said, "The trouble is, the only man with such strong saber intent is probably the ghost king Luosheng. Not good. It's coming again." Xianxian suddenly raised his head and saw an incomparably pure white sword light flying towards him. The saber intent from before had a frightening power that made people tremble with fear, but this sword light had an uncontrollable pressure that made people want to worship it. Under the pressure, Xianxia's movements were still slow. He forcefully twisted his body, and as a result, his entire right arm was severed from his shoulder. Similarly, the wound was also wrapped in a sword intent, unable to heal. Interesting, truly too interesting. Xianxian gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging out. These words were squeezed out from between his teeth. His body trembled and he roared, "Quench the sun!" Boom! A sun descended from the sky and landed heavily on Xianxia's back. His entire body shone brightly, and he used his teeth to grab the wound on his left shoulder. He fiercely pulled it, and an invisible object was forcefully torn off. Clang! Left arm fit. He grabbed the port on his right shoulder with his left hand and fiercely pulled it outwards. A film that was so elastic that it was frightening was also torn off. With a clang, his right arm clung together. "I've seen a ghost." In the distance, the green-robed man's eyes widened, but strangely, he only had eyes, but no eyeballs. He actually ripped off the will of the Luosheng Ghost King and the Wind Chaser. With that, a light flashed in his dark eyes, and a crystal yellow eyeball suddenly appeared. Behind him, a violent bolt of lightning was chasing after the green-robed man. The green-robed man escaped again. While flying, he laughed loudly and said, "Such an expert. Why are you chasing after an unknown person like me? Aren't you afraid of disgracing your dignity?" Xianxian roared, "Surrender. You can't escape." The green-robed man laughed strangely. He clasped his hands together and abruptly parted. Suddenly, millions of black threads appeared beside him. These black threads brushed past the green-robed man and attacked Xianxian behind him. "What the hell is this?" Xianxian's heart skipped a beat, and he angrily said, "Second time tempering the sun. Black tortoise overlord body." Boom! Another sun set. Xianxian could not escape. He could only raise his saber horizontally and put on a horse stance in the air. At the same time, countless saber marks came over and sliced into Xianxian's body. As Xianxian advanced from the speed of light, the speed at which he was chopped down slowed down greatly, becoming slower and slower until he stopped where he was, and finally, he even started to slide backwards. Countless knife marks began to cut open densely on Xianxian's body. More and more of these wounds appeared. The old wounds had not healed yet, and new ones had been added. Deeper wounds appeared, cutting open Xianxian's muscles and exposing a small amount of bones. Xianxian originally thought that he was going to make it through, but in the end, a dense and endless sword light appeared in front of him. "Damn it!" Xianxian was furious and roared, "Martial God armor!" The Tower of Time flashed with light. Diamond fragments clanged onto Xianxian's body, forming a complete martial god armor. Those saber marks and sword lights were concentrated on the martial god armor, and they could no longer pose a threat to the martial god armor. Divine Grade Earth Vein, strengthen Divine Martial Hegemon Body. Divine Martial Hegemon Body, strengthen Martial God under the butterfly effect. The defensive power of the martial god armor was simply unimaginable. 2 rounds of attacks hit Xianxian one after another, but he was actually completely resisted by Xianxian. The green-robed man in front of him suddenly lifted his hood. His expression was shocked as he shouted, "How the hell is this possible?" The attacks of Luoshang Ghost King and Wind Chaser, two peak experts, actually failed to kill him. At this moment, a black saber light howled towards the forest. The speed and saber intent of the saber light were too fast. The whole forest has been cut off from its tip. The green-robed man was shocked and said, "Impossible. I didn't summon this saber light. No, he's here to attack me." The green-robed man was drenched in cold sweat, and he hurriedly merged his hands together. Just as the saber light was about to hit the green-robed man, it suddenly disappeared. At the same time, it appeared 10 miles behind the right and flew into the distance. The green-robed man looked down with one eye and was immediately drenched in cold sweat. There were thin red marks on the tip of his nose. At this moment, blood droplets were gradually gathering and forming. He almost had his head split open by the saber light. The green-robed man took a deep breath and said, "Luoshang, I'm just borrowing some of your strength. There's no need to start killing me. Damn it. This guy is clearly 2.3 million miles away from me. Yet he actually swung his saber at such a distant place and almost killed me. What a scary monster. 2.3 million li. 2,300,000 kilometers away. A blade light had crossed such a long and distant distance. Not only did the blade light gather without dissipating, it had even almost hit the green-robed man who was already fleeing through an incomparably terrifying prediction. He flew so far. On the distant battlefield, a voice suddenly appeared between the Luoshang Ghost King and the Wind Chaser. "Luoshang, there's no need." The Luoshang Ghost King's face was still gloomy as he said, "Great Void, try disturbing me again. You've lured away my saber marks and saber light. Don't you think too much of me?" "Oh, so it's the infamous Void Ghost King. I've heard a lot about him. Why don't you come and fight me?" Zhui Feng smiled casually. The green-robed man smiled dryly and said, "Stop joking. I don't want to fight you two monsters. However, if you hit you, I'll steal mine. If I steal it, it's my ability. Wouldn't it be more interesting to fight under my disturbance?" The Wind Chaser and Ghost King Luoshang exchanged glances. After a moment of silence, they actually nodded at the same time. Almost caught up. Right in front. Lightning raged in Xianxia's eyes. He had already seen the figure of the green-robed man in the distance. The green-robed man suddenly turned his head and said to Xianxia, "What a rotten cowhide. If you don't catch up with me, won't you let it go? Although my offensive power isn't at its peak, killing me isn't as simple as that. If Ghost King Luoshang doesn't use his full strength, he will be helpless against me, let alone you brat." As the green-robed man spoke, his left hand pointed towards the sky and his right hand towards the ground, saying, "Purgatory capital punishment, heaven, earth, close." Boom! Within a region of the world, the sky fell and the land rose. The heavens and the earth slammed together, mercilessly pinching Xianxia. In an instant, the heavens and the earth split up again and returned to their original positions. Xianxia felt dizzy from being slapped, and he only felt his ears buzzing. "What the hell are you made of? You actually have such great defensive capabilities." The green-robed man rubbed his chin and said, "Damn, I haven't met such a difficult opponent in a long time." Xianxia only paused for a moment before turning into thunder and lightning to chase after him. No matter how fast the green-robed man flew, he couldn't fly as fast as Xianxia. He knew this very well, so he crossed his hands together. Seeing this, Xianxia immediately became vigilant and was ready to dodge the inexplicable attack. The green-robed man chuckled and said, "You can't beat me? Can you still not escape? You brat, scram away. Purgatory capital punishment. The universe moves." Pooh! There was a flash of light. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, the entire land and forest suddenly disappeared, turning into an unfamiliar scene. As for Xianxia, a light flashed before his eyes. When he saw everything clearly, he was shocked to discover that he was already outside the demon ceiling abyss. This was a distant first-class plane. It was the continent where Xianxia had just arrived at this era. What? Xianxia looked around in shock and quickly confirmed his position. Around him, within a radius of 100 kilometers, were all the lands and forests that had been brought out from the demon-sealing abyss. In this beautiful place, the landform of the demon-sealing abyss suddenly appeared on the land, which was incompatible with the surrounding environment. However, this place wasn't even considered a saint realm anymore. It directly crossed one plane and was teleported to another. It would take at most an hour to reach the sacred domain, the demon-sealing abyss, and the area where the green-robed man was. At that time, the green-robed man would have already fled. There is such a mysterious and unfathomable ability in this world, the serpent exclaimed. Xianxia frowned and pointed his right hand at his temple, shouting, "Dream jump!" Who? Xianxia disappeared without a trace. In the demon-sealing abyss, beside the unconscious cultivator, Xianxia jumped out. The moment he appeared, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into the distance. He took a shortcut, which was an unfamiliar domain, and the air was filled with a pungent and unpleasant smell. The black earth began to wriggle, and then a black patch surged into the sky, transforming into countless black wings. It turned out that the black earth was not the earth at all, but an endless number of demons. Xianxia gritted his teeth and daydreamed. He pointed his right hand forward and slashed to the side, saying, "Get out of the way!" Millions of demons were suddenly stunned. They turned around and stood quietly with their backs facing Xianxia, like disciples of a sect that had been punished. Xianxia shuttled freely through the mass of demons without any hindrance. This scene shocked the squads of martial artists who had accidentally entered the danger zone and were fighting against the demons. They watched in horror as lightning flashed across the sky. They were all stunned. A middle-aged martial artist suddenly felt his entire body turn cold. "I think we should not have come to this kind of place at all, let alone dream of finding Xiao Xingyang. My God! The experts gathered here are all a bunch of people that exceed our knowledge." Farther away, the green-robed man breathed a sigh of relief. He took out a small pill bottle from his bosom. Inside was 5 black pills rolling around. He poured out one, swallowed it, and gasped for breath. "It's really hateful. That brat used up too much of my ability. There are only 5 of my precious void soul returning pills left. I can't refine more in a few thousand years, but I've wasted one on that kid. But it's still worth it. Using a void soul returning pill in exchange for my life is not a loss. If I had known..." Wait! The green-robed man was suddenly shocked. His face turned pale and he said, "No way! Impossible! This? He actually came back. Damn it, is it that kind of spatial jump again? It doesn't make sense. It's impossible for a spatial jump to cross such a long distance. How could he jump back here billions of miles away? Ah, not good." The green-robed man suddenly felt the intense lightning ripples coming from right in front of him, and then the ripples actually jumped. From the front, he suddenly appeared behind him. The green-robed man was prepared to steal Xianxia's saber light from behind him. The green-robed man didn't react in time, and with a whoosh, half of his calf was cut off. He abruptly turned around and looked at Xianxia behind him in shock. He shouted, "How did you do it?" He suddenly discovered that an unconscious martial artist was lying beside Xianxia. Dream jump! The green-robed man jumped up and down angrily. He grabbed onto his broken leg and said, "Purgatory execution. Cosmos replacement." Xianxia had already sliced through thousands of saber rays. But in an instant, the positions of Xianxia and the green-robed man suddenly changed. When Xianxia appeared at the green-robed man's position and the green-robed man appeared at the position of Xianxia, the thousands of lightning saber rays fell. Purgatory execution. 10,000 ghost shield. The green-robed man clasped his hands together, clasped his fingers together, and then raised them into the air. Suddenly, a huge spiral vortex appeared on the ground. Hundreds of evil spirits crawled out of the vortex. These evil spirits crazily jumped up and bit the green-robed man into pieces. Every ghost had a piece of green-robed man's meat in its mouth and was fleeing in all directions. "What is this?" Xiangnan's pupils shrank. The serpent said, "Not good. His body has been split up, but every piece of meat has a vitality connection. He only needs one piece of meat to escape from the scene, and he can be reborn from that piece of meat." The ghosts escaped very quickly. They jumped up and down the ground like fish jumping up and down the water, and then drilled back into the water. The dense crowd of undead had no laws of movement at all, and Xiangnan was unable to take care of every single evil ghost. Xiangnan roared, "You're looking for the wrong person to play this game with me. Divine Sun Technique, Guiding Light." Boom! A beam of sunlight that had reached a diameter of 100 miles descended from the sky. The beam of light instantly enveloped 100 miles of land. All the evil spirits were shown by the sunlight. These evil spirits immediately howled miserably and were burned into black gas. Pa pa pa. Countless pieces fell from the mouth of the evil ghost onto the ground. Only one piece of meat remained where it was, and the remaining pieces of meat disappeared. The last piece of meat immediately wriggled and turned into a green-robed man who fled in a panic. "I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Don't chase me anymore. I won't dare to do it again." The green-robed man hugged his head and ran away, his soul shattering from fear. How could Xiangnan spare him? He immediately chased after the green-robed man with his huge saber in hand. The green-robed man became anxious and screamed, "Didn't you just kill a nameless kid? You're so fucking relentless in chasing after me. Who are you? Where did you come from?" Xiangnan's eyes reddened as he shouted, "You're doomed!" The green-robed man was ruthless. He took out another void soul-returning pill and threw it into his mouth. He said, "If you refuse to let me go, I will fight you to the death. Purgatory execution. Great void snatch." As the green-robed man flew, he shriveled up with a puff, leaving only an empty leather pouch. 1,400,000 miles away, a woman was sitting on the ground wiping her sweat. In an instant, her eyes were dumbfounded. Then, she opened her mouth and a white soul flew out screaming. As the woman opened her eyes, her expression became incomparably ferocious. Her entire body wriggled and she turned into a green-robed person. In the distance, Xiangnan grabbed the leather pouch and threw it on the ground. "This bastard uses the sanctuary seizing technique to harm people. He can't escape," he said. The snake said, "Quick! I've locked onto his vitality. He's only 1.4 million kilometers away from us. If we let him escape a bit further, he'll be out of my range of perception." Xiangnan said, "Point it out for me." The serpent immediately pointed in the direction, while Xiangnan pointed at the northwest. He pointed his right hand at his temple and sensed all the creatures on that path. "Daydreaming, sleep," he said. The green-robed man who had escaped in a hurry was summoning his storage ring. On the tree beside him, an insect suddenly lay down with its 4 limbs crossed. At the same time, Xiangnan jumped out from the insect's side. Slash! The green-robed man suddenly turned around and saw a blade light descend from the sky. His pupils constricted and he roared, "I, the great Void Ghost King, am being chased by a nameless junior like you. Wait for me. Purgatory capital punishment. Great void snatch." The green-robed man had just taken away the female martial artist's body and shriveled up again, leaving behind a bag-like leather pouch. At the same time, a black blade light suddenly descended from the sky. "This move again." Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly blocked with his giant saber. At this moment, he was still wearing the martial god armor. The saber light that descended from the sky struck the giant saber, blasting Xiangnan to the ground from the sky. Xiangnan got up from the ground and rubbed his sore shoulders. After 3 or 4 encounters, he understood what he was facing. Only one person could release this kind of saber light. That person was definitely the Ghost King of Luosheng. The green-robed man could actually borrow the attacks of others from afar to kill. The serpent said, "Save some time on the martial god armor and use it to deal with pseudo-gods. Even if you take it off, you can deal with the green-robed man. Quick! Ahead to the left, 20 degrees, 360,000 kilometers away. Middle-aged male martial artist. Xiangnan took off his martial god armor and looked in that direction, saying, "Daydreaming, sleep, dream Dao, dream jump." With a shout, Xiangnan jumped out from the green-robed man's side again. Unprepared, Xiangnan grabbed the green-robed man's shoulder, followed by a knife, and slashed the green-robed man in the waist on the spot. "Ah!" The green-robed man shouted, "Purgatory capital punishment, the pillar of punishment." Xiangnan suddenly felt that he had been erected. On his back was a black cross that bound him. On the other side was a giant ghost with 2 horns. The ghost whipped Xiangnan's chest with a loud slap, leaving behind a bone-deep whip wound. However, this whip wound was instantly healed by nether gold. Half of the green-robed man's body was floating in the air. He hurriedly pulled his lower body back with a black gas. He glued it together and shouted, "Again!" From the left side behind the green-robed man, a sword light suddenly appeared and flew towards Xiangnan. When the green-robed man saw that Xiangnan was no longer wearing diamond armor, he used the same trick again. This battle was equivalent to Xiangnan facing off against 3 great experts at the same time. 2 of them were Ghost Kings and one of the 3 great swordsmen of Divine Yang Peak, Wind Chaser. One could imagine how great the pressure was. At this critical moment, Xiangnan summoned the light and burned all the evil spirits and the pillars. He raised his right hand. Pong! Buzz buzz! The blade light was caught by Xiangnan's right hand. The sleeve of his right arm was torn apart, and the black flame tattoo on his arm shone brightly. The blade light continued to tremble and struggle, attempting to cut through Xiangnan's palm. The green-robed man was stunned. You can catch the Ghost King Luoshang's saber light? Little brat Xiangnan, your tiger's mouth is cracked. Stop forcefully catching it. Quickly let go," the serpent exclaimed. Xiangnan shook his hand and threw the saber light away. He lowered his head and looked at his palm. Indeed, a wound had been cut in the tiger's mouth. A wisp of black flame was trying to escape from the wound. Xiangnan pointed his left hand at his right arm 3 times and sealed the Rosen Hellfire. "No!" Rosen Hellfire roared unwillingly. The green-robed man was already in despair. He stared blankly at Xiangnan and said, You. The serpent said, "Good opportunity. His will has loosened. Quickly control him." Xiangnan immediately daydreamed. The green-robed man's eyes suddenly loosened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiangnan flashed past, and the blade light pierced through the sky. The green-robed man was cut off by Xiangnan. However, this person was still alive and was still breathing. As for the green-robed man looked at Xiangnan with a deathly pale face. "I just killed a young man, who has nothing to do with it. You actually chased after me like this. Why?" Xiangnan pinched the green-robed man's head with his right hand and gritted his teeth. "Because you have touched my bottom line. I hate the person I want to save the most in my life. I was killed in front of me, but I can't do anything about it. Not to mention you, even if that Luoshang Ghost King did it, I will come to the door and cut off his head." The green-robed man let out a miserable laugh and said, Forget it. It's not embarrassing to die at your hands." Xiangnan exerted force with his right hand, and dense thunder and lightning began to invade the green-robed man's head. The green-robed man suddenly opened his mouth and his entire face turned purple-red. In the midst of the thunder and lightning, it gradually burned and turned into dust that followed the wind. At the same time, around the demon ceiling abyss, the top experts all raised their heads. Another Ghost King has fallen. Wind Chaser and Ghost King Luoshang sat opposite each other. Their bodies were bathed in blood, and they could hardly find any intact skin. Judging from their condition, it was extremely difficult for these 2 fellows to raise their fingers. While the 2 of them were panting, the Luoshang Ghost King frowned slightly. "Void is dead." The Wind Chaser asked curiously, "Of the 7 Ghost Kings, he has the lowest combat strength, but he has the most methods. It is extremely difficult to kill him. How could he suddenly perish?" After pondering for a moment, the Luoshang Ghost King suddenly laughed. "I know who did it." The Wind Chaser was stunned and revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment. So it's him. Have you seen that young man before? Ghost King Luoshang smiled solemnly. The Wind Chaser shook his head. Not to mention, I have never heard of it before, but this is more interesting. The Luoshang Ghost King licked his dry lips and said, You and I fought 250 rounds today, but in the end, we were unable to determine the outcome. How about this? As he spoke, the Luoshang Ghost Dynasty glanced across. There, the flying sky demon cat and the other four were still floating on the same spot. Without the Luoshang Ghost King's orders, the four of them would probably stand there until they died, and they didn't dare to escape without permission. Luoshang said, These people were chasing that brat. If that's the case, you and I will follow the example of the four of them and chase after that mysterious brat. Whoever succeeds in the end will win. The Wind Chaser hesitated. It is my duty to kill you, but that young child is a member of my righteous path. How can I just kill him? Luoshang laughed loudly. All right, I'll kill him, you protect him. Keep him and you win. Kill him and I win. After saying that, Ghost King Luoshang took half a step back and lightly touched the ground with his right hand. At this time, the wind around him rose, but the wind was black. The black tornado circled around him and started to spin. The Luoshang Ghost King nodded at the Wind Chaser and said, Let's begin. After saying that, the Luoshang Ghost King actually let out a cry and disappeared on the spot. The Wind Chaser opened his mouth, but the Ghost King Luoshang had already left. He sighed. What should we do? Although that young friend is very strong, I'm afraid that meeting Luoshang will be extremely unlucky. How do I know that this lucky coincidence has actually progressed him in succession? At this time, the western sky suddenly lit up. The place where the light appeared was the dome of the demon sealing abyss, and it was also the surface of the sacred domain. However, a holy light came from somewhere, piercing through the surface of the earth. The dome illuminated an area. This time, the entire demon sealing abyss became quiet. Immediately after, the entire demon sealing abyss boiled, and countless rays of intense light soared into the sky and flew towards the west. Xianxia raised his head to look. More intense light rose up from the west, and they were closer to the place where the holy light shone. What? It's Xianxia. Xianxia is out of seclusion. Hurry up and go, said the serpent. Only then did Xianxia react and immediately flew into the sky, heading towards the radiant land. At this critical juncture, no one stood in the way to kill anymore. Everyone tried to rush to Xianxia's location in the shortest time possible. That scene, I'm afraid that if I go late, I'll be the first to be defeated by someone else. Xianxia also realized that he had been trying to find Xianxia, but there was no need to find him. Xianxia had clearly said that he was willing to teach his life's lessons to the fated. In other words, there was no need to look for him. After coming out of seclusion, he would take the initiative to meet all the martial artists who came to meet him. The group of lights in the sky flickered endlessly, some fast and some slow, while Xianxia was the fastest. He turned into a bolt of lightning, constantly surpassing the martial artists one after another. Many martial artists continued to fight while flying slowly. They tried their best to catch up with the martial artists who were flying faster. Xianxia encountered countless sneak attacks during his fast flight. Strong lights and various martial skills shot towards Xianxia endlessly. Xianxia and his shocking battle consciousness dodged almost all attacks, flickering and sprinting back and forth in the glowing crowd. Very quickly, he arrived at the radiant land. However, in the sky, a gentle and holy light shot down from the dome. The light enveloped the stone door that stood on the ground alone. At this moment, a large number of martial artists had already arrived in front of the door. After Xianxia landed, there were still people rushing over from all directions and landing on the ground one after another. Everyone was stunned when they saw this stone door. Xianxia was also thoughtful. The stone door stood alone on the ground, open to the left and right. The door was spotless, but there weren't any patterns or formations worth paying attention to. Someone couldn't help but be curious. He walked along the side of the door and walked to the back of the door. He held his chin and pondered, There's nothing behind here. This was also something that made Xiangnan feel strange. It was a door that stood in the forest. In front of the door was the forest, and behind the door was the forest. Moreover, this gate did not have any obvious features. Xiangnan flew over from the east, and he stood on the east side of the gate. There were also quite a few people who flew over from further west, and they were standing on the west side of the door. There were people walking from the east to the west, and there were also people from the west walking to the east. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Someone pushed open the two doors and saw the person opposite. There were also people who walked through the door, and when they turned around, they saw the person behind them. What does this mean? Everyone was dumbfounded. Someone even dragged the huge stone doors to the side and checked them on the spot. However, there were no secret passages. Everyone originally thought that this gate was a spatial passageway that could lead to an independent world, where they could meet Xiao Zhengyang. However, the truth was that everyone was dazed by this strange gate. No. Xiangnan frowned and thought to himself, "Big snake, do you feel anything? There seems to be some aura that has disappeared." Yes, there seems to be a change in the number of people. Occasionally, someone will disappear. Pay attention to it and see if it's true or false, the snake said. Xiangnan focused on sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations in his surroundings and paid attention to the changes in the number of people. There were still people flying over from afar and landing in front of the door. But in an instant, Xiangnan's heart shook. As expected, there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy nearby, and it inexplicably disappeared. Someone has already entered. Xiangnan suddenly understood. But how? Xiangnan looked at the stone door helplessly. He did not find anyone else going through it, nor did he see anyone opening it. Was Xiao Zhengyang deliberately making things difficult for the martial artists? The person he was talking about was someone who wanted to test the comprehension of those who came to seek him? Since this gate could not lead to anywhere, what was its significance? While Xiangnan was pondering, he felt another wave of spiritual energy rapidly disappearing. There were more and more people on the scene. Almost every second, someone descended. The increasing number of newcomers made it very difficult for those who had disappeared for no reason to detect them. Another person has entered. How did he do it? Sweat oozed from Xiangnan's forehead as he pondered bitterly. What's the door? The door was originally designed to allow people to pass through. There are doors, courtyard doors, front doors, side doors, and so on. Because of the ancient and primitive humans, in order to defend against the invasion of wild beasts, they created the courtyard. However, the courtyard not only blocked the wild beasts, but also blocked the people inside. That was why the door appeared. Humans could step forward and take steps by opening the door. However, wild beasts did not know how to open the door, so they could not enter. Was it the wrong way to open the door? Xiangnan frowned slightly. However, he had seen other people open the door in all sorts of ways just now. There were even people who walked straight in, retreated backwards, and moved in sideways. Some only opened the left door, others only opened the right door, or both doors opened at the same time, but none of them were effective. In fact, the people around Xiangnan who had disappeared inexplicably did not do anything to open the door. Xiangnan lowered his head and thought to himself, "There are forests behind the door. Then this door does not exist for this place, or even for this world. This door exists for us. It was set up to meet Xiao Zhengyang's people. A door for me?" Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat, as if he had caught something. Since this door did not appear for the demon's sealing abyss, no matter how he pushed it open, he was still facing the demon's sealing abyss. It was opened for himself. For himself. What if I don't? What if I only live by myself? Thinking of this, Xiangnan closed his eyes thoughtfully. After he closed his eyes were naturally pitch black. But what Xiangnan didn't expect was that in the pitch black, there was actually a door in front of him that glowed slightly. He closed his eyes and stretched out his hands to touch the door. However, the door could not be touched. Instead, he touched the back of the person in front of him. No, it's not like this. Why did I close my eyes and see it instead? Ah, I understand. Xiangnan suddenly opened his eyes and discovered that everything in front of him had changed. There were only a few dozen people beside him. On the other side, it was no longer the forest of the demon-sealing abyss, but a beautiful land. At the foot of the Green Mountain, there were two people sitting cross-legged in the middle of a small stream, playing chess in a limited manner. Xianxia laughed. He knew that he had already entered. The human blinking motion was designed for the wind. If one's eyes were to remain open for a long time, it would cause their eyeballs to dry, sour, and painful. They had to be lubricated in the blink of an eye to read apt. However, a martial artist's eyeball was extremely sturdy. It was a powerful existence that could not be injured even if the sword was directly sliced into it. As a result, martial artists would slowly give up blinking while gradually cultivating. Firstly, this action had become meaningless. Secondly, blinking his eyes once, no matter how fast it would still mean that his vision was lost in an instant. This was a big taboo for warriors in battle. Even though martial artists of this realm could sense everything around them with their perception even without using their eyes, there were still some things that they couldn't sense, such as colors. Therefore, the combination of vision and perception was the best combination. If the door exists for the courtyard, open the door and you can enter the courtyard. If the door exists for the house, open the door and you can enter the house. But that door existed for a martial artist, so how could one see the martial artist himself after pushing open the door? Therefore, it was all wrong to open and close the door. It was not the door that had to be opened or closed, but the martial artist himself. How does one turn off the connection between oneself and the world? From the moment humans were born, one of the most effective methods was to open their eyes. The world was there. Close their eyes. The world was nothing. Just as Xianxia was pondering, he suddenly felt a gaze staring at him. He looked down and saw a little boy standing about 3 meters in front of him. That little boy was chubby and looked like he was only 4 years old. He was extremely cute, especially with a small leather skirt around his waist. However, this person was a little too small. At most, he was about the same height as the little bird. He was only a little over 20 centimeters tall. The little boy stared at Xianxia curiously with his big eyes flickering. He tilted his head and looked at Xianxia curiously. The little bird crawled out of Xianxia's embrace and sat on his shoulder. He held a big insect in both his hands and swayed his little feet while gnawing on it. The little brat on the ground shifted his gaze and looked at the little bird curiously. The little bird also looked at him curiously. The little bird was stirring up the slime of the big bug that had half of its head bitten off. Seeing the little boy observing him, it handed over half of the bug. Wow! The little boy's saliva flowed down his exaggerated big mouth and splashed down. You eat it, little sparrow said. The little brat floated up and moved over. As a result, the big bug took out a small jar of honey and gave it to the little bird. Here you go. Giggle, the two little people laughed happily. However, Xianxia's gaze was fixed on one of the two chess players. One of the two chess players was a white-haired old man. His entire body emitted an elegant aura. If his guess was correct, he should be Xiao Zhengyang. The other was a young man who looked around 27 or 28 years old. There was an overbearing, heroic aura between his eyebrows. When Xianxia saw that person, his heart palpitated for no reason. There were very few people who could make him feel this way. Kid Xianxia, that person doesn't have any vitality. The big snake suddenly said this. What? Xianxia was shocked. When he looked at the young man again, he was shocked to discover that this person was actually transparent. He shook his head and looked carefully, but the young man was incomparably real. What was going on? Hallucinations? At this time, little sparrow opened the big honey pot, took out a handful of honey and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, What's your name? The little brat was licking the big twisted bug and said, My name is Little Bitch. What about you? Little Sparrow, my name is Little Sparrow. The little boy was licking the bug when he suddenly tilted his head and looked curiously at Xianxia's eyes. Immediately after, the little boy disappeared. What frightened Xianxia even more was that he had actually fallen into a dream. He had fallen into a dream without warning. In the dream world, there was something that Xianxia had never seen before. It was a colorful butterfly that covered the sky and covered the sun. Wow! The big butterfly actually spat out human words, and its voice was exactly the same as the little boy's. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat as he said in a deep voice, "Who are you and how did you invade my dream world?" Right at this moment, the big butterfly in front of Xiangnan slowly changed, turning into a little brat. The surrounding scenery also slowly changed, turning back into the foot of Qingshan Mountain. Xiangnan was shocked to discover that he was still in reality. He didn't know when he was dreaming again. Big brother, look at him, he can dream," the little boy said happily. At this time, both sides of the game burst into laughter. The old man shook his head with a smile and said, "I've lost again. Young Master Han is superior. This junior is truly invincible." He clearly saw that the old man was even older, but in front of the young man, he claimed to be a junior. The handsome young man smiled and stood up. He turned to look at Xiangnan. However, he didn't make any movements, but he was already standing in front of Xiangnan. How? The speed of light? No, it's way faster than the speed of light. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat and he immediately became alert. The young man did not pose any threat to Xiangnan. He rubbed the little brat's head and said, "Little bastard, we've had enough fun. We're almost gone." The little boy seemed to be very unhappy. He pointed at the little bird and said, "I just made a good friend." The young man said helplessly, "But this isn't our world. We still have to go. You said that you were bored, so I accompanied you through dozens of dream worlds. Isn't it enough for you to have fun?" "Wait!" Xiangnan grabbed the young man's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "You are not from this world." The young man smiled and stretched out his right hand. "My surname is Han. One word is inscription." Xiangnan said, "You." The man smiled and said, "I know what you want to say. You have to say that I am much stronger than you." Xiangnan's eyes turned cold as he said, "I." The man said, "I understand. You want me to help you deal with the god race and protect this world." Xiangnan's forehead was sweating, and he took 2 steps back in shock. "This isn't my world," the man said. "I don't have the ability to interfere in everything here." As he spoke, the man rubbed the little boy's hair and said, "This little bastard brought me in. Without him, I wouldn't have come in. Actually, you should have discovered that I don't have a real body here." Xiangnan took a deep breath and said, "You." The man interrupted Xiangnan and said, I know what's going on here. That's right. I'm just like you. I'm from the righteous path." The little boy tugged at young Master Han's sleeve and said, "Help them." Young Master Han sighed. "All right, I can't help you, but I can give you some pointers." With that, young Master Han walked towards the peach blossom forest and waved to Xiangnan. "Young man, come." In the peach blossom forest, Xiangnan and young Master Han stood opposite each other. Xiangnan immediately said, "You are not from this world. Are you from the divine realm?" The man shook his head. "I am someone who is beyond my dreams, but it doesn't matter who I am." With that, young Master Han casually broke a peach tree branch and threw it to Xiangnan, saying, "Use this as a weapon to fight me." The moment Xiangnan received the peach tree branch, he discovered that he had no cultivation base at all. Young Master Han smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will also eliminate my cultivation like you. Come." As he spoke, he took out a sharp sword. Xiangnan frowned slightly, but the man had already slashed over. Xiangnan immediately dodged and stabbed young Master Han on the shoulder. Young Master Han bent down strangely and said while avoiding Xiangnan's attack, "Beautiful!" The two of them fought faster and faster, but because they lost their cultivation realm, their speed and strength were no different from ordinary people. However, the excitement of the battle was extremely spectacular. This was the first time Xiangnan had encountered such a formidable expert. He had practically used his extreme battle consciousness, even surpassing the upper limit. This was the first time he had performed so happily. Even so, he was still unable to defeat young Master Han. That man's fighting spirit was indescribably high. "Very good, but you've already lost." Young Master Han suddenly swept his sharp sword and cut off the peach tree branch in Xiangnan's hand. The sword blade was already on Xiangnan's neck. Xiangnan panted heavily, but the man was calm and composed. Xiangnan said, "This is not fair. I used a tree branch, but you used a sharp sword." Young Master Han put away his sharp sword and chuckled. "Unfair? When I was young, I used to think the same way. But let me ask you, what is fairness? When you fought against enemies, your strength was stronger than theirs. Isn't that fair? Ever since we martial artists stepped into the martial path, all we have pursued are cultivation techniques, martial skills, realms, weapons, medicinal pills, and so on. What is our ultimate goal in pursuing all of this? Is it to be stronger than others? As long as we are stronger than others, then is it because we are not fair?" Xiang Nanru was stunned by the lightning. Young Master Han said, "We often complain that the world is too unfair to us. However, everything we do is to be stronger and better than others. We are also trying our best to catch up with the word unfair." Young Master Han looked into Xiangnan's eyes seriously and said, "Why should we have a double standard?" Xiangnan was speechless. Young Master Han said, "Do you know why you lost to me?" Xiangnan said, "Because my weapon is inferior to yours." Young Master Han smiled. "Yes, no. You lost because you used what I gave you. But I didn't ask you to use the peach tree branch, did I? Then why do you insist on using it?" Xiangnan suddenly felt a ray of spiritual light flash through his mind. Young Master Han said, "All the martial techniques and techniques that martial artists have learned are created by our predecessors. In the end, they are just picking up the teeth of others. What is the meaning of your existence? You want to defeat the god race, so you came to Shao Xingyang for the divine grade martial skill he created. If that's the case, why didn't he fight the god race? Why did he insist on giving it to you? Isn't this a detour? If you want to defeat someone else, but you are always using what others have given you, then you have the best perception in the world. In the end, you will only inherit perfectly, not exceed your limits." "Young man." Young Master Han patted Xiangnan's shoulder and said, "I can tell you directly what to do. However, if your perception is really bad and you need me to say it clearly, then you are not qualified to defeat the god race. If you can understand me, I don't need to give you any pointers either. Understand? Think slowly. If you think it through, then think it through. If you don't think it through, it's also your destiny." Young Master Han smiled casually and turned around to leave the peach tree forest. He cupped his fists at Shao Xingyang and said, "I have stayed for many days. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Shao. I will take my leave now." Shao Xingyang said with a sad expression, "Young Master Han, are you leaving now? Although we haven't been together for a long time, someone Shao has benefited a lot." Young Master Han smiled and said, "I don't like the sadness of parting. I have already done all I need to do. There is no regret in my heart. Since I have broken my worries, why should I not part with them?" Shao Xingyang was ashamed and said, "Young Master Han is right." Young Master Han waved to the little boy. "Let's go." The little boy reluctantly patted the little bird on the shoulder and said, "You eat slowly. I'll give you a big stick to stab people with." The little brat handed Little Sparrow a bald spear, and it turned into a huge colorful butterfly. It shook its body and disappeared with young Master Han. "Damn, I'm scared to death." The big snake suddenly let out a long breath and said, "That butterfly can kill me. He can be considered to have left." Xiangnan was stunned. Could he kill the big snake? There was such a thing? At this time, Shao Xingyang had already put away the chessboard and was smiling at his guests. At this moment, there were already many people at the foot of the mountain. Among them, the Luoshan Ghost King and the others that Xiangnan had seen before had also entered, including the Windchaser. Xiangnan was deep in thought. He already understood what young Master Han was going to tell him. He gave himself a peach branch, so he foolishly used it to fight him. However, in reality, wasn't he like this? Which of the things he had learned and used were not taught to him by others? Closer to home, Sunshin technique and the 9 transformations of thunder were all true. Far away, the world-devastating divine lightning, and even his entire martial Dao system were all the same. The god race created the human race and taught the human race a complete martial Tao system. Among them, Xiantian, Yuan-Chi, and Dipper-Chi all came from this system. However, the god race themselves did not use this system. They used even higher divine power. He always thought that he was different from others. He used lightning power, the power of the world-exterminating divine lightning. However, the world-exterminating divine lightning also came from the god race. He used everything the god race had given him to fight against the god race, and he wished he could win. Thinking of this, Xiangnan's spirit trembled. In this dream world, his strength was already considered the limit of the limit. However, those pseudo-gods were only the lowest-ranked god race warriors among the countless god race armies. The extreme humans within his limits had fought so hard against the god race warriors at the lowest levels. This did not mean that the pseudo-god's martial arts attainments surpassed his own, but that he had used a very backward method. So what if he had obtained a divine-grade martial skill? Even if he could really kill Xianxia and the others, what about facing the entire god domain? Facing those war gods, temple war gods, and even god kings? How long would he have to use this divine astral chi and this divine-grade martial skill to realize that he had been trying to use other people's things to resist them? Thus, Xiangnan took a deep breath and thought to himself, I want something that belongs to me. Another scene flashed through Xiangnan's mind. Young Master Han said this and handed Xiangnan a peach branch. Xiangnan naturally took it and gave it to young Master Han in vain, claiming that it was very unfair. Who's to blame for the injustice? It was you who took the initiative to accept other people's arrangements, and it was you who subconsciously accepted the unfair treatment. Young Master Han was very fair. He gave Xiangnan a choice, but in reality Xiangnan had more choices. He could not accept the branch. The unfair person was not young Master Han, but Xiangnan himself. Xiangnan let out a long sigh of relief. After thinking for a while in his heart, he finally found out what his problem was. Big Snake had also been listening to Xiangnan's thoughts. So he asked, What are you going to do? Xiangnan was ruthless and said, Overthrow everything, start over. You want to change your body structure? The serpent asked in shock. Xiangnan shook his head. The problem is not the meridian structure, but the refinement of spiritual energy. Ever since I learned martial techniques, my dantian has slowly turned into a spiritual sea. Therefore, we naturally believe that what is stronger than the previous weather is Yuan-Chi, and what is stronger than Yuan-Chi is Gang-Chi. This is because of the spirit sea. The carrier itself restricts my chi. Look at those false gods. They don't seem to have a spirit sea. Even the power system they use isn't chi, but lightning. It's faith. I want to discard my own spiritual energy sensing chapter. Let's start from scratch. Xiangnan looked up at the sky thoughtfully and thought to himself, Why do we have to use spiritual energy? The spirit of heaven and earth is indeed a very good choice, but apart from spiritual energy, there are too many powers in this world that are worth exploring. The demon race used demonic energy, but they still couldn't get out of the range of spiritual energy. They used spiritual energy to refine demonic pills and generate demonic energy. But Shen Dao didn't use spiritual energy. It was spiritual energy. Furthermore, they succeeded. The creatures of the nether realm do not use spiritual energy. They use anti-law power. They are equally powerful. There are so many powerful forces in the world, but we only chose spiritual energy and struggled for 13 billion years. I want to get rid of this problem. But how? Where should I start? Xiangnan racked his brains, but he still couldn't find any clues. Was he going to re-establish an initial chi condensation foundation, discarding the spirit chi sensing chapter? But it's too hard. At this moment, the number of people present had already reached hundreds of thousands. Xiao Xingyang finally coughed. He cleared his throat and the scene immediately quieted down. Xiangnan also returned to reality and faced Xiao Xingyang squarely. He thought to himself if he wanted to start with the fundamental changes, it would probably be a big project. Before he could complete this project, he had to ensure that he could survive. In that case, since he wanted to survive, he still seemed to have obtained a divine-grade martial skill. Otherwise, he would have lost his life, so there was no need to talk about any changes. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd with a smile. You're all here. I know why you're here. I used my life's experience, comprehension, and learning to create a complete set of martial arts. This martial art contains corresponding martial skills. And it is indeed a divine item. The moment these words were spoken, the entire audience erupted in excitement. Everyone had come here for the sake of divine-grade cultivation techniques. After Xianxia personally confirmed it, everyone was relieved, and at the same time they were extremely shocked. Divine-grade cultivation techniques had truly appeared. Then Xianxia paused for a moment and said, "But who should I teach him? How should I choose my beloved? To be honest, I have thought of many ways. Of course, one of the most stupid ones is the arena competition." Everyone laughed loudly. Xianxia smiled and shook his head. Obviously, the arena competition is very inappropriate. It is too primitive and stupid. I have also thought about it. I will directly make public all the incantations of this technique so that all of you can learn it. Of course, those who learn it are destined to be people. Those who cannot learn it will naturally not be destined. Everyone nodded their heads. This statement made them extremely excited. It meant that everyone could witness the incantation with their own eyes. Even if he couldn't learn it, he didn't come here in vain. As a result, Xianxia shook his head again. He said, "But my divine-grade cultivation technique is too powerful. Those who learn it will naturally be able to learn it. Those who cannot learn it will instead devour their divine astral chi. As a result, they will go berserk. There is absolutely no chance of survival. Lifting your saber to the tiger mountain, could it be that you killed the tiger and were swallowed by the tiger?" Young Master Han, who left earlier, rejected my idea. Everyone has greed. Even those who know they don't have enough comprehension feel unwilling. They still have to risk their lives to learn. But in this way, my divine-grade cultivation technique is no longer a treasure, but a calamity. Xianxia nodded, deeply convinced. Everyone wants to learn. If you say I can't, then I can't. I must learn to show you. Under the heavens, all martial artists came to learn. Even if 1 out of 10 people could learn it, this great practice of divine-grade martial arts would cause 9 out of 10 martial artists to perish. This was a terrifying calamity without a blade. In this era of all sorts of schools rising crazily, perhaps it was precisely because of Xianxia's words that all martial artists began to reflect. That was why a large number of martial arts skills were lost in the later generations. As the saying goes, the martial arts skills of this sect are only taught to disciples of this sect through oral and heart-to-heart teachings, and the martial arts skills of this sect are only taught to disciples of this sect. That was because Master chose disciples, only those who had the ability to learn their own skills. If they did not have this ability, learning the light would delay their youth, and if they did, they would go crazy. At first glance, it sounded like a very pretentious remark, but after carefully examining its reasoning, it was also a helpless move. "Then what exactly is it?" someone asked. Xianxia smiled and said, "After much deliberation, I have finally come up with a good method. As long as you are willing to work hard and comprehend, then everyone will definitely gain something. What I want to say next is very important." Xianxia pointed to the distance and said, "I buried 3 crossing gates in the demon ceiling abyss. I have placed my most proud treasures in the 3 crossing gates. You can pick them up and learn them at will. As for who will be able to gather all of it in the end, that is the will of the heavens. And now those 3 crossing gates should have already risen. Martial artists, go find what you want." As soon as he finished speaking, all the martial artists scattered. Countless people rushed towards the demon ceiling abyss like crazy. They rushed to the stone door and closed their eyes before returning to the demon ceiling abyss. Rays of light shot into the sky and began to search in every direction. As long as he found 3 crossing gates, he would be able to gather all the divine-grade cultivation techniques. Even if he only found one, he would still be able to learn 1/3 of it. After careful consideration, this was truly an all-round test. The first test to look for the crossing gate was the acuity of a martial artist. As for competing for the crossing gate, it was also the individual strength of the martial artists that was tested. The most ingenious thing was that the crossing gate could not be blocked. As long as one opened their eyes and closed them, they would be able to enter. In that case, learning a divine-grade cultivation technique was a test of one's perception. No matter how strong a martial artist was, even if they could defeat others now, if they were not as fast as others when learning cultivation techniques, it was very likely that they would be trampled upon by others in the future. On the way to the crossing gate, the various martial artists would compete and kill each other. Whether they relied on a team or individual strength was a test of mutual trust between martial artists. In the future, searching for the crossing gate itself was also fate. It was a test of luck, and often luck was also a test of strength. Xianxia repeatedly pondered. No matter what he thought, Xianxia's actions seemed to be reasonable. However, he always felt that something was wrong. If Xianxia did not reveal his mantra to the whole world, then those who had learned divine-grade cultivation techniques would naturally defend their mantras tightly and would never pass them on to outsiders. This avoided the danger of becoming divine-grade cultivation techniques and becoming divine-grade catastrophes. If that was the case, then what was the meaning of young Master Han's guidance to him before? Young Master Han and Xianxia seemed to have a good relationship, which meant that their ideas were the same. However, young Master Han's guidance was to open up new ideas for himself, and what Xianxia had done was to let these people pick up the teeth and step into the future. Is there any contradiction between the two? Xianxia had worked so hard to create a divine-grade cultivation technique. He was very proud to pass it on to the fated people. However, what truly made him proud was indeed a divine-grade cultivation technique. Something's wrong. Xianxia was suddenly shocked and said, No, I was thinking in the wrong direction. What's wrong? The big snake hurriedly asked. Xianxia said, No, recall what Xianxia said just now. What he said is that he hid his most proud treasure in the 3 crossing gates. Pay attention. It's the most proud treasure, not the most proud cultivation technique. The big snake also came to a sudden realization and said, You mean? Xianxia's eyes lit up and he thought to himself, That's right. Xianxia's most proud thing is not his divine-grade cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is just a derivative of his. What he is most proud of is his creativity and perception. The big snake laughed loudly. Wonderful. It's like a cook serving a plate of delicious food to everyone and getting endless praise from everyone. But what chef is most pleased with is not the dish itself, but his own culinary skills. No wonder Xianxia said that as long as everyone is willing to work hard and comprehend, there will be gains. Some people are absolutely unable to learn divine-grade cultivation techniques, so there will definitely be no harvest. Instead, it will be harmful. In other words, Xianxia's heart trembled. Xianxia also hid his perception in the 3 crossing gates. How can things like comprehension be hidden? How can they be handed over to others? It must be a material thing in order to be found and acquired. The serpent said, Abstract becomes reality, Dao luck. It's his Dao. He's hiding his Dao. Xianxia finally understood. He said, It's better to teach people how to fish than how to teach mermaids. Hurry up and find him. Find his hidden path, and I'll be able to create a new system even faster. Thinking slowly about the new qi condensation system, it was also conceivable. The key was that Xianxia didn't have that much time left. He had to be quick. In that case, obtaining Xianxia's Dao was undoubtedly one of the fastest ways. At this moment, the sound of fighting could be heard from afar. You found it so quickly? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Millions of heavenly tribulation martial artists searched for such a demon-sealing abyss. No matter how big the abyss was, how big could it be? Although only a portion of them had truly seen Xianxia, and over 90% of the martial artists had not been able to enter the stone gate, the people outside would immediately receive news when the people inside came out. Some of the team members entered while others stayed outside. Those who entered would immediately inform their other teammates after they left. Over and over again, The little secret of Xianxia's 3 crossing gates couldn't be preserved at all, and there would always be leaks. Xiangnan abruptly stopped in midair. He was shocked to see a stone door really standing in the depths of the fighting area ahead. Dozens of powerful martial artists were blocking the path outside the crossing gate, about 10 miles away from the crossing gate. In the blink of an eye, he would be able to enter the crossing gate, but the crux of the matter was to get in front of the gate. At this moment, blood was flowing down the battlefield, and countless people had already killed their red eyes for the sake of divine-grade cultivation techniques. "Let us in!" The intercepted martial artists roared angrily. As for the martial artist who intercepted others, he stood together with Lianji. An expert sneered and said, "Let you in? If you comprehend faster than us, will you let us go in the end?" The two sides started to fight again. The most worrying thing was that something had happened, or had never disappeared. Everyone can learn as long as they find the crossing gate, but what if you learn faster than me? You've learned it. Don't tell me you won't kill me right away? With such a powerful cultivation technique, who wouldn't want to possess it by themselves? Kid Xiangnan, this is a good opportunity. Hurry up and rush in. The big snake said. Those martial artists who blocked the crossing sect weren't the top experts. They were at least far inferior to the 7 great ghost kings. They were even inferior to ancestor annihilation. Times were good, and they all had advantages. Why would Xiangnan hesitate? He immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the crossing gate. "Get down!" Dozens of martial artists blocking the way released saber light and sword light at Xiangnan one after another. Xiangnan completely ignored an attack of this level. He didn't even bother dodging and directly resisted it head-on. Under the bombardment of countless martial skills, Xiangnan still rushed to the crossing gate and instantly disappeared. Xiangnan was the first to enter. Whether it was the person blocking the way or the person being blocked, they all panicked. What should we do? Everyone looked at each other and rushed towards the crossing gate. At this time, what the hell are you trying to stop? Someone had already entered the capital. When Xiangnan rushed into the crossing gate, he saw a tall staircase right in front of him. This staircase led straight to the high ground. There were hundreds of thousands of steps in total, and at the top was a tall platform. There seemed to be something placed on it. Over there. Xiangnan's eyes lit up and he immediately flew high into the sky. However, he suddenly realized that he had lost his ability to fly, and he had actually not moved at all. "No, we can't fly up here. We have to run," the big snake said. Xiangnan immediately sprinted wildly, each step crossing 6 steps, striding forward with large strides. After a period of time, he had just reached 1/10 of the height when someone entered. Everyone saw that Xiangnan had already rushed very far away, so it was basically impossible to stop him. Those martial artists who had blocked his path before pulled open the array and began to fight against the other martial artists on the stairs. Return it to him? Hit him. Everyone else is going to be 1 step ahead. The martial artists who were intercepted were going mad with rage. The experts who stopped us exchanged glances with each other. One of them said, "You have seen the strength of that young man. If he wanted to kill us, he would have easily done it just now. But he didn't. That means that even if he learns a cultivation technique, he will still leave. He won't kill all of us. This kind of person is not a threat to us. But you." This person stared at the crowd below and said, "I am very familiar with the greedy eyes of you guys. You are the biggest threat." The villain complained first. "Brothers, kill him." The experts from both sides were fighting in a chaotic manner again. Xiangnan sprinted all the way to the top floor without any obstacles. He was truly too lucky. No one had expected that the first crossing gate would actually be so close to Xianxia's secluded place. Xiangnan was almost the last batch to rush out, but in the end, he became the first batch to find the crossing gate. However, there were no experts in this batch that could match Xiangnan's strength. After Xiangnan ran to the top, he was hesitated by what he saw in front of him. There were 2 doors in front of him. On both doors, the word exit was written, but it was slightly different. The words written on the door on the right were very straightforward. Below the words exit, There was a large line of relief characters, which read, Divine Grade Cultivation Technique, Terminator Sword Technique. On the left side of the door, under the word Exit, it was written, No sword scripture, but compensation. What the hell? Do you dare to write more frankly? Xianxia was stunned. Who cares about compensation? Those who dare to come to the demon-sealing abyss are all thinking of dying. If it weren't for the divine grade cultivation technique, who would have come to such a damn place? Either you succeed or you die. If you're afraid of death, you won't come. Choosing a heal is also choosing a sword art. Others thought so, but Xianxia did not think so. He knew very well what was hidden in the left door. I'm afraid these two doors can only go out once. Of course, getting the treasures from the two doors is the best choice, the serpent muttered. But since these two exits are standing here, there must be a saying. I think there's a good chance that after going out once, you won't be able to enter again. Xianxia nodded slightly. He felt that it made sense. That would be a bit embarrassing. After choosing Xiao Xingyang's Dao, he would no longer be able to use the fortune sword technique. Let's take a look first. Xianxia thought of a ghost idea. He first kicked open the doors on the left and right, but did not enter. He stood at the door and looked inside. Inside the right door was an empty hall. However, the walls of the hall were filled with shining words. However, it was obvious that he could not see those words clearly from outside the door. It seemed that he could only see them clearly if he entered. There was also a large hall in the left door, but there were no incantations or characters inside. There was only a little boy standing inside. Let's make a decision, the big snake said. Xianxia gritted his teeth and strode into the left door. At the same time, the two exits were closed. Xianxia walked inside, getting closer and closer to the little boy, but he was still in the corridor. The little boy said seriously, If you haven't entered the hall yet, you can go back on your word. You can turn around and leave now. Let me tell you clearly, there really isn't any martial skill here. Xianxia didn't care about that much. He only took large strides forward. When he reached the end of the corridor and was about to step into the hall, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he was ruthless and went in. The boy smiled and said, Why did you choose this exit? You know, there are no you here. Xianxia said, Cut the crap. Little brat, it must be Xiao Xingyang who arranged you here. I know what's here. Hurry up and give it to me. The little boy was slightly surprised. Eh? You didn't come here for a cultivation method. Xianxia said, Give me Xiao Xingyang's Dao. The little boy was even more shocked. Even you know this? All right. He took out a small square wooden box from his chest and said, Great Master Xingyang's lifespan is about to run out. In fact, hundreds of years ago, before he went into seclusion, he had already created the Terminator Sword Technique, a divine-grade cultivation technique. However, he is unwilling. He only left behind a cultivation technique for future generations. What he wants to stay behind is his understanding and comprehension of martial arts. Xianxia said, Therefore, his true purpose in seclusion is not to create a cultivation method, but to think of a way to impart his own Dao luck to others. The little boy nodded sadly. For hundreds of years, he has been looking for a way. Fortunately, he has finally succeeded. This is his Dao. It's called the Eye of Heaven's Wisdom. The little boy escaped from the box with a round object. This thing did not look like an eyeball, but more like a spherical gem. How should I inherit it? Xianxia asked. The little boy said, This is a Dao crystal condensed from the Dao luck of a master. If you put it in your mouth, you can immediately inherit 1/3 of the comprehension of a master. Xianxia took it without saying a word and stuffed it into his mouth. In an instant, he felt that he had appeared in a blank world. At the same time, he felt that his mind was clearer than ever. Countless things that he had never thought of before were actually so clear and organized at this moment, as if the current him was even more intelligent than Feng Xian's mind. In that blank space, an old man suddenly appeared. It was Xiao Xingyang. Xianxia looked at his body and then looked at Xiao Xingyang. This is, Xiao Xingyang said, Right now you already have my Dao. If you can enter this white world, it means that you have perfectly inherited it, but this is only 1/3. Xiangnan frowned. Why don't you give it all at once? Xiao Xingyang stroked his beard and smiled. It must be known that although perception is invisible, it is still limited. Some people can inherit all of it, while others cannot. It's your fortune to get as much as you can, but at least you can get a portion of it. Xiangnan understood. Turned out that Xiao Xingyang's Tao was too deep. It was just like someone who was smart and stupid. A stupid person who had too many things in his mind would cause his mind to collapse and lose his mind. It would be much better to inherit it in 3 batches. Even if someone could not withstand all of Xiao Xingyang's Tao, inheriting only 1/3 of it was still a good fortune. Xiangnan bowed to Xiao Xingyang and said, Senior, this junior respects you. This old man really put in all his effort to teach others his own things, even considering whether others could learn all of them. Others hid their secrets for fear that they might accidentally spread the news, but he had put in so much effort to spread the news. Xiao Xingyang was indeed a grandmaster of a sect. After thanking Xiangnan, he came to his senses. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his mind was filled with clear thoughts. However, this train of thought was different from Fengxian's. Fengxian's was the wisdom of life, and what Xiangnan obtained was his understanding of martial arts. The little boy withdrew the Tao crystal and put it back into the box. He said to Xiangnan, Please go out. In other words, if someone else chose this place, they would also be able to withstand the Tao crystals? Xiangnan said. The little boy said, Of course, the master doesn't have to be passed down to only one person. Xiangnan nodded and quickly pushed the door open. This step was already in the demon ceiling abyss. He turned around and saw that the crossing gate was still standing behind him. He curiously circled around and tried to enter, only to find that it was indeed impossible. Those who chose the Terminator sword art would be tantamount to choosing the benefits before their eyes and choosing greed. This kind of person was not worthy of possessing the eye of heaven's wisdom. He could only be an expert, not a grandmaster. The people who chose the left gate chose to think carefully and cherish their bosom. This kind of person was more suitable to be a grandmaster like Xiao Xingyang, and would be more dedicated to inheritance. No matter what, there were benefits and trade-offs in choosing which side. The key was the individual. As he searched for the next crossing gate, Xiangnan's mind raced as he thought of his own way out. The source of a martial artist's origin is spiritual energy. Only when there is spiritual energy can there be whether yuan qi, dipper qi, and so on. So if we want to get rid of these common qi, we need to start from the root. Apart from spiritual energy, what else could humans borrow, or be said to be more powerful than spiritual energy? Spiritual qi was the spirit of all living beings. Only with spiritual qi would there be life, and there would be species appearing. Logically speaking, spiritual qi was already considered the most basic and powerful type of power. Not to mention Xiantian, even an expert at the 9th level of heavenly tribulation was able to unleash an incomparably formidable amount of dipper qi. It was also based on spiritual qi. Could exploit too many possibilities. Then what was more powerful than spiritual energy? This was something that Xiangnan had never been able to figure out before, but after inheriting a portion of the eye of heaven's wisdom, his mind became extremely light. Many unimaginable and unthinkable aspects became obvious at this moment. It's light, Xiangnan muttered to himself. This world was divided into positive and negative worlds. The positive and negative material worlds, also known as the world of light and the world of darkness. The laws of these two worlds were completely opposite. Since he was living in the light world, the most powerful thing here was naturally light. Only with light would there be wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. Regardless of whether it was lightning, metal, or lightning, all of them shed their glooms from the 5 elements. The reason why this world was called the light world was not because the entire world and all the universes were shining and bright, but because everything was born out of light. Spiritual qi was the lord of all living things, while light was the lord of all things. This light was not light that shone, nor was it light that was innate in light. Instead, it was light of light. To be exact, the light of light did not belong to any elemental attribute, but it was the source of all attributes. The antimatter world was called the Dark World. It was not a pitch-black world, but darkness represented annihilation, destruction, and extinction. It was the exact opposite of light. There was birth, there was extinction between life and death. It was only then that the balance and order of all things were maintained. The truth of this balance is like water and fire. Water extinguishes fire, but water generates gas. Fire is actually a form of steam that moves violently, strangely opposing each other, strangely checking and balancing each other. Xianxia closed his eyes and began to brew a new incantation in his mind. This incantation was the beginning of his abandonment of the heaven, yuan qi, and dipper qi. As for this incantation, it was temporarily named the Chapter of Light by Xianxia. Discarding spiritual energy and using light as his basic strength was an incomparably huge project. The first step was to abolish his spiritual C and create a brand new carrier. However, it was a pity that Xianxia had only compiled a single incantation and was unable to continue. His perception was still not strong enough to create such a heaven-defying system change. No! Xianxia opened his eyes and said, "We must find the other two eyes of heaven's wisdom. Only in this way can we create a complete chapter of light." That's right. You have to wait until you gather 3 heavenly wisdom eyes before you can start cultivating. Otherwise, destroying the spiritual sea now would be equivalent to losing all your strength. Although Xianxia felt regretful in his heart, he was extremely excited. It was because he knew that he had truly found a way out. The incantation he had created was truly capable of escaping the shackles of astral qi. And what was the name of the power condensed from the power of light? Xianxia thought about his background. In honor of his master, Su Kaiwe, he named him Sun Qi. However, the word sun did not refer to a star. Extreme Yang, and Extreme Sunday. Xianxia was excited about his own way out. He could already sense how tremendous the birth of this type of Sun Qi would shake. He couldn't wait to accomplish his goal. After flying out for a while, he suddenly felt a powerful aura tremble from both the north and south. This meant that there were a large number of experts fighting, both north and south. Xianxia frowned slightly. It means that one crossing gate is in the south and the other is in the north. In the south, there are fewer of the strongest fluctuations of astral qi, while in the north there are more. Xianxia sensed a familiar smell. Within the fluctuations of astral qi in the south, there was the existence of the Luoshang Ghost King, which meant that it was already occupied by the 6 great ghost kings of the Purgatory Gate. The aura in the north was even more pure and masculine, and one of them was very familiar. Came from the Wind Chaser. Xianxia said, "Go north." With that, he immediately turned around. "Wait!" The big snake hurriedly stopped Xianxia and said, "Go to the south." "Why?" Xianxia was puzzled. The serpent said, "We've already been delayed for a while in the last crossing. By now, the experts of the Divine Yang Peak and the Purgatory Gate should have already learned, or will soon learn, the cultivation techniques there. If we rush over now, it's very likely that the people from the Divine Yang Peak will leave, and the people from the Purgatory Gate will rush over." Xianxia patted his forehead and said, "That's right. You're still thinking things through." Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately flew south. The battle there was gradually shrinking, as the serpent had said. It should be an expert from the Purgatory Gate. He had already learned the martial arts there and had just broken through the encirclement. He was heading north. Xianxia did not intend to come into contact with the people from the Purgatory Gate, so he took a huge arc and avoided the Ghost King's direct path. It had to be said that the experts on both sides were really strong. When Xianxia arrived at the southern crossing gate, the Ghost King of the Purgatory Gate had naturally left, but the experts of the Divine Yang Peak had actually arrived at the same time as Xianxia. "Ah, it's you, Brother Xianxia." A familiar voice sounded and laughed loudly. Xianxia looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person laughing was actually Yi Feiyang. "You?" Xianxia was shocked. "Are you one of the 3 great swordsmen of the Divine Yang Peak?" Beside Yi Feiyang, the Wind Chaser was also there. At the same time, there was another woman. This woman Xianxia had seen before was the girl that Yi Feiyang had been longing for. He never thought that she was actually a female swordswoman. Feiyang, do you know this kid? The wind chaser asked curiously. Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. I know him. I met him on the way here. This young man is not bad, although he lacks a sense of humor. When the wind chaser heard this, he frowned slightly. Then you must be careful. Your friend has already been targeted by Luo Sheng. Fuck! Feiyang patted his chest and said, Luo Sheng, who the fuck dares to touch me? Feiyang? At this point, Feiyang said to Xiangnan, Brother Xiangnan, don't worry. When Luo Sheng kills you, I will definitely avenge you. Xiangnan was stunned for a moment and said, Although I didn't count on you, shouldn't you be protecting me? At least you should say the same thing. Feiyang was even more curious. Luo Sheng wants to kill you. That's a competition between the two of you. How can I obstruct it? Isn't that a joke? Has my divine Yang Peak ever done such a thing? Xiangnan shook his head and said, It doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, I don't intend to rely on anyone. Now that I want to enter, do you want to stop me, or do you want to join us? Feiyang was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? We are friends. Can we stop you? Let's go. Let's go together. Big Snake. How much time is left before the false god descends? Xiangnan said. The big snake said, Too bad news. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat as he said, Speak. The first bad news, said the serpent, is that the false god should have descended 20 minutes ago. The second piece of bad news is that the pseudo-god hasn't chased after us. He should know that there are 48 hours left today. They must be searching for a pure Tao heart. Xiangnan's heart was extremely heavy. He only needed the false gods to find another pure Tao heart to directly raise the realm of Star Trace to the 8th level of heavenly tribulation. He was even one level taller than himself. At that time, no one in the world would be able to block the star trail. No. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and said, We must use the fastest time to transform our spiritual sea and learn the true energy of the sun. Time waited for no one. Xiangnan and Feiyang's group of 3 great swordsmen quickly reached the peak. With the 3 great swordsmen present, no one dared to stop them. Furthermore, both sides chose different routes. Xiangnan naturally chose the Eye of Heaven's wisdom, while the 3 great swordsmen all chose the Terminator sword technique. After the Eye of Heaven's wisdom in the south was comprehended, Xiangnan quickly separated from the 3 great swordsmen and headed to the north to cross the gate alone. The 3 great crossing gates were located in 3 directions: west, south, and north. The current situation was that Xiangnan had already accepted the inheritance of the Eye of Heaven's wisdom from the west, south, and both sides. Now he was going to the north to cross the gate. The 3 great swordsmen had learned the divine grade incantations of the north, south, and crossing gates, and were heading to the west crossing gate. However, the 6 ghost kings had also learned the divine grade incantations of the south, north, and crossing gates. At this moment, they were also heading to the west. In this way, Xiangnan, the 3 great swordsmen, and the 6 great ghost kings were all staggered. Could be said that this was a perfect path. He quickly arrived at the northern crossing gate and entered it. Finally, he accepted the last heavenly wisdom eye's inheritance and gathered 3. In an instant, Xiangnan had an epiphany. Regarding the theory of martial arts, he possessed a kind of comprehension-like perception. This kind of perception allowed him to understand everything that he couldn't understand. I've gathered them all. Xiangnan immediately soared into the sky, preparing to leave the demon-sealing abyss and find a deserted place to successfully cultivate his sun qi. When he flew towards the east exit, he was stopped by something halfway. It was a black spider web that stood upright between heaven and earth. Xiangnan frowned and reached out to touch the spider web. He immediately felt that the spider web was no small matter and could not be easily broken. He tried to hack with his knife but found it completely useless. It wasn't that the strength of the spider web had already surpassed Xiangnan's dipper qi, but that the tenacity of the spider web was too high. As long as Xiangnan's saber light hit the spider web would be hacked into it. With the power of the hacking, more than half of the hacking power of the saber light was removed. It tasted a little like 1,000 kilograms. This thing is too tough. Xianxia frowned. He released the speed of light and used the speed of light to cut the spider web. Unexpectedly, it was still impossible. Once the second light cut hit the spider web, if the pressure was too small, it would be impossible to cut open the spider web. If the pressure increased, the spider web would start to sink back. Xianxia simply cut forward against the spider web, trying to push the spider web to its limit. When the spider web was completely unable to continue to concave, he cut it open. As a result, this caused a scene that made Xianxia even more helpless. After the spider web was pushed to its limit, it suddenly rebounded to the bottom, bouncing Xianxia back. Xianxia changed his mind, grabbed a section of the spider web with his left hand, and sliced it with his right hand. His left hand firmly grabbed the spider web so that it could no longer sink in, and the speed of light quickly cut through the surface of the spider web. Sure enough, the spider web was slowly cut open. Xianxia was overjoyed. Just as he was about to continue cutting, the wind behind him suddenly whistled. He suddenly turned around and saw a large expanse of bright light descending from the sky and landing behind him. Seeing this group of people, Xiangxia's heart sank. The ghost kings of the Purgatory Gate, the sword titans of the Divine Yang Peak, and a large number of unfamiliar experts that they had never seen before were among them, numbering more than 100. What was even stranger was that other experts were constantly rushing over from afar. They turned into rays of light and landed in front of Xianxia, waiting information. "Kid Xianxia, something's wrong," the great snake asked curiously. "Since they have obtained a divine-grade cultivation technique, why didn't they go cultivate instead? Why did they come to find you instead? It's obvious that they're here for you." Xianxia nodded silently. If Luoshang Ghost King and Wind Chaser came looking for him, then it was understandable. However, other strangers also chased after him from different directions and acted in unison. This was a bit worth pondering. "Sure enough, he is a wise man," an expert immediately shouted. "Look at the top of his head." Xianxia subconsciously raised his head and looked up into the air. But in the end, he didn't see anything. On the contrary, the martial artists became excited, as if they could see something that Xianxia could not see. The first martial artist who shouted immediately rushed towards Xianxia excitedly. Xianxia saw that those who came were unkind, so he touched his saber hilt and prepared to meet the enemy. At this critical moment, the martial artist who rushed over suddenly split into two halfway through. His body was inexplicably sliced at the waist. Immediately after, a gloomy man with long, drooping hair appeared on the ground beside the martial artist who had been beheaded without warning. Ghost King Luoshang. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The other people who wanted to charge towards Xianxia would retreat in horror once they saw the Ghost King Luoshang take action. As soon as the Ghost King Luoshang attacked, the Wind Chaser also walked out. He arrived closer to Xianxia and turned to face Luoshang Ghost King, pulling out his sword. Many experts were in an uproar. Someone cried out in alarm, "My God! Is this the Luoshang Ghost King going to fight the Wind Chaser?" Everyone was both scared and excited. How many times would they encounter a duel between these two top experts in their lives? Yi Feiyang frowned and said, "Zhuifeng, what are you doing? The problem between Luoshang and Xianxia will naturally be solved by the two of them. If you forcefully interfere, wouldn't it be discrediting our divine Yang Peak?" The Wind Chaser pulled the sword into a sword flower and said, "You don't know. Luoshang and I have already said that if he kills Xianxia, I will protect Xianxia. Whoever succeeds will win." That Yi Feiyang said, "So it is like this, that is between you and Luoshang. Pretend that I did not say just now." Wait. Xianxia frowned and said, "Did I miss something important? You guys have remembered all the incantations. If you don't hurry up and find a place to cultivate, why are you all looking for me?" Hee. Behind the Luoshang Ghost King, there were 5 fellows wearing black cloaks. All 5 of them were shrouded in the shadow of the cloaks, unable to see their faces clearly. However, he didn't need to think about it to know that they were definitely the other 5 Ghost Kings. One of the Ghost Kings laughed. With a casual move, he retrieved the spider web beside Xianxia. Xianxia said thoughtfully, "So you made this spider web. Yi Feiyang stood up and said to Xiangnan, "Brother Xiangnan, perhaps you don't know something, alas? Actually, to learn the Terminator sword technique, one of the most important things is missing, and that is you." "Me? What does it have to do with me?" Xianxia said. Yi Feiyang said, "It's like this. There are 3 large paragraphs in the Nirvana sword art, but each paragraph lacks the most important one. At the same time, at the end of each large paragraph, half of the words that are completely unrelated to the incantation appear. At first, we didn't realize what this meant. We just thought that after we had gathered all 3 paragraphs, we would naturally have gathered all the important incantations that we lacked. But that's not the case. We've been to all the crossing gates and found that we still lack 3 of the most important incantations. At the same time, the words in each of the 3 paragraphs have also been pieced together into a complete language. That is, to find the last 3 sentences, one must rely on a martial artist who inherits the eye of heaven's wisdom. That is you." Yi Feiyang pointed at Xiangnan. Xiangnan's expression was solemn and thoughtful. After thinking for a moment, he sighed bitterly and said, "Xiao Xingyang is so scheming. His plan is truly watertight. It has tested many of our qualities at the same time." Yi Feiyang said, "What do you mean?" Xiangnan sighed and said, "Since the Terminator sword art lacks the 3 most crucial sentences, it means that you can't learn it no matter what. Then you can only come to me. With my perception, I can help you fill in the 3 sentences. But am I willing to help you like this or not? The test is my chest. At the same time, if you want me to deduce those 3 incantations, you must tell me all the incantations that you have mastered without missing a single word. This is also a test of your chest. This is probably the lesson that Xiao Xingyang is going to teach us. Are we willing to sacrifice our exclusive rights and choose to share it with others?" Xiao Xingyang's plan was meaningful at the last step. Xiao Xingyang was willing to pass down his divine-grade cultivation technique and even his own Tao to others for free, but did others have such a generosity? What this world lacked was not a single expert. What was lacking in a single powerful martial technique was a broad-mindedness, as well as the fraternity that a guide should possess. Share. Do you dare to share your most precious possessions with others? At this moment, everyone fell silent. Later on, someone began to cursing Xiao Xingyang for playing tricks on others. Yi Feiyang didn't care at all. He laughed and said, "That's much easier. Brother Xiangnan, I'll tell you all the incantations I've mastered. Will you help me perfect them? At that time, both of us will be able to learn the complete Terminator sword technique." "Wait!" The female swordswoman beside him, the woman Yi Feiyang liked, suddenly stopped Yi Feiyang. "Feiyang, don't be so careless. What if he deduces the complete incantation and refuses to tell you the last 3 sentences?" said the woman with a serious expression. "Didn't he become the strongest? At that time, it would be up to him to decide everything." "Impossible," Yi Feiyang said. "I know the character of Brother Xiangnan." The woman said, "How long have you known him? You have to know, you know people, you know faces, but you don't know hearts." The wind chaser was thoughtful. He did not support Yi Feiyang, nor did he support the female swordswoman. There was a stalemate, a mistrust of each other. Yi Feiyang was the sunshine in his heart and chose to trust Xiangnan without reservation, but the others did not think so. The Luosheng Ghost King turned around to look at the other 5 Ghost Kings and said, "You guys, what are you planning?" The 5 Ghost Kings lowered their heads and discussed with each other for a while before nodding at the same time. The Ghost King who released the spider web laughed gloomily. "Kill, silence." These 4 words were spoken in an extremely cold and gloomy manner, causing everyone to panic upon hearing them. Someone exclaimed, "No! He is the only one who has inherited the eye of heaven's wisdom. If we kill him, we will never learn the art of Terminator." "So what?" The Ghost King who released the spider web smiled gloomily. Everyone was stunned and immediately understood the meaning of this sentence. Yeah, so what? The 7 great Ghost Kings and the 3 great swordsmen were already the most powerful people in the world even without the Terminator sword technique. As long as no one could learn the Terminator sword technique, their hegemony would never change. They were still the strongest. Choosing to trust Xianxia would be troublesome, but choosing to kill Xianxia would solve all the problems by killing him alone. You think so too? The Wind Chaser frowned as he looked at the Ghost King Luosheng and said, "Don't tell me you aren't curious about divine-grade cultivation techniques at all?" Luosheng Ghost King said expressionlessly, "I don't care about that at all. My only interest is to kill this brat. As for other matters, it has nothing to do with me." The Wind Chaser nodded. "I don't care about that either. My only interest is to defeat you." Yi Feiyang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then there is no need to talk about it? Your Purgatory Gate wants to kill Brother Xianxia, but my divine Yang Peak must protect him no matter what." In an instant, both sides immediately stood on opposite sides. The 3 great swordsmen were on one side and the 6 great ghost kings on the other. "Shenyang Peak!" Yi Feiyang shouted. "Yi Feiyang! Wind Chaser!" The other 2 swordsmen also called out their names. On the other side, the 6 ghost kings of the Purgatory Gate also announced their names. Ghost King Luosheng, Demonic Spider Ghost King, Oxhead Ghost King, Judge Ghost King, Heavenly Scorpion Ghost King, Red Devil King. After saying that, the 2 forces looked at each other and shouted, "Today, we will have a duel. Motherfucker, run." The onlookers' faces were pale as they rose from the ground and fled into the distance. Unexpectedly, none of them dared to stay behind. The 6 great ghost kings were about to start a war with the 3 great swordsmen. If someone of this level were to engage in a chaotic battle, could they just casually watch from the sidelines? Any saber light would be enough to kill a group of onlookers on the spot. However, Xianxia's heart was burning with anxiety. He thought that the pseudo-god might be coming soon, so he had to quickly learn the true energy of the sun. The 7th heavenly tribulation star trace could already defeat him. If she advanced to the 8th heavenly tribulation stage, he would be helpless against her. One had to know that there were still 24 hours before the last spatial jump. In other words, his method of escaping with afterimages could no longer be effective. Even if he could drag it out for another hour, he would definitely not be able to drag it out for 24 hours. The only way out was to fight head-on, and fought the pseudo-gods to the end. "You guys are almost ready." Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Don't disturb me. There are even more terrifying enemies waiting for an opportunity in secret. I have no interest in fighting you." However, the people on both sides did not care about Xianxia at all, and they did not even listen to what Xianxia said. The Luosheng Ghost King leaned on his saber and said, "How do we fight? 1-on-1 or 3-on-3? There were 6 ghost kings and only 3 swordsmen. There was a difference in numbers. However, these people were all shameless people. If they were to fight 6 against 3, they would rather commit suicide on the spot. That would be more dignified. If it was 3 versus 3, although it wasn't fair, it was still considered appropriate. The 3 ghost kings would fight against the 3 swordsmen first. If the ghost kings collectively failed, they would fight against the 3 ghost kings. However, what they were going to do today was not simply defeat their opponent, but the fact that the Purgatory Gate wanted to kill Xianxia, and Shenyangfeng wanted to protect Xianxia. If it was 3 versus 3, it meant that Xianxia could face 3 ghost kings at any time, and the pressure on him would be incomparably great. Yi Feiyang decided to go 1-on-1. In the following battles, any ghost king would find the right time to sneak attack Xianxia during the battle between the Ghost King and the Sword Titan. Ghost King Luosheng and Wind Chaser exchanged glances. The 2 of them chose to retreat at the same time. The 2 of them did not intend to be the first to go on stage. "Zhuifeng, you're not going?" Yi Feiyang said. "This is very strange. Usually, you are the one who takes the lead at this time." The Wind Chaser held his sword in both hands and said indifferently, "Luosheng and I have already had a duel. In the end, we did not determine the outcome. It was only then that we made Xianxia our stake." "Just a draw." Yi Feiyang was shocked. "There's no victory or defeat?" The 5 ghost kings were equally shocked. That Yi Feiyang knew how powerful the Wind Chaser was. He didn't expect that even the Wind Chaser wouldn't be able to defeat the Luosheng Ghost King. As for the Purgatory Gate, it was the same idea. Even a terrifying machete man like Luosheng couldn't defeat the Wind Chaser? Xianxia didn't care what they chose. He only cared about his own son Qi. While the two of them were chatting, Xianxia immediately sat down cross-legged and began to perfect the final incantation of the Sun Qi. On the other side, a ghost king and a sword titan had already exchanged blows. Both sides were well-known overlords, and Yi Feiyang was the one who attacked Xinyang Peak. In the direction of the Purgatory Gate was a person called the Judge Ghost King. As soon as Yi Feiyang appeared on the stage, he immediately summoned the power of the stars. The sword in his hand hummed and shone brightly like the sparks of the stars. As for the Judge Ghost King, he held a judge pen weapon in his hand. After removing his robe, he saw strange runes written all over his body. 9 stars heaven-shaking ring. Yi Feiyang immediately attacked and released the 9 stars heaven-shaking ring. The magistrate smiled sinisterly and said, Yi Feiyang, the heavenly inspector, is indeed worthy of his reputation. With that, he held the judge's pen in his hand and wrote a large character in the air at a dazzling speed. He shouted, Life and Death Book, weak. A large black word, weak, suddenly appeared in midair. The heaven-shaking ring pong collided with the word, weak. However, the heaven-shaking ring suddenly darkened. A small flying object escaped from the heaven-shaking ring and disappeared. The Judge Ghost King pushed the pen forward, and the word weak advanced a bit, moving in the air against the heaven-shaking ring. As a result, the heaven-shaking ring continued to weaken, and another small flying star left the ring, causing the heaven-shaking ring to dim even further. The 9-star heaven-shaking ring had already been deprived of 2 stars. The remaining 7-star heaven-shaking ring was not enough to fight the Ghost King. The heaven-shaking ring pong exploded on the spot. Yi Feiyang's expression darkened. Life and Death Book, kill. The Judge Ghost King flew away. He jumped into the sky and quickly wrote the word death to Yi Feiyang below. The word death quickly pressed down on Yi Feiyang on the ground. When this word pressed down, the shrubs on the ground were immediately shredded into countless pieces by the power of the word death. At the same time, many ghost kings and swordsmen poured their dipper chi into the ground to maintain the environment. Looking at Yi Feiyang again, before the word death really came into contact with him, countless small cracks appeared on his clothes, and with a chi sound, the entire long clothes were shredded into powder. Good method. Yi Feiyang clenched his teeth and roared. Star tempering, stellar transposition. In the sky, 9 stars shone, and 9 streaks of starlight shot down, wrapping around the word death. Yi Feiyang pointed to the west and said, Go! The word death was wrapped in starlight. It suddenly changed direction and flew to the west with a whoosh, disappearing in a flash. 10 stars, heaven-shaking ring. Yi Feiyang roared and suddenly triggered the flickering of 10 stars. An incomparably large and unprecedentedly powerful heaven-shaking ring appeared. This big fellow ferociously flew towards the Judge Ghost King. 10 stars. The female swordswoman's eyes lit up as she said, Feiyang has already broken through the limit. He has actually mastered 10 stars. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Judge Ghost King quickly wrote a word on his body with the judge's pen and shouted, The Book of Life and Death void. Whoosh! The judge, the Ghost King, instantly vanished. As for the heaven-shaking ring, it actually pierced through his body, as if it had pierced through the air, unable to touch anything. However, the phantom state of the magistrate Ghost King did not seem to last long. It was only a second before it returned to its original form. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Judge Ghost King suddenly turned around and immediately wrote the word weak on the heaven-shaking ring behind him. He turned around to face Yi Feiyang and quickly wrote the word Li. Yi Feiyang's pupils constricted, and with a bang, he was ejected without a trace. It was unknown how far they had flown. The heaven-shaking ring had already collided with the word weak, but the 10-star heaven-shaking ring was too powerful. It had actually cracked the word weak and was about to destroy it. The judge who expelled Yi Feiyang, the Ghost King, had precious time to write the word weak. 2 weak words appeared at the same time, weakening and collapsing the heaven-shaking ring. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, A starlight flashed across the sky and Yi Feiyong returned. But this time, Yi Feiyong was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, his eyes narrowed slightly and his expression became cold. On his body, there was a unique aura that was gradually erupting. The female swordswoman crossed her shoulders and nodded slightly. This fellow is finally willing to let go of his innovative school. When she said this, everyone finally came to their senses. That's right. What kind of star school was it? It was just Yi Feiyong who wanted to innovate. But before he created this sect, he was already a famous divine Yang Peak swordsman. Hey! The magistrate Ghost King also laughed and said, the heavenly inspector is finally going to use his own sect skills. This will be even more interesting. A gust of wind surrounded the indifferent Yi Feiyong. These winds were actually visible, like translucent threads that wrapped around Yi Feiyong's body. Yi Feiyong squatted slightly and put the sword to his waist. He held the sword in his left hand and the hilt in his right. In an instant, a cyclone appeared beneath his feet. Cruise, sky-severing slash. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feiyong disappeared and appeared 100 meters behind the magistrate Ghost King. The judge Ghost King's expression froze, and his body suddenly rose. There were only 2 chi-chi sounds, and 2 bone-deep sword wounds appeared on his chest and back for no apparent reason. The 2 sword wounds pinched the magistrate Ghost King in half. So fast! A Ghost King exclaimed in a gloomy voice. It has already surpassed the speed of light, right? Ghost King Luoshang said expressionlessly with his saber in his arms. Yes. The Wind Chaser nodded and said, the soaring sky-severing slash is a martial skill that ignores distance. He can do it, appearing at almost 2 different spatial points at the same time. Also, form a straight line between the 2 spatial points. Everything on the straight line will be slashed. Xiang Nan's heart trembled. He actually had such a powerful sword technique. What surprised Xiang Nan even more was that those 2 fellows were actually chatting so leisurely, exposing Yi Feiyong's martial skills. However, this kind of exposure might be fatal to ordinary martial artists, but it was nothing to an expert of their level. Everyone was a martial artist with extraordinary attainments. That Yi Feiyong only used the sky-severing slash once, and everyone understood the logic of this move. Judge Ghost King quickly wrote a word on his body. This word was life. A strange scene occurred. The Judge Ghost King, who had almost been cut through his chest, instantly healed his wounds. However, this sum of money also gave Yi Feiyong enough time. Yi Feiyong squatted down slightly and slashed through the air again. The magistrate had taught the Ghost King a lesson. This time, he quickly moved horizontally to dodge. Yi Feiyong would appear at 2 spatial points at the same time, which was equivalent to a flash of time. 2 Yi Feiyong would appear in the world. Everything in the middle of the 2 Yi Feiyong's straight line would be slashed. He only needed to dodge the straight line to dodge the attack. But it's easier said than done. Yi Feiyong was too fast. The Judge Ghost King had just dodged when the sky-severing slash had already taken shape. The left arm of the Judge Ghost King was severed without warning. He wasn't able to escape completely. Yi Feiyong squatted down and the Judge Ghost King quickly jumped into the air. His jump speed was already extremely fast, but Yi Feiyong's connection speed was even faster. Swoosh! The legs of the Judge Ghost King were cut off from his ankles. Yi Feiyong squatted slightly. The next sky-severing slash was coming. The magistrate sighed and said, admit defeat, but he spoke too late. Yi Feiyong also had the intention to stop, but the 2 Yi Feiyong had already appeared at the same time, and the connection had been completed. At this critical moment, a shadow suddenly appeared on the field. Clang! The magistrate Ghost King was inexplicably knocked away, and the one who was attacked before and after the sky-severing slash was actually a long saber. A long black saber. The long saber was stabbed into the ground vertically. On the hilt of the saber, there was a person standing quietly with his hands behind his back. Luoshang Ghost King. Yi Feiyong heaved a sigh of relief and said, thank you. It was actually Yi Feiyong, not the Ghost King, who thanked him. But at the same time, Yi Feiyong's mood was also very serious. That Luoshang Ghost King was actually able to forcefully intercept the sky-severing slash. In theory, this was almost impossible. The Luoshang Ghost King nodded and said, "During the entire battle, the magistrate did not find a chance to sneak attack Xianxia. It can be said to be a complete defeat. Losing in the hands of a heavenly inspector is not unjust." Yi Feiyang turned his sword back and pointed at Luoshang Ghost King, saying, "I want to fight you." Everyone was eager to fight against the Ghost King of Luoshang. Even if they died in battle, they would die without regrets. Unexpectedly, the Luoshang Ghost King expressionlessly shook his head and said, "My battle with Zhui Feng is not over yet. Before this, I will not accept any challenges. I'm here to experience some of the best moves." A sinister laugh came from the side. A Ghost King walked forward and removed the black cloak from his body. He cupped his fists and said, "Purgatory Gate, Red Demon King." Yi Feiyang cupped his fists and said, "Divine Yang Peak, Sky Surveyor." The Red Devil King smiled sinisterly and pointed at Yi Feiyang, saying, "Blood." Suddenly, a wisp of red blood was forcefully extracted from Yi Feiyang's body, and he flew towards the Red Devil King. The Divine Yang Peak experts were stunned. The Red Devil King sucked blood from his mouth and lifted his head in enjoyment. He praised, "It's delicious." The female swordswoman frowned and said, "Feiyang, he is absorbing your power. I feel it." Yi Feiyang's expression was solemn as he said, "This guy is very difficult to deal with." With that, he squatted slightly and said, "Cruise, Sky-Severing Slash." The Red Devil King was not afraid. He shook his finger and said, "You are a pure speed martial artist. This move is useless against me." However, seeing a straight line suddenly appear, the Red Demon King was suddenly sliced in half. However, his body quickly bonded together again. "So that's the case," Wind Chaser said. The Red Devil King chuckled. "Apart from Luoshang and Zhui Feng, there is nothing that can restrain my ability." The Big Snake said, "Oh, I see. I understand. How is it?" Xianxia thought. The Serpent said, "This Red Devil King is not a human at all. To be exact, he is not an independent living thing. At first, I thought that his body was recovering very quickly, but after looking at his vitality, I discovered that he was actually a whole of more than 1.5 million independent lifeforms that fused together. He's an ant colony." Ant colony, this was the most appropriate description. No matter what kind of attack the Red Demon King was struck with, it would only cause partial death, but it would not have much effect on the overall situation. The Red Demon King had absorbed a stream of blood from Yi Feiyang in advance, and it had fed him fresh blood from the spot where he had been killed. Only Luoshang and Zhui Feng's intent could truly kill part of the Red Demon King's body, and because of the powerful wrapping ability of the intent, it was unable to be fed alive. Yi Feiyang frowned slightly and said, "Patrol, 3 hurricanes." With that, his right hand, which was holding the hilt of the sword, moved slightly, and his entire body split into 3. In an instant, he disappeared and immediately appeared in front of him. This time, it wasn't a straight-line connection. Instead, it was a scene of a person splitting into 3 people at a pure speed. In the shortest time possible, it would release the most extreme 3 consecutive slashes. This speed was exaggerated. Just like the sky-severing slash, it wasn't strictly beyond the speed of light, but because it ignored the distance, resulting in the illusion of superspeed of light. However, at the same time that Yi Feiyang pierced through the Red Devil King, the Red Devil King also gently hooked his finger. His body was instantly sliced into 4 pieces, but a large amount of blood also floated out of Yi Feiyang's body and was absorbed by the Ghost King. The Ghost King smiled happily. His body quickly healed without any injuries. On the other hand, Yi Feiyang was getting weaker and weaker because he had been absorbed by the power. "There's no way to fight this kind of battle," the Serpent said. "The Red Demon King is definitely not the strongest in terms of defense. In terms of lethality, it is inferior to Luoshang and Zhui Feng. In terms of speed, it is also far inferior to Yi Feiyang. He doesn't even have the Void Ghost King. So many strange methods. But his greatest advantage is his energy consumption. As long as he has enough time, He can kill a top expert alive. How do you fight? Every time he attacked him, he would be unharmed, and he would be able to absorb the enemy's strength and weaken them a little. Moreover, he didn't have any so-called death acupoints. He was a human-type creature that had been constructed from more than 1,000,000 independent lifeforms. Naturally, Yi Feiyang would not admit defeat easily. He repeatedly launched dazzling attacks. This kind of super-speed attack was extremely troublesome for any martial artist, but it wasn't worth mentioning in the Red Devil King's presence. After a few short battles, the Red Devil King remained calm. Yi Feiyang was already panting like an ox, his legs trembling, and he could only barely maintain his standing posture. At this moment, Yi Feiyang was almost unable to hold on any longer. His body was in a weak state, and he was about to lose. As for Xiangnan's compilation of the Chapter of Light, he was halfway there, and half of his incantations had yet to be formed. He needed time. More than ever, he needed time urgently. Because it was not enough for him to make up an incantation. He needed to destroy his spiritual sea and refine another one. Time was really tight and the task was too heavy. The people from Divine Yang Peak had to persevere for a while longer. Finally, after the Red Devil King sucked another mouthful of blood from Yi Feiyang couldn't hold on any longer and immediately knelt on one knee, unable to fight anymore. The Red Devil King chuckled and walked around Yi Feiyang towards Xiangnan. Enough is enough. Xiangnan took a deep breath and looked at the approaching Red Devil King. Your opponent is not me at all. You don't know what kind of enemy you will face in the future. Now is not the time for internal strife. The Red Demon King said, So what? According to your logic, when I first stepped into martial arts, I knew that my strongest enemy in the future would be a 9th-level heavenly tribulation expert. Therefore, I don't have to fight against all martial artists under the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. So when I was still at the 1st level of body tempering, there were high-level body tempering people who came to kill me, so I used your words to stop him? Everyone chuckled. Xiangnan said angrily, This is not about you and me, but about the life and death of the entire human race. So, the Red Devil King withdrew his smile and suddenly roared, Your argument is the most disgusting. Are you saying that only if all of us fulfill your wish is the right choice? So you admit that you are the savior of this world? Only you can save humans? We people are Purgatory Gate, the people of their Divine Sun Peak are all minions, your supporting characters? Do you have to sacrifice yourself to support you? Don't you think too highly of yourself? Xiangnan took a deep breath and didn't say anything else. As the saying goes, everyone has their own aspirations, so he couldn't change other people's ideas, nor did he have the right to do so. The Red Devil King said, If you can't even stop us, then what qualifications do you have to fight against the so-called powerful enemies you've made up? After saying that, the Red Devil King fiercely stretched out his 5 claws and aimed them at Xiangnan. With a shout, he sucked out 5 strands of blood. Xiangnan felt his body slip. Stand up and fight me like a man, the Red Devil King said angrily. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes, but in his heart, he didn't stop compiling the Chapter of Light for a second. He knew that he didn't have much time left. Pseudo-gods could descend at any time. That star trace was already able to block the saber light of his 10th heavenly tribulation stage when he was at the 7th heavenly tribulation stage. If she reached the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation, the consequences would be unimaginable. When the Red Demon King saw that Xiangnan was indifferent, he thought that Xiangnan was afraid and laughed loudly. The people from Shenyang Peak also frowned slightly, and Yi Feiyang's face was filled with disappointment. The Star Tramper swordswoman spat. I knew that this kid only knows how to brag, but you, Feiyang, still value him so much. You don't even have the courage to fight the enemy. This kind of coward actually wants us to protect him. The Red Devil King laughed loudly and pounced towards Xiangnan. His right hand grabbed onto Xiangnan's head fiercely. Right at this moment, a shrill and ear-piercing sound resounded. It was like 2 smooth and flat mirrors, pressing hard against each other and rubbing against each other. A sword light descended from the sky, forcing the Red Devil King to retreat. Along with the sword light, it was the female sword hero, the Star Tramper. The Red Devil King smiled sinisterly and said, "Even if he is so unbearable, you still have to protect him?" The Star Tramper said with a cold face. "It's his own business, but our divine young peak cannot lose this match." The Red Devil King immediately stretched out his 5 claws and grabbed the Star Tramper from the sky. At the same time, 7 small flying stars suddenly appeared beside the Star Tramper. These 7 flying stars revolved around her rapidly, each the size of a walnut. The Star Tramper actually jumped into one of the flying stars and disappeared. The Red Devil King's grab was also missed, and he was slightly stunned. The 7 flying stars immediately dragged 7 light tails towards the Red Devil King and surrounded him. Suddenly, the Star Tramper jumped out from a flying star in front of him and slashed towards the Red Devil King's head. The Red Demon King was very confident in his powerful life form. He didn't even dodge, but instead directly grabbed the Star Tramper's face. The Star Treader's sword only lightly tapped on the Ghost King's head. Then he quickly retreated and jumped back into the flying star. The Ghost King's grab also missed. However, a small spot the size of a gold coin appeared on the Ghost King's forehead. It was also at the same time that the Star Tramper retreated back to Flying Star that the Star Tramper jumped out from a flying star behind the Ghost King and struck the back of the Red Devil King with his sword. The Ghost King quickly turned around and grabbed it, but in the end, he didn't catch it. The Star Tramper retreated back to Flying Star and jumped out from the Flying Star on the right side of the Ghost King's body. Her speed was extremely fast, and she could shift her position irregularly among the 7 flying stars, making it impossible to determine from which flying star she would come out. Facing such an irregular attack, the Ghost King was somewhat caught off guard. Every time he attacked, he would counterattack, but the counterattack itself meant that he was 1 step behind. The Star Treader's mysterious and excellent attack style caused everyone present to be amazed. Yi Feiyong cheered excitedly for the woman he admired. The Ghost King was enraged. He directly attacked Flying Star. He grabbed a flying star with his big hand and tried to crush it. In the end, he discovered that flying stars were not real objects at all. It was actually an illusion. It was just like the illusion caused by a martial skill during a martial artist's battle. Like the giant ape shadow behind the Annihilation Old Man Phantom, the Ghost King's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the 7 flying stars retreated at the same time, and the Star Tramper jumped out from one of the flying stars. At this moment, there were already 7 spots on the Ghost King's body. They were his forehead, shoulders, knees, throat, and heart. No one knew what these spots represented, but the Red Demon King frowned and said, "Then what?" The female swordswoman stood upright, her left hand carrying the long sword backwards, and her right hand pointing at the Ghost King, saying, "Seed stars, explode 7 times in a row." As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 specks of light on the Red Devil King's body suddenly shone in all directions. The Ghost King's eyes suddenly protruded out, bloodshot all over his eyes. He hugged his head in pain, followed by a terrifying explosion. Starlight burst out from the Ghost King's body, blasting him into countless pieces. Good method. Even Ghost King Luoshang couldn't help but praise him. Ah! In the sky, all of the Red Demon King's fragments let out screams. However, in less than 3 seconds, the countless fragments quickly fused together and turned into a small Ghost King. Previously, the Red Demon King was about 2.5 meters tall, but now that he had reunited again, he was only 2 meters tall. The Star Tramper frowned slightly and turned to look at Xianxia. Everyone understood that this terrible explosion should have caused more serious injuries to the Red Devil King. It should have caused the Ghost King to become shorter. A large part of his body was killed by the explosion. In addition, he hadn't been able to successfully absorb the power of the Star Treader since the beginning of the battle, so he couldn't feed the dead parts back to life. But before the battle, he had absorbed Xianxia's blood. "I'm in the way," the Star Tramper said coldly to Xianxia. The small Red Devil King was furious and shouted as he pounced towards the Star Treader. He grabbed the Star Treader with both hands and only needed to suck out blood once to revive the dead parts of his body. How could the Star Tramper let him do as he wished? This time, he jumped into the Flying Star again. This time, like the previous time, the Flying Star wrapped around the Ghost King. the Star Treader continuously jumped in and out, continuously hitting the Ghost King. However, this time, the Star Tramper had obviously used more time to construct a bigger chess game. When she jumped out and retreated back to her original position, 24 spots of light had actually appeared on the Red Demon King's body, 3 times as large as the first time. The female swordswoman pointed her finger at the Red Devil King and said, "Admit defeat." The Red Demon King was so angry that he lost his mind. He had never managed to touch the female swordswoman once. This kind of battle made him feel extremely aggrieved. But in fact, when Yi Feiyang fought with him, he also experienced the same feeling of grievance. The Red Devil King screamed as he attempted to continue pouncing towards the female swordswoman. Right at this moment, a black saber suddenly stabbed into the ground in front of the Ghost King. The blade was still buzzing with vibrations. Luo Sheng. When the Red Demon King saw the black saber, he suddenly calmed down. The Ghost King of Luo Sheng crossed his shoulders and said to the female swordswoman, "He lost. Give him a way to survive." "Heh, it's not that easy." The female swordswoman laughed coldly and shouted, "Seed Star 24. Yi Feiyang quickly grabbed onto the female swordswoman's wrist and shook his head at her. The female swordswoman hesitated for a moment before stomping her foot unwillingly. However, with a flick of her right hand, all of the light spots on the Red Demon King's body disappeared. The moment she decided to hit her when she fell, the Luoshang Ghost King had already taken away the black saber and did not intend to stop her. To become a king and defeat a bandit was a very simple principle. Ghost King Luoshang had only spoken out to persuade him, but he would not really obstruct him. However, everyone understood the principle of reciprocity. The Red Devil King did not take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yi Feiyang just now, so he should be given a chance now. It's already 2/3. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The progress of the chapter of light had reached the late stage. The female swordswoman turned her head to look at Xianxia and said, "Stay away. Something that is eye-catching." She wasn't able to kill the Red Devil King, so she was very unhappy in her heart. So she threw her anger on Xianxia. Yi Feiyang hurriedly said, "Don't be like this. After all, Xianxia is our friend." The female swordswoman said coldly, "I don't have such a greedy friend. He doesn't deserve it." Yi Feiyang wanted to say something, but he knew the temperament of the female swordswoman very well. Even though he opened his mouth, he still swallowed his words back. And Xianxia didn't have the time to fight with her. At this moment, the chapter of light had already reached the late stage. It was a critical juncture, so he definitely couldn't be distracted. "I'll do it." Another Ghost King walked out from the direction of the Purgatory Gate. This person's robe was slightly bigger than the others, and there seemed to be something behind him. He casually pulled the black robe away and saw 9 scorpion tails appear behind him. These 9 tails were of different lengths and thicknesses. The 9 scorpion tails stood upright like vigilant spirit snakes. On each tail there were actually 2 eyes. He cupped his fists and said, "Purgatory Gate, Scorpion Ghost King." It's actually a 9-tailed scorpion. The female swordswoman's expression became solemn, but she didn't show any courtesy. She only said indifferently, "Divine Yang Peak, Star Treader." The Scorpion Ghost King smiled. The longest scorpion tail behind him suddenly became as sharp as a sword and stabbed towards the female swordswoman. However, the sharp tail had just pierced half a distance when it collided with the air with a ding sound. The air was smashed into a comb-shaped disc, and from the center of the disc, it shot out a beam of light towards the female swordswoman. Tail of Void. The moment that beam of light appeared, the surrounding space actually underwent a qualitative change. The mass of space shrank extremely, and all of them shrank towards that beam of light. If measured in terms of data, it was roughly the same as every 10 cubic meters of space, compressed by force, shrinking its volume to 1 cubic meter. The compression of space caused the distance to change. Originally, the starting point of this beam of light was 5 meters away from the Scorpion Ghost King, but it suddenly became 50 meters away. Similarly, the starting point of the beam of light was still 80 meters away from the female swordswoman, but because of the change in space, the distance had also changed, directly changing to 8 meters. The special dynamics of space caused the female swordswoman to make a serious error in judging the distance of the enemy's attack. She quickly jumped into Flying Star, but it was too late. The beam of light pierced through her left ankle with a whoosh, and an even more terrifying scene followed. The compression of the beam of light on space was also applicable to flesh and blood. The female swordswoman's ankle was compressed along with the space. A snow-white female's left foot was suddenly contracted to the size of a bird's foot. The strange changes in his body caused the ratio of his foot to his leg to be out of balance, and his entire left foot fell to the ground with a slap. Fortunately, that female swordswoman's reaction was shocking enough. She had already hid in the Flying Star. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of attack was really strange. The Scorpion Ghost King smiled and looked at Xianxia. He licked his lips and said, "You killed Taishu, right? In the Purgatory Gate, I have the best relationship with Taisu. Even my nine tails were refined by Taisu. But you killed him, so no matter how much you beg for mercy, I won't let you off. You're dead for sure." Xianxia was thoughtful. No wonder the Scorpion Ghost King's tail was so peculiar. In fact, the name of the longest tail was named after Taisu. This was actually the reason. Xianxia was not afraid. Instead, he smiled and said, "If you give me another chance, I will kill him." The Scorpion Ghost King laughed loudly. "I like your character of not shedding tears without seeing a coffin. If you really kneel down and beg, I feel that killing you is meaningless." As he spoke, the 7 flying stars flew towards the Scorpion Ghost King. The Scorpion Ghost King immediately raised his 9 tails and enveloped himself. Amongst the 7 flying stars, the female swordswoman jumped out from one of them and stabbed at the back of the Scorpion Ghost King with her sword in her hand. Judging from the Scorpion Ghost King's reaction, he hadn't found the direction where the female swordswoman had appeared, but his tail had actually discovered it. Before the Ghost King could even react, a short tail suddenly wrapped around the arm of the female swordswoman. Immediately after, the longest Taisu tail immediately nodded towards the forehead of the female swordswoman. Female swordswoman's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly jumped back to Flying Star. At the same time, when she jumped back to Flying Star, her right leg also stepped out from another Flying Star. It was also a sword strike that struck towards the forehead of the Scorpion Ghost King. The Void Tail, the shortest tail, circled in front of the female swordswoman at the fastest speed. With a light poke from the tail, a spiral black hole appeared in the air. The sword light that the female swordswoman pointed out was actually sucked in by the black hole. At the same time, a spiral black hole appeared behind the female swordswoman. The sword light came from behind her and shot towards her back. The female swordswoman did not expect this move at all. She could not react and was ruthlessly stabbed in sorrow by her sword light. The tip of the sword actually pierced through a small section of her chest, about half the length of her finger. She rolled over and hid in another flying star. "It's useless." The Scorpion Ghost King waved its 9 phantom-like tails and walked towards Xianxia. "You can't beat me." "Not necessarily." Suddenly, the cold voice of the female swordswoman came from the sky. She actually appeared from the flying stars and faced the Scorpion Ghost King. With a slight wave of her right hand, the 7 flying stars began to move rapidly. The 7 flying stars continued to move rapidly, dragging light tails one after another, forming a crisscrossed web in midair. She took a deep breath and immediately attacked the Scorpion Ghost King. The sword in her hand stabbed at the Ghost King's chest. The Void Tail. The Scorpion Ghost King immediately activated its shortest tail, wanting to absorb the sword light. At the same time, the strongest attack, the Void Tail, also circled around from the side to poke at the female swordswoman. At this moment, one of the flying stars suddenly exploded, instantly colliding with the female swordsman, and the female swordsman disappeared at the same time. "What?" The Scorpion Ghost King's expression changed. Previously, it had been the female swordswoman who had jumped into Flying Star, but she had never expected that she would actually be able to change her style. He was actually able to make Flying Star take the initiative to hit her. The 7 flying stars circled around the Scorpion Ghost King at the speed of light, flying up and down in a messy manner without any logic to speak of. At the same time that the female swordswoman was sucked in by a flying star, another flying star puffed her out. It happened to be behind the Scorpion Ghost King. Too fast. The tail behind the Scorpion Ghost King had already wrapped around her arm, but she still managed to hit the back of the Ghost King with the tip of her sword a tenth of a second earlier. When the tail wrapped around her arm, a flying star rushed over and collided with the female swordswoman. As she disappeared, the next flying star spat her out. Her sword landed on the Ghost King's throat. When the tip of the sword hit her throat, another flying star sucked her in. The next flying star also spat her out. At the same time that she struck out with her sword, another flying star struck her. When it absorbed her, the tip of the sword hit the back of the Ghost King. The 7 chaotic flying stars moved at the speed of light. Every single flying star changed from passive to active, and every single flying star could jump out of the female swordswoman. What was even more exaggerated was that every time she was absorbed by a flying star, she would almost always be spat out by the next flying star at the same time. It was the same as every time she drew her sword. There was no interval between them. The only thing that was consumed was the speed of the sword. No matter how nimble the Scorpion Ghost King's tail was, it couldn't compare to this speed. 1 second. In just a second, the Scorpion Ghost King's body was dotted with 33 spots of light by the female swordswoman. The Scorpion Ghost King's pupils constricted. He hurriedly reached deep into his right hand and said, "Don't!" Before she could say another word, the female swordswoman clenched her right hand and said, "Seed Star, 33 consecutive explosions. Rumble, 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 rumble." The Scorpion Ghost King didn't even have time to react, and was immediately blasted into powder along with the scattered starlight. Swoosh, swoosh. The female swordswoman swung her sword and her beautiful long hair flew in the wind. Wonderful. It was too wonderful. Xianxia couldn't help but praise in his heart. Although this female swordswoman was too arrogant, she had to admit that she was indeed capable. "I'll help you heal your wounds." Yifeyang quickly ran over and grabbed onto the female swordswoman's ankle, recovering her broken leg. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" The Luoshang Ghost King expressionlessly applauded and said, "Divine Yang Peak, Star Treader, your reputation is indeed well-deserved." The big snake sighed emotionally. "These perverts. Pick one out randomly. In our era, it's definitely the #1 expert." Whoosh Xianxia let out a long sigh and thought to himself, "Success." Next is the verification stage. The incantation of the Chapter of Light had already been formed, but it still needed to be tested and corrected. Xianxia had to personally circulate this incantation and adapt it according to his actual situation. This was because Xianxia's body structure, meridian structure, and meridian structure were different from ordinary martial artists. At this moment, the female swordswoman was in high spirits. She carried the sword with one hand and said, "Come, we haven't had enough fun yet. Hee hee hee." A sharp laugh sounded. A thin and weak Ghost King with long legs and legs walked out with a strange smile. This person lifted his cloak and his entire face was pitch black. It was as if he had just been salvaged from an ink tank. His skin was naturally dark and was very different from a normal person. The man clasped his fists and said, "Purgatory Gate, demonic spider Ghost King, I like your ruthless personality the most. There are some similarities between you and me. I appreciate it. Who do you think is ruthless?" The female swordswoman narrowed her eyes and said, "Show some respect." The demonic spider Ghost King shrugged his shoulders and said, "I did everything I did, but I didn't dare to admit it. Tisk, it's not very honest." The female swordswoman sneered, "The Purgatory Gate. Talk openly with me?" The demonic spider Ghost King said, "It doesn't matter. You might as well die at my hands. I'll let you talk hard for a while first." With that, the demonic spider Ghost King pushed his right hand forward and opened his fingers. In an instant, a large black net appeared out of thin air. "Can you block me?" The female swordswoman sneered. She jumped into Flying Star and immediately flew towards the demonic spider Ghost King. The invisible and qualitative Flying Star easily pierced through the enormous black web. However, the demonic spider ghost king was not surprised. He suddenly jumped up and drew a large parabola. It just happened to intersect with the female swordswoman and lay on the huge black web. The 7 flying stars swiftly turned in the air and flew towards the demonic spider ghost king. Purgatory Demon Realm. Psychedelic sound. The demonic spider ghost king flicked a spider web with his right hand. With a crisp sound, it was as if a powerful finger was bouncing on the edge of the sword, producing a metallic trembling sound. In an instant, the demonic spider ghost king turned into an overwhelming giant spider. The spider was too big. Its 8 giant legs were bent to the ground, but its legs were bent high, and it had already touched the dome of the demon ceiling abyss. So what if it's big? The female swordswoman suddenly jumped out of a flying star and pointed at the giant spider. A spot of light immediately appeared on the spider's body, but in the next second, the spot disappeared again. What? The female swordswoman was stunned. This is impossible. Yifeyang was also stunned. Immediately after, a spot of light appeared on the female swordswoman's chest. She panicked and quickly retreated. Impossible! Impossible! She shouted. This doesn't make sense. Yifeyang opened his mouth wide, completely unable to believe what he had seen. Right at this moment, a sinister voice sounded from behind the ears of the female swordswoman. Purgatory Demon Realm. Fire Punishment. The female swordswoman suddenly turned her head and struck out with her sword, but there was nothing behind her. At some unknown time, a black silk thread was attached to her back. Before she could react, the black thread suddenly burned, and the raging flames burned her into a fiery figure. The female swordswoman let out a muffled groan as a flying star collided with her and quickly absorbed her. Fortunately, the angry flame was not able to follow him, and instead stayed where it was. It's an illusion, Xianxia said in his heart. Giant black spiders and spots of light are all illusions, but that flame isn't. It's an illusion. The angry voice of the female swordswoman came from a flying star. She was suddenly spat out by a flying star and clashed with her hands. She shouted, "Divine peak illumination, spiritual protection." A holy light shot down from the sky and wrapped around the female swordswoman. She quickly closed her eyes and opened them again. Her expression changed again. The giant spider was still there. Ha 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 ha. The demonic spider ghost king smiled sinisterly in the air and said, "You guessed correctly. This is an illusion, but it is not an ordinary illusion. You think I'm using illusions on your mind? That's a big mistake. I'm not deceiving your senses. I'm deceiving this world. I lied to the laws. I lied to the principles of all things. So no matter how you protect your spirit, you can still see illusions." Tall. Xianxia sighed. This method was simply amazing. Using illusions to deceive a person, as long as that person protected his mind, he could see through the illusions. However, the demonic spider ghost king wasn't lying to the female swordswoman. He was lying to this world. It actually caused something impossible to appear in the world. The female swordswoman struck the big spider with her sword, and from this moment onwards, she had been hallucinating. The light spots on the spider's body disappeared, and the light spots on Jian Hao's body appeared. It was all an illusion. The demonic spider ghost king had even deceived the world, causing it to think that he no longer existed. So he was actually still nearby, but no one could see him. Right at this moment, 18 naked men suddenly appeared in front of the female swordswoman. These men danced charmingly and frequently gave the female swordswoman glances. The female swordswoman was stunned for a moment before she said angrily, "You actually dare to humiliate me!" At this moment, even the spectating ghost king couldn't help but chuckle. Right at this moment, a cold voice appeared behind the female swordswoman. Purgatory Demon Realm. Shui Xing. The moment the female swordswoman's voice appeared, she had flying star crash into her and absorb her. Then, she jumped out from behind flying star at the same time and stabbed her sword towards the spot behind her. I was fooled. Suddenly, another voice came from behind the female swordswoman. A thread connected to her back. The first voice was fake. It was an illusion. As a result, the threads on the back of the female swordswoman suddenly emitted a toroidal wave of water. Female swordswoman's body began to expand wildly. She opened her mouth and spat out a large mouthful of black water. The black water sprayed out like a flood breaking a levee. Immediately after, her eyes, nose, and ears began to spray water. However, the speed of spraying water seemed to be completely unable to catch up with the speed of being injected with water. Her body exploded like a balloon. It was about to explode. A flying star struck her in time to save her. After she was sucked away, the floods collapsed, and massive amounts of black water gushed in all directions. This attack was real. The giant spider created by the hallucination, the 18 men, had all disappeared. Instead, countless children appeared on the ground. These children were only 4 or 5 years old. They were all naked, screaming, and stretching out their arms as if they were looking for a hug. Facing these innocent children, who could make a move? However, with a flash of a flying star, streaks of sword light came, leaving behind a spot of light on each child's body. Immediately after, it exploded, and all the children were blown into powder. Ha 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 ha! You said you weren't ruthless. The demonic spider ghost king's voice came from somewhere. The female swordswoman said angrily, "It's just an illusion. How can I be fooled?" "Really? Take a closer look," the demonic spider ghost king said. The female swordswoman shook her head forcefully and opened her eyes again. However, all the children had disappeared before they met. However, Yi Feiyang's chest had burst into a bloody hole and was looking at her in disbelief. "Feiyang!" The female swordswoman was shocked. Fresh blood gushed out of Yi Feiyang's mouth and he said, Don't mind. I don't blame you." "Ah!" The female swordswoman was annoyed. She raised her head to the sky and roared angrily. Her long hair danced in the air like a female demon. After roaring angrily, she lowered her head abruptly, and her expression became gloomy and cold. She said coldly, "No one else is waiting, retreat." No one knew what she was going to do. Xianxia, just to be on the safe side, quickly retreated a distance away like everyone else. "How is it?" The demonic spider ghost king said, "What can you do to me?" The female swordswoman gritted her teeth and squatted on the ground with one leg. She clasped her fingers together, grabbed the edge of the sword, and slashed down abruptly. Chi! The blade of the sword sliced open her palm, and blood dripped down the blade. At the same time, the sword suddenly shone. The murderous intent in the eyes of the female swordswoman was determined. She coldly shouted, "Seed stars! The stars have fallen." Countless stars appeared in the sky. A star actually pierced through the sky and fell to the ground. Immediately after was the 2nd, 3rd, 10th, 100th. The stars fell. The speed became faster and faster. In the end, all of them reached the speed of light and smashed into the ground fiercely. The countless stars had fallen, and the scene could be described as magnificent. These stars turned into a rain of light and landed on the ground, creating countless craters. Even Xianxia was shocked by this scene. The continent had been strengthened by several ghost kings and divine Yang Peak experts. After a shower of light, all the hallucinations disappeared. The ground was covered in specks of light. On the trees, on the rocks, on the flowers, everything was shrouded in a rain of light. The demonic spider ghost king stood not far away, his entire body flickering with countless spots of light. He looked at the female swordswoman in despair and disbelief, and suddenly said anxiously, "No! Wait! Explode!" The female swordswoman mercilessly clenched her right hand into a fist. Rumble, 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 rumble. The land, trees, stones, and even the air exploded. The starlight illuminated the entire demon-ceiling abyss. Without any resistance, the demonic spider ghost king was blasted into thin air, leaving no trace of the elementium particles behind. The female swordswoman stood up with a cold face. She waved her long hair and suddenly looked in the direction of the purgatory gate, saying, "Come again!" One of the ghost kings who had yet to appear on the stage was already extremely pale. Crazy. This woman is simply crazy. At the scene, there were only 4 remaining Ghost Kings, and 2 of them were the judges who had lost the battle earlier, the Ghost King and the Red Devil King. The last 2 that didn't show up were the Luoshang Ghost King and the Oxhead Ghost King. We really can't provoke her. The Wind Chaser shook his head and said, "It's unwise to make Star Treading angry. In her berserk state, she has strength bonus. Even I have to retreat 3 points from Star Trampling in this state." The ox-headed Ghost King twisted his neck and prepared to enter the arena. Unexpectedly, the Luoshang Ghost King appeared in front of him without warning and said, "Step back. You can't beat her." The ox-headed Ghost King said, "How can we know the outcome of a battle if we don't fight?" Luoshang said expressionlessly, "I told you, you are no match for her." The ox-headed Ghost King opened his mouth and retreated back with hatred. At this moment, the female swordswoman finally became excited. Her eyes shone brightly and she said, "It's finally your turn, Luoshang. Do you know that I have been longing for this moment all day long?" The Luoshang Ghost King hugged his saber and said indifferently, "You are not bad. You are qualified to be my loser." The female swordswoman laughed heartily. "It's too early to say that." The Wind Chaser shook his head and said, "Star-stepping. You can choose to admit defeat when necessary." The female swordswoman said angrily, "Even you said that?" The Wind Chaser said, "It's not that I look down on you. I really understand Luoshang's abilities." The female swordswoman curled her lips and said, "Stop spouting nonsense. Come and fight." The Luoshang Ghost King's expression was calm as he said, "You can attack first. Within 3 moves, if you can force me to retaliate, then you will win. Blow your own trumpet." The female swordswoman immediately jumped into the flying star, and the 7 flying stars moved around the Ghost King Luoshang at the speed of light. It was still that shocking move. The 7 flying stars were incomparably chaotic and irregular. It was unknown which one of them would jump out of the female swordswoman. The Luoshang Ghost King was still as calm as water. In fact, his line of sight did not have a focal point. Instead, it was usually a faint front, as if he was looking at the distant sky, or as if he was not looking at anything. His expression was most aptly described by a single word, and it was more like he was in a daze. Suddenly, a female swordswoman appeared from a flying star. Almost at the same time, Ghost King Luoshang's face was expressionless and his right hand slightly waved. Clang! The black saber swiftly stabbed back and blocked the sword strike of the female swordswoman. The tip of the sword hit the blade. "What?" Female swordswoman's expression changed. She had already been hit by a flight, sucking her in and jumping out of another flight. The flying star light moved quickly, and the female swordswoman almost didn't waste time jumping in and out. Her shadow flashed out from the various flying stars, and sword lights continuously attacked from all directions. She was completely irregular and had no gaps at all. The Luoshang Ghost King was still in a daze, his face expressionless as he waved his right hand like a shadow. Clang, 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 clang. Every saber blocked every sword. Not a single sword had been omitted. The female swordswoman was shocked. She raised her sword and didn't know how to do it. "Do you know what the highest form of judgment is?" Luoshang said expressionlessly. "See with your eyes? Hear with your ears? Perception? Or use your sixth sense?" "Neither." The Luoshang Ghost King shook his head and said, "What I used is the conditioned reflex that a martial artist has accumulated from countless battles. Actually, I don't know where you jumped from, but my muscles, my body, I know." When you were prepared to use your judgment to determine the direction of the enemy's attack, you had already lost, because judging requires time, while conditional firing is not required. The Luoshang Ghost King moved to Xinlai and looked at the female swordswoman indifferently. "I have been fighting all my life, day, night, and even in my dreams. From the moment I stepped into the martial arts world, I never stopped. I was constantly injured. Every day, only the stench of blood and wounds accompanied me. At that time, my injuries never fully healed. It wasn't because my healing ability wasn't strong enough, but because I already had new injuries before my old injuries healed. But gradually, the number of times I get hurt is getting fewer and fewer. Luo Shang pointed at the other ghost kings and said, I don't have the ability to work with ghosts and axes like them, nor do I have martial skills like yours that are at the peak of perfection. But I can become the Luo Shang Ghost King because I have experienced hundreds of battles, because I am a pure martial artist. I only have one faith, that is, the saber in my hand, and my faith in fighting. You are one level inferior to me, the female swordswoman said angrily. Don't boast to me here. You can scare others, but it's not that simple to scare me. As she spoke, the female swordswoman pointed at the sky and the 7 flying stars flew into the air, forming a Big Dipper shape. Yi Feiyang and Jue Fengzhe were shocked at the same time. Yi Feiyang said anxiously, No, you still need 200 years to reach the great perfection stage of this move. Right now, your body will not be able to withstand it for too long. So what? If we can defeat the Ghost King of Luoshang, then we will be dead, and we will die without regrets, the female swordswoman said unconcernedly. Isn't this the ultimate pursuit of all of us martial artists? Yi Feiyang's expression was still painful, but he no longer stopped the female swordswoman. He knew what a martial artist's faith was. Then, the female swordswoman waved her right hand and said, Luo Shang, do you think your body's reaction ability is invincible in the world? Then let's compete. Is it because your conditioned reflex is stronger, or is it because my invincible judgment is better? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 flying stars descended from the sky and sank into the body of the female swordswoman. These flights entered from above her head and lit up from the surface of her body, forming a Big Dipper diagram on the surface of her body. At this moment, the aura that the female swordswoman gave off was completely different. She was no longer sharp and exposed, but stood there silently like a dead person. The serpent said, This woman's vitality signs are starting to become chaotic, but she should still be able to last for a short period of time. If she exceeds that time, her vitality will probably collapse and lead to death. At this moment, Xiangnan's final rehearsal of the chapter on light had also ended. He perfectly modified the chapter of light so that the incantation was completely applicable to him, applicable to all of his characteristics and martial arts characteristics. Next was the process of remodeling the spiritual sea. At the same time, the structure of the meridians needed to be adjusted accordingly. Xiangnan knew that the latter steps were really not that simple. Unless everyone cooperated with him, he would only need someone to disturb him and he would not be able to succeed. He straightened his heart and immediately said, Right now, I want to cultivate a new qi refining technique. However, this technique requires me to change my spiritual sea and even the overall structure of my meridians. My current meridian structure is not enough to control new qi, but any martial technique can't change the shape of my meridians, so I have to use artifact refining methods to refine myself. In the next period of time, I will not be able to complete any movements, nor will I be able to participate in any battles. If you want to sneak attack me, I will have to die passively. But the powerful enemy I'm talking about should be coming soon. I can vaguely sense this. Are you going to kill me or join me in fighting them? I'll leave the choice to you, but I won't stop what I have to do. After saying that, Xiangnan threw out a Saint-grade equipment refining furnace and jumped into it. Xiangnan's words shocked everyone. Change the spiritual sea, change the meridian structure? In order to adapt to the brand new artifact forging technique? This kind of thing had never been heard of before. It was just too fantastic. However, when they saw Xiangnan enter the smelting furnace, it didn't seem like he was messing around. Everyone's expressions became solemn. Inside the smelting furnace, Xiangnan had already released an eternal flame to burn himself. My meridians are already pure nether gold, so refining them will be more than 10 times easier, Xiangnanshin said. The serpent said, But your meridians must be reconstructed at the same time as the spiritual sea. Otherwise, your meridians will not be able to match the spiritual sea. That's why I need your help. After I destroy my spiritual sea, all the divine lightning in my body will enter a state of silence. I can no longer control them, Xiangnan said. But I still need the eternal flame to help me. Then I'll leave it to you. Whether I succeed or not depends on you, Big Snake. The serpent said, Don't worry. I'll control the yang flame divine lightning. Just let me know how much heat you need. I can adjust it at any time. Xianxia nodded. He took a deep breath and drew a beam of eternal flame into his body to burn his spiritual sea. At the same time, he removed his protection of his spiritual sea. In an instant, the incomparably powerful spiritual sea began to burn. His meridians also withered, turning into segments of broken nether gold. The next step was to reshape his spiritual sea and meridians. Xianxia had used artifact forging techniques to achieve his goal. However, because he had lost his spiritual sea and meridians, he only had the means to forge weapons, but he had lost the energy to forge weapons. As for this, he needed the help of the Great Snake to control the flames and assist Xianxia. The entire process was very complicated and difficult. Not only did it test Xianxia's skill in forging weapons, it also tested the cooperation of the Great Snake and Xianxia. The two of them had been together day and night and had participated in countless battles together. At this moment, it was the greatest test of their tacit understanding. Begin. Xianxia didn't say anything more. He only said in his heart, Give me 30% of the flame. After 10 seconds, 30% of the flame will be turned into 50% of the flame. At that time, the spiritual sea will completely disappear and shrink back into your dantian. At the same time, you will have to convert the flames into 10% because your dantian will not be able to withstand the intense flames. In the future, I need to stimulate my dantian with an extremely fierce flame for a period of time, but not for too long. Therefore, you have to turn the power of the eternal flame from 10% to 90%. It will only last for 1.5% of a second. Then 90% will quickly turn 70%, 70% to 80%, 80% to 60%, 67%, 75%, 50%, 50%, 60%, 64%, 40%. By analogy, the fire has been suppressed back to 10%, but it cannot be accomplished overnight. We need to proceed step by step. It takes 1,000th of a second for 9 revolutions, 3,000ths of a second for 7 revolutions, 1,000th of a second for 8 revolutions, 7 revolutions for 6 revolutions. Xianxia said calmly. Big Snake carefully remembered that the process, duration, and interval of each flame transformation had to strictly obey Xianxia's requirements. A single mistake would cause all the following steps to deviate and eventually lead to a loss of 1,000 kilometers. The most troublesome thing was that Xianxia's request for the fire conversion process had not been progressively reduced. It is a reciprocating cycle of lowering, increasing, decreasing, and increasing. This was very difficult. The control of time, the accuracy of fire control, and the requirements had reached an unbelievable level. When they started cultivating, the female swordswoman and Luoshang Ghost King did not stop outside. The two of them were ready to fight. A flash of light flashed through the eyes of the female swordswoman, and she appeared to be in an unprecedented state of calm. Luoshang Ghost King also sensed this. He nodded slightly and said, Not bad. Very clever method. The female swordswoman took a deep breath and said, This is called the silence of the soul. When a person is calm enough, his perception of the outside world will become purer. Right now, in my senses, everything in this world is in my perception, including the speed of the wind, the growth of trees, and even the alternation of laws. Luoshang, there is no movement that can escape my perception. How can you beat me like this? After saying that, the female swordswoman immediately raised her sword and rushed towards the Luoshang Ghost King. The Luoshang Ghost King raised his hand and saw a black blade light. The female swordswoman was also a ray of starlight. The two rays of light collided and exploded, canceling each other out. Yifeyang said, Judging from the current situation, if one were to simply compare the strength of the Dipper Chi, then star trampling actually did not belong to Luoshang. The Wind Chaser nodded. Luoshang's most formidable skill is not his astral chi, but his combat ability. The female swordswoman rushed in front of Luoshang. She suddenly thrust her sword towards Luoshang and stabbed at the space between Luoshang's eyebrows. On the other hand, Luo Shang did something that surprised all the martial artists, and that was to counterattack simultaneously. Synchronize. When any enemy attacked a martial artist, they only needed a martial artist to retaliate. This retaliation itself meant that they were a step behind. We must make a judgment based on the direction of the enemy's attack and make a judgment on the counterattack route. However, Luo Shang did not experience this. When the female swordswoman attacked, Luo Shang also attacked together. But he wasn't attacking, he was counterattacking. This was too terrifying. Using a metaphor, one could see how difficult it was to do this. It's a complete stranger to you who walks up to you and speaks randomly. What you need to do is to talk to this person at the same time without any discussion. Furthermore, you have to say exactly the same thing as him. He said that it was raining today, and you should also say that it was raining today. Moreover, you must say it at the same time. The voices of two people cannot be recognized as two people. To be heard, one person must be treated as speaking. This requires an astonishing synchronization rate. But this is practically impossible in theory. But Luo Shang realized it. The female swordswoman attacked 17 times in a row, while Luo Shang blocked 15 times. Only 2 swords scratched Luo Shang's skin, leaving behind 2 bloody marks. This was already incomparably shocking. The female swordswoman became excited and said, "Your reaction to the conditions is indeed very powerful, but it is absolutely impossible to achieve absolute error-free. You will still be defeated by me." Both of them were extremely fast. The 2 of them had already reached a ball of light. The 2 shadows flashed randomly in the air, and the sounds of swords colliding endlessly could be heard. Within a second, Luo Shang attacked the female swordsman 136,889 times in a row. The female swordswoman relied on the silence of her soul to catch them all. On the other hand, the female swordswoman took the time to counterattack Luo Shang 33 times. 5 hits. After the 2 quickly fought, they quickly separated, and Luo Shang had 5 more sword wounds on his body. The remaining Ghost Kings were all shocked. One of them said, "My God! This is too unbelievable. Luo Shang's battle consciousness is absolutely incomprehensible. This woman can actually hurt Luo Shang. Luo Shang, did you hear that? Even your own people have said that. It's impossible for you to defeat me." The female swordswoman laughed loudly after hearing what others said. Luo Shang's entire body was bleeding. One of the most serious wounds was the one pierced through his left lower abdomen by the female swordswoman. The female swordswoman did not give Luo Shang time to heal her injuries. She did not possess sword intent and was unable to seal off other people's wounds. The 2 of them had just separated when they immediately rushed towards Luo Shang. But strangely, the female swordswoman did not have time to recover, and Luo Shang did not seem to have any intention of healing her injuries. When the female swordswoman rushed forward, Luo Shang had already begun to counterattack. "What do you think?" Yi Feiyang asked. The Wind Chaser sighed and said, "At this moment, the Star Trampler has already surpassed me at my peak state. As for Luo Shang and I, we can have a 50-50 fight. It's about 4.8 for me and 5.2 for Luo Shang. In this battle, if Luo Shang is unable to break through his limits, he will definitely lose to Star Trampler. But the price Ta Xing has paid for this is too severe. No matter who wins this battle and who pays for it, she will die because she is unable to withstand the silence of her soul. Using one's life to increase one's strength over a period of time. You know, I've always been the one who wasn't favored by others." Suddenly, Luo Shang, who was in battle, said this. The 2 of them clashed fiercely. Luo Shang was struck by another sword strike and his body slid backwards. He held his left hand on the ground and raised his head slightly. His gloomy eyes stared at the female swordswoman. The 2 of them immediately clashed and continued to engage in an unimaginable and terrifying battle. "What are you talking about?" During the battle, the female swordswoman asked. The 2 of them were still engaged in a fierce battle. Luo Shang said, "From childhood until now, I have no outstanding perception and outstanding talent. Not only does my family treat me as a burden, even my sect has never valued me. I'm different from all of you. All of you who can advance to such a realm are geniuses with outstanding talent. One person is more than 10,000 people. As for me, I am the poor student that everyone says I am." Luo Shang was struck back by a sword strike, and a new sword wound appeared on his left shoulder. This sword wound was deeply visible to the bones. He licked his lips and didn't even look at the wound. "My aptitude is extremely poor," he said. "I have a very simple beginner-level martial skill. Other people may need 3 days to comprehend it, and 3 months to cultivate it. Genius, it may only take 3 hours to comprehend and 30 days to complete. But after 3 months, even if a person with medium talent has successfully practiced it, I am still unable to comprehend the meaning of the incantation." The female swordswoman shouted loudly, her entire body wrapped in 7 spirals of starlight sword light, rushing towards Luo Shang. Luo Shang barely managed to block the 7 swords, but he was increasingly unable to withstand the crazed attacks that followed. His injuries caused inconvenience to his movements. Everyone could see that Luo Shang was in Vietnam at this moment, and his health was getting worse. The female swordswoman, on the other hand, grew more and more excited as she fought, becoming more and more rhythmic. It could be seen that Luo Shang had no intention of showing mercy at all. He used his full strength, but was still unable to withstand all the attacks of the female swordswoman. However, he didn't seem to care about this. He was still talking to himself. When someone else used a brand new martial skill and went to participate in the sect competition, I still couldn't figure out what this martial skill was talking about. I can only stand in the audience and watch those senior brothers and juniors of the same age, even younger than me, fight. Through their battles, I can deepen my understanding of martial skills. There has never been any applause or applause. It once belonged to me. Being outstanding geniuses, martial brothers, receive master's praise and reward. When they got a good result in the sect competition, when they welcomed the flowers and applause, I was always the unknown person who stood in a dark corner and silently watched their back. I am a person without a sense of existence. I have even studied in the sect for 7 or 8 years, but few people have ever realized my existence. I'm such a person. I'm not outstanding, and I don't attract attention." The female swordswoman slashed Luo Shang back with her sword and shouted, "You want to tell me that it's you? This stupid thing? Ha! Are you treating me like an idiot? I don't know what tricks you're playing, but I won't be affected by any mental energy." Luo Shang licked the blood on the edge of the knife, but he could tell that there was a trace of excitement on his face. He twisted his neck and immediately rushed towards the female swordswoman. Later on, I realized that not only was I not a genius, on the contrary, I was inferior to ordinary people and could be said to be very stupid, he said. A martial skill that can be successfully practiced by others once, I usually need to practice it 100 or 1,000 times. That's why I found a path for stupid people. That is, continuously challenging experts and learning from battles. I don't have outstanding perception, but at least I have hands and feet. I can fight. I keep looking for experts to challenge me. Once I fail, I'll challenge you 10 times. 10 failures. I'll challenge you 100 times. As the two of them separated, dozens of sword wounds appeared on Luo Shang's legs. His legs were twisted into a mess of flesh and blood, and his mobility declined once again. Luo Shang, however, remained unmoved. He actually took the initiative to find the female swordsman to launch another attack. Others can always learn from their own failures after a single defeat, he said. After improvement, they can rise to a higher level. But I, even so stupid, am unable to sum up my lessons. I lost, but I don't know why I failed. I don't know what I should do to avoid this failure. I have no choice. I can only go through more challenges. Like an ignorant fool, I challenge experts again and again. In the eyes of others, I am simply a madman. At this point, Luo Shang tore off his robe. This time, everyone was shocked. What kind of body was that? It was truly indescribable. It could be said that Luo Shang's naked upper body was almost completely wounded. Old wounds are covered with new ones, and new ones are covered with new ones. His entire naked upper body was a scarred body, without a single inch of intact skin. It was like a twisted and ferocious monster built from scars. Luo Shang said calmly, "I can heal my injuries and smooth my wounds and scars, but I didn't do so. I know I don't have that much time. Every time I fail and get injured, I only recover 60 to 70% of my injuries. I start challenging the experts who defeated me again. Since I can't sum up my shortcomings through experience and lessons, I'll let my body remember the feeling of failure and being injured. My lifelong goal is not to suffer the same injuries twice on the same body part." The female swordswoman kicked Luo Shang to the ground. He fiercely bombed the ground, blasting open a huge crater that was 10 kilometers in radius. Luo Shang struggled to stand up from the center of the crater. He vomited a mouthful of blood and said, "Even today, I have not been able to complete this goal. But I'm already very close. I have always been very inferior. Even when others said I was a fool, I believed them." The other martial artists are constantly searching for their own path of ascension. They are constantly improving themselves and pushing themselves to a higher level. But I, who am inferior, do not dare to have such extravagant thoughts. I just look at their back with envy. I do not dare to hope to improve myself. I just hope that I can make up for my shortcomings and shortcomings. I am already very satisfied. You definitely don't understand this feeling of disappointment. I have no choice. I can only force myself not to stop. Others become stronger through ascension, while I become stronger through self-denial over and over again, by making up for my stupid mistakes. At this moment, everyone was shocked to discover that the frequency of Luo Shang's injuries had actually started to decrease. However, the battle prowess of the female swordswoman did not decrease. This meant that Luo Shang was getting stronger. Luo Shang licked the blood on the corner of his lips and said, "I am in this kind of inferiority complex, constantly denying myself, regardless of the price, regardless of the number of times I challenge an expert. After failing time and time again, my body gradually remembered the feeling of being beaten, the feeling of being injured, and the angle and direction others used to cut wounds on my body. Gradually, I actually started to win. I didn't drag my scarred and dying body back to my dwelling and lick my wounds by myself. The next day, I set off again at dawn. I have never experienced what it means to be proud. I trampled on my self-esteem and crushed it. I told myself that I did not need this kind of thing. I was not afraid of the ridicule that would follow failure. Even if I lose 1,000 challenges, I will still be satisfied if I only need to win once. I was living in self-denial, but gradually I began to win. Until one day, I suddenly discovered that I had defeated all the opponents in the sect. I actually lost my goal of challenging you. Looking at the sect, no one is qualified to stand in front of me anymore. That's why I left the sect and began to search for new enemies in the wider world." Upon hearing this, everyone, including Xianxia, was moved and felt a shock from the depths of their souls. Clang! A loud explosion shook the heavens. Luo Shang blocked the fatal attack of the female swordswoman. "You blocked it!" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The female swordswoman's pupils contracted as she cried out in shock, "Impossible! This sword strike can definitely hit you. You can't catch it." The Luo Shang Ghost King's eyes flashed with excitement, but there was still no smile on his face. Perhaps this was closely related to his childhood experiences. "I have never enjoyed the joy of victory," said Ghost King Luo Shang, "because every time I defeat an enemy, I know that there are even more powerful people waiting for me. At this moment, they can easily trample me under their feet. I'm not a genius. I can only use the stupidest method to slowly become stronger." Luo Shang's backhand slash sent the female swordsman flying, and then his body turned into a beam of residual light. The female swordswoman's pupils contracted as she said, "I feel it." She accurately blocked Luo Shang's attack. However, this saber strike was actually wrong. It did not follow the direction that the female swordswoman had judged. With a whoosh, this saber struck the female swordswoman's collarbone, sending her flying horizontally. He was injured. The female swordswoman was injured for the first time after using her soul silence. How is this possible? The female swordswoman covered her wound and angrily said, "My judgment will never go wrong. This saber strike shouldn't be like this." Luosheng finally revealed a faint smile. "You didn't listen to me seriously. I said before, I don't summarize the experience of failure. I just let my body remember the feeling of injury. I don't even know how I released that saber. It's my body, regulating itself. I don't judge. I only attack." "I don't believe it." The female swordswoman's eyes turned red as she angrily said, "This must be a coincidence." After saying that, she frantically attacked Luosheng. However, every attack she launched was perfectly blocked by Luosheng. Not a single mistake. Moreover, Luosheng began to retaliate. From this moment onwards, it was no longer Luosheng's passive defense, but Luosheng's main attack, and the female swordswoman had no choice but to defend. Gradually, the female swordswoman was unable to withstand all Luosheng's attacks. She started to get injured incessantly, and the number of times she was injured was constantly accumulating. From the moment she was able to be struck by one blade within 100 blades of Luosheng, to the moment she was struck by 2 blades, 3 blades, and 5 blades within 100 blades of Luosheng. This scene was simply unimaginable. Luosheng was clearly severely injured and was about to run out of strength. But he was actually getting more and more capable of fighting. Finally, after that female swordswoman was struck 3 times in a row, she fell and flew out. Luosheng, who followed closely behind her, stomped on her feet. The female swordswoman was disheartened and her face was ashen. His Yi Feiyang and the others all felt their scalps go numb. The wind chaser sighed. "He has risen again. If I were to fight him now, I'm afraid it would be 20 to 80 years old. Even the silence of my soul would not be able to stop this battle madman." Luosheng stepped on the shoulder of the female swordswoman and said, "Someone said that talent is very important. There are some things that can't be accomplished through pure effort, so you have to cooperate with a good talent. But I have to say, those who say such words are all cowards. They are the ones who are trying to find a reason for their failure. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished through hard work. If there is, then it is not hard enough. I didn't learn this skill. Called. This is the difference between you and me." With that, Luosheng loosened his foot. The female swordswoman felt insulted and angrily said, "Kill me. If you win, why don't you give me a decent way to die? I don't want to live in this world in disgrace. Death is the respect you should give me." Luosheng shook his head and said, "I have no interest in killing people weaker than myself. In my eyes, you no longer exist. My only purpose in fighting with others is not to kill them, but to injure them and make up for my shortcomings." At this point, everyone was filled with respect. This was a pure martial artist, someone worthy of everyone's respect. The remaining ghost kings were also silent. They were the ones Luosheng had mentioned, talented and extremely perceptive. They had all sorts of unexpected methods, as well as their own terrifying genres. However, Luosheng did not have these. He did not need a sect, nor did he need new methods. He only needed to understand how to defeat his enemies. It was also at this moment that the female swordswoman lost all her fighting spirit. She had failed. As her willpower relaxed, the side effects of silence came out. Her body began to disintegrate, and her life structure collapsed. "Red Devil, save her," Ghost King Luosheng said indifferently. "But..." The Red Demon King hesitated for a moment. "She killed so many of our companions." I said, save her." Luosheng narrowed his eyes. The Red Devil King immediately nodded and said, all right, I'll save you. Fuck off. I don't need anyone to save me. Let me die." The female swordswoman shouted angrily. Luosheng looked at the female swordswoman and said, "I didn't ask him to save you because I felt sorry for you, but because I thought you were a good opponent. You still have room for development. If a single failure makes you feel ashamed, then you are not worthy of being my opponent. You do not even have the courage to face failure." The female swordswoman was stunned. At this moment, she suddenly recalled the story Luo Sheng had told her. The Red Devil King hurriedly rushed forward and pressed down on the shoulder of the female swordswoman with one hand, injecting an endless stream of red light into her body. However, there was no Red Devil King in the eyes of the female swordswoman. She only stared at Luo Sheng in surprise. Yi Feiyang anxiously assisted Red Devil at the side. He took out his precious medicinal pills and spiritual herbs and gave them to the female swordswoman to eat. Luo Sheng said, "You all think that martial Dao is winning, but I say that martial Dao is not letting you lose again. Zhui Feng, you're the only one left." The Wind Chaser smiled bitterly and shook his head. "The current me is no longer your opponent." "So?" Luo Sheng asked. "If you are not an opponent, then you will not fight. If you look at the battle so superficially, then where is the truth of the existence of martial arts?" These words deeply pierced Xiang Nan's heart. Xiang Nan was also such a person. He had always faced enemies that he could not defeat. But every time he was able to solve it, he defeated someone stronger and higher than him. Now, Xiang Nan himself did not know why this was happening. However, after meeting Luo Sheng, he finally understood. Martial arts is such a wonderful art. It is not stronger than others because there will always be people stronger than you. It was because the weak defeated people who were stronger than them through their own methods. This process was the most valuable. It was also this feeling of winning with the weak that constantly drove martial artists to jump into the river of martial arts one after another, devoting their lives to it without hesitation. Thanks to the Red Devil King's efforts, the female swordswoman was finally saved. However, she completely lost her sharpness. Instead, the first thing she did after she stood up was to walk in front of Luo Sheng and deeply bow to him. At this moment, there was only a plain devotion on her face, a devotion to martial arts. Her disdain for the weak, her arrogance towards her own strength, could no longer be found in her body. At this moment, she had transformed. Respect for each of his enemies was the most basic quality an expert should possess. "You are weaker than me, I will not ridicule you, because I do not know when you will suddenly be stronger than me. You are stronger than me, I will not be afraid of you because one day you will be able to feng shui rotation." Xiang Nan sighed in his heart. If Bai Wuya was a grandmaster who pioneered martial arts and created the modern stream of consciousness, he represented martial arts techniques and methods. This Luo Sheng definitely represented the purest martial arts. His attainments in martial arts were already comparable to Bai Wuya's. If someone in this world could truly be invincible, then Xiang Nan would only recognize two, one Bai Wuya and one Luo Sheng. These were the two people that Xiang Nan truly admired from the bottom of his heart. This trip to time really wasn't in vain. That allowed me to experience Luo Sheng's elegant demeanor. Xiang Nan thought. In the end, the Wind Chaser did not challenge Luo Sheng. The answer he gave was irrefutable, because his obsession with victory was far inferior to Luo Sheng's. When a person's obsession with victory was inferior to his own enemy, then any battle would be meaningless. Luo Sheng turned around and walked in front of the Saint-grade equipment refining furnace. He held onto his saber and said, "You? When are you coming out?" Inside, Xiang Nan only had his own thoughts, but he was unable to speak. "You want to fight Xiang Nan?" Yi Feiyang asked in surprise. "Why?" "He is only at the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation. He is not at our level at all." If it was before, Yi Feiyang was too lazy to ask, would the people from the Purgatory Gate still need a reason to kill? But now, he knew that Luo Sheng was not this kind of person. Luo Sheng wanted to fight, absolutely not just to kill others and get rid of his own future troubles. He is a person who likes to have trouble in the future. Luo Sheng looked at the smelting furnace and said, "Because only he has the qualifications to compete with me. Before fighting any of you, I knew that I would definitely win, including the Star Treader. My final victory can be predicted. But with Xiang Nan, this is the first time I've lost this kind of confidence. And this kind of uncertainty makes my blood boil." Everyone was dumbfounded. The female swordswoman said, "Xiang Nan? Is he really that powerful?" Luo Sheng said, "I touched his saber, so I know. Xiang Nan, if you need a realm, I can give you time to advance to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. If you need a good weapon, I can help you find all the materials you need. No matter what you need, I will help you find them. All you need is for you to be able to fight me in the end. At this point, I can no longer find an opponent in all planar universes between heaven and earth. This feeling is undoubtedly a disaster for me. That's why I need a new target, an enemy that I can't defeat, to push me forward. You are this person. Little Sparrow stood on the top of the cauldron and put his finger on his lips. Shoo, I feel like he's here. I can wait. Luo Shang held the saber in his arms and sat in front of the smelting furnace, like a silent sculpture. The divine Yang Peak had already been completely routed. Originally, everyone had given up and prepared to leave. However, seeing Luo Shang's actions, the 3 divine Yang Peak's sword heroes stopped again. They were also looking forward to that fatal battle. But at this moment, there was a commotion in the distance. Originally, there were still millions of martial artists competing for the entrance to the crossing sect, and intense astral energy battles were erupting everywhere. But now, the astral energy battlefields were extinguished without warning. This strange phenomenon also attracted the attention of the Purgatory Gate and the Divine Yang Peak. Suddenly, a large number of martial artists crazily fled from afar. Their goal was very clear. They were coming towards the Purgatory Gate and the Divine Yang Peak. If it had been an hour ago, all martial artists would not have been able to avoid these 2 experts. However, for some unknown reason, they had actually come to trap themselves. A large group of martial artists suddenly appeared. They flew over from the sky and descended onto the battlefield impatiently. Hurry, hurry! There's a strong enemy attacking. Divine Yang Peak, the fellows from the Purgatory Gate, quickly block them. They are massacring indiscriminately. This batch of martial artists numbered several thousand. They had just arrived when they shouted at the same time. They each spoke, causing a large number of voices to intertwine. They didn't know who to listen to. Immediately after, another batch of martial artists flew over. As they flew, their numbers were constantly decreasing, which meant that people were constantly dying. The Wind Chaser frowned slightly. Who killed people here? As he spoke, he heard a burst of void-piercing sounds. At the same time as the second batch of martial artists flew over, a human head surpassed them and directly fell onto the battlefield. Everyone focused their attention and saw that the human head actually belonged to the soaring demonic cat. Immediately after, heads flew over one after another. It was actually the group of people that Xianxia had encountered before, the sect master of lightning and lightning. Coming! Xianxia's heart sank. The martial artists were still flying over like crazy, seeking the protection of the Purgatory Gate and the Divine Yang Peak. Below them were 6 people wearing golden robes. These 6 people walked under the group of light, but they gave off a feeling that they were even taller and more majestic than the martial artists flying in the sky. This was a type of deterrence. Finally, the 6 of them arrived at the empty battlefield under the group light. The 2 people in front of him were Star Trace and Star Leaf, 2 great pseudogod experts. Xianxia felt that things were not good, but after sensing their realm, he heaved a sigh of relief. The Star Trace was still at the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation, but the Star Leaf had also reached the 7th level. If they had obtained a pure Tao heart, this was not a clear choice. It was best to raise the Star Trace to the 8th level, then her strength alone would be more effective than the 2-7 heavenly tribulations. However, they did. Xianxia had a premonition that the pseudogod could not absorb the pure Tao heart without restraint. After absorbing one, he had to wait for a period of time before absorbing the next. Ha 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 ha! The ox-headed Ghost King suddenly burst into laughter. Is this what Xianxia said? A powerful enemy? I thought it was terrifying. It turned out to be just a bunch of low-level fellows. The 2 strongest ones are only at the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation. The 6 pseudo-gods were expressionless, and they couldn't laugh at all. 10 false gods had chased after Xianxia, and 4 of them had already died. In addition to their hatred for Xianxia, they did not curse loudly at this moment. They were already very accomplished. Luo Shang turned around and looked at the 6 pseudo-gods. He said in a deep voice, "These 6 people are not simple." Star Trace looked at the smelting furnace and said, "I'm sure it's nearby, but I can't pinpoint the coordinates." Xianxia had already destroyed his spiritual sea and meridians, making it very difficult to trace the star. Star Trace's gaze swept across the smelting furnace as well, but she did not have any clear suspicions. She thought that it was just someone refining a weapon. She knew the eternal flame that was burning in the forging furnace. "He is willing to forge new weapons here," Star Tracer said. Xingyi frowned. "His armor is already very troublesome. Could it be that he has found an equally powerful weapon now? This is not possible." As he spoke, Xingyi walked towards a martial artist. He smiled and said, "Excuse me, do you know where Xianxia is?" There were still 21 hours left until the next time they jumped. There was plenty of time, so the fake gods weren't in a hurry this time. And the martial artist that was questioned happened to be Emperor Yuehua, who had intercepted Xianxia before. Emperor Yuehua and Patriarch Annihilation had formed a 7-man team to intercept the martial artists. Emperor Yuehua laughed. He glanced at the heads of Emperor Thunder and Lightning, the flying heavenly demon cat, and the others beneath his feet and said, "7th heavenly tribulation, killing these second-rate experts is pretty good. But do you think you can be so domineering here? That's a bit too naive." Xingyi calmly continued to keep a smile on his face and said, "Excuse me, do you know where Xianxia is?" Emperor Yuehua indeed did not know. In fact, apart from the Purgatory Gate and the Divine Yang Peak, no one else knew that Xianxia was inside the giant smelting furnace. Beside Emperor Yuehua, one of the other 6 great experts laughed loudly and said, "You?" Xingyi stretched out 3 fingers and made a choke throat shape, aiming at the expert's neck through the air and lightly twisting it. The warrior whose strength was similar to Emperor Yuehua's actually had his neck snapped apart. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Tens of thousands of martial artists simply didn't understand what had happened. Emperor Yuehua's expression suddenly became serious. He stretched out his finger and immediately shot out a strong aura towards Xingyi. Xingyi took a deep breath and blew out. Emperor Yuehua's Dipper Chi was actually blown away. This time, everyone was stunned. That pseudo-god could barely catch the saber light of Xianxia's Heavenly Tribulation 10th layer when he was at Heavenly Tribulation 6th layer. Now that he had reached the 7th level of the Heavenly Tribulation, his strength was even more unfathomable. "What? This why?" Emperor Yuehua's face was pale. He could not understand what was going on in this world. His aura was very strong. Even if he encountered an enemy stronger than him, his astral chi shouldn't be so weak, actually being blown away by someone. The female swordswoman and her group also narrowed their eyes. Xianxia is not spouting nonsense. Yi Feiyang clenched his teeth and said, "These people are really unimaginably strong." Xingyi said to Emperor Yuehua, "Last time, nothing more than 3 things. May I ask where Xianxia is?" Emperor Yuehua was scared and said, I don't know. I really don't know." Xingyi smiled and nodded. Then he raised his right hand and pointed at Emperor Yuehua with his index finger. Emperor Yuehua panicked. "I'm not lying. I really don't know where Xianxia is." Xingyi nodded. "I believe in you, so there is no need to save your life." With that, a bolt of lightning suddenly pierced through Emperor Yuehua's forehead. Xingyi turned around and faced forward. He spread out his hands and said, "Then, who knows where Xianxia is? Tell me you can live. Damn it, no matter how strong you are, how strong can you be? I will meet you." The ox-headed Ghost King shook his shoulders and rushed towards Xingyi. The man's body grew bigger and bigger, and 2 horns grew on his head, turning his entire body into a metallic luster. Purgatory, soul-roping hook. He tossed out a black chain in an illusory state. The chain was between existence and non-existence. It was in a vaporous state, but it had no material basis. At the front of the chain was a hook that resembled a sickle. When the chain appeared, all the martial artists present felt their souls tremble, as if they could be hooked away by the hook at any time. Excuse me. Facing the ox-headed Ghost King's attack, Xingyi did not seem to have any intention of retaliating. He still smiled faintly and said, "Do you know where Xiangnan is?" The hook pierced through the air with a whoosh, fiercely hitting Xing Ye's chest. What was amazing was that the hook did not need to touch Xing Ye's body, but directly rushed into his body. Success! The ox-headed Ghost King was overjoyed. He suddenly pulled the chain and roared, "Your soul belongs to me." But in the next moment he was stunned again. The hook was pulled back, but there was nothing on it. It didn't hook back into his soul. Why? The ox-headed Ghost King was stunned. "You? Where is your soul?" Xingyi shook his head. He raised his finger and pointed it at the ox-head Ghost King, saying, "It seems like you won't say anything. Then die." Swoosh! A bolt of lightning pierced through the sky. Purgatory, seamless prison. The ox-headed Ghost King's metallic body suddenly became incomparably tough, and its defense reached an unbelievable level. Pa! The lightning struck the ox-headed Ghost King's forehead, sending him flying. A small crater was shattered on his forehead. Oh! Xingyi raised his eyebrows. He's actually not dead? Is there such a powerful martial artist in this era? However, all of the martial artists were stunned. That was the ox-head Ghost King, my god. Even he couldn't defeat these mysterious people. In an instant, many martial artists rose from the ground, wanting to escape. Star Trace stretched out his right hand and pointed at the sky with his fingers. "No one is allowed to leave until we find Xiangnan," he said. Purple lightning, heavenly lock. A purple bolt of lightning rose into the air and exploded again. The purple bolt of lightning spread out into a huge net of lightning, covering the space above its head. All of the martial artists who flew up in advance were caught off guard by the lightning layer, causing the smoke to dissipate and the jade to be damaged by the lightning. When the remaining martial artists saw this scene, they were all frightened to the point of falling back. "Damn it!" Yi Feiyang's expression changed slightly. "What kind of power is this?" At this moment, the ox-headed Ghost King jumped up from afar and began to roar furiously at Starleaf. This big fellow's defense was truly beyond imagination. But how effective could it be when facing a pseudo-god? Xingyi said, "Why didn't you lie down and pretend to be dead and take the initiative to die? I have no interest in you guys at all." The ox-head Ghost King roared, "Don't look down on people. I am also a match worth fighting against." Xingyi shook his head. "You really don't deserve it. Trust me. Apart from Xiangnan, in these countless planes, in the entire history, there is no one worthy of being killed by our god race." Roar! The ox-headed Ghost King jumped up and smashed its huge body towards Xingyi. Xingyi raised his right hand and blocked the charge of the ox-head Ghost King with a loud boom. The Ghost King's charge was incomparably powerful. When it collided, a fan-shaped shockwave appeared on both sides of Xing Ye's body. The shockwave swept the forest and the ground without a trace, creating a huge fan-shaped gap. However, Xing Ye didn't even take a step back and easily blocked it. The ox-headed Ghost King used all of his strength to push his head against the star leaf. He exerted so much strength that his eyes were bulging out. His eyes were bloodshot, and even the nostrils of the two oxen began to drip blood. Xingyi shook his head. He grabbed one of the horns with one hand and forcefully snapped it. Pa! The sturdy horn of the bull was broken on the spot, and the ox-head Ghost King was also twisted into a complete rotation. Xingyi raised his right hand and pointed it at the spinning ox-head Ghost King, saying, "Now you can die." Swoosh! A bolt of lightning shot out. At the same time, two shadows suddenly flashed. A streak of white light took the ox-headed Ghost King away, while a streak of black light blocked the lightning. At this moment, a warm cheer sounded from the crowd. The two top experts attacked at the same time. The Wind Chaser saved the ox-head Ghost King, and the one resisting the lightning was actually the famous Luoshang Ghost King. Luoshang held the black saber in both hands, and the intense lightning continued to strike his saber. However, Luoshang was such a powerful expert that he was constantly being pushed backwards. "Yo!" Xingyi clapped his hands and said, "Yes, I can actually block this even more powerful bolt of lightning attack." Then in this era, you should be the undisputed #1 expert in the world, right? Come, let me experience your skill. Luo Shang, you go back. The wind chaser quickly flashed back and stood in front of Luo Shang. He whispered, your injuries haven't healed yet. I'll fight him first. The origins of these people are unknown, and their power systems are different from ours. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. Find a way to buy time for Xiangnan. Luo Shang nodded and retreated into the distance. Faster! Faster! Xiangnan was anxious, but he wanted to force himself to remain calm and refine a brand new spiritual sea. At this time, he had already completed about half of his progress. According to this speed, it would take about 20 minutes for him to succeed. However, could those experts last for more than 20 minutes in the hands of the pseudo-god? It was very difficult. It was really difficult. Not even Xiangnan could do this. He was just stalling for time while running away. Sure. Xingyi stretched his muscles and bones and said, in that case, you should be stronger than that ox-headed monster. I have enough time to play with you today. The wind chaser immediately summoned a powerful holy light. He jumped up and shouted, Ascending dragon! A gigantic dragon of light rose from the ground and enveloped the wind chaser. He suddenly drew a broken line in the air and rushed towards Xianxia. What a strong aura! This was unprecedented in our generation. Xingyi nodded slightly. He crossed his hands in front of his chest and was struck by the holy light sword light. This sword strike was extremely powerful. It actually slashed the star leaf backwards. The other pseudo-gods all tilted their eyes slightly, surprised by the strength of the wind chaser. In that case, you are the #1 in the world. After Xingyi slipped more than 10 meters backwards, he patted the dust on his sleeve and said, how could this be? The wind chaser's heart pounded wildly. He had thought that these people were very powerful, but he didn't expect them to be so strong. Shenyang Peak, Heavenly Secret Sword. The wind chaser's dipper chi condensed into a gigantic sword light with a strange shape. This sword light actually possessed 3 different attributes. The front end was wind, increasing the speed of the sword light, the middle part was earth, increasing the strength of the shoulder, and the back end was fire, increasing the explosive power of the sword light. Coupled with his incomparable aura, this sword strike could be said to be the strongest attack in all previous battles. Xingyi was also shocked and said, what a powerful martial artist. However, this is still meaningless. Xingyi condensed the lightning into a huge fist, smashing the hacked sword light onto the ground fiercely, and smashing 3 fists at the sword light, shattering the sword light. Immediately after, Star Leaf pointed backwards. An unprecedentedly strong thunder and lightning finger instantly pierced through the wind chaser's ascending dragon defense shield and pierced through his stomach. This time, everyone was in despair. The wind chaser fell to the ground in pain, and the wound on his stomach was unable to heal. Yi Feiyang and the female swordswoman exchanged a glance before flying over to support the wind chaser. Yi Feiyang said, let's go together. The female swordswoman said, previously, Xiangnan said that they wanted to destroy the entire human race. Now, it seems that they have 80% credibility. Since that's the case, we can't fight them alone. Right now, what everyone was facing was no longer the question of who was stronger and who was weaker, but the battle for the survival of the entire human race. Come, come, come. Xingyi put his hands behind his back and said, better go together. I know that Xiangnan is the most soft-hearted person. I don't need to look for him. I just need to beat you all to death. He will definitely not be able to help but show himself. Your tone is so loud, but I wonder if you have the strength to match it. Yi Feiyang immediately squatted down and shouted, Broken Wind Slash. The female swordswoman controlled 7 flying stars and flew towards Xingyi. She unexpectedly jumped and moved amongst the flying stars, spotting spots on Xingyi's body at a speed that almost didn't consume any time. The wind chaser chopped out a fast light slash. The terrifying sword light threatened Star Leaf's path of retreat. The 3 experts of Divine Yang Peak attacked at the same time. No matter how powerful that Star Leaf was, it would not be able to dodge it. He only gave it a try and found that he could not dodge it, so he gave up. A sword mark appeared on the front, chest, and back of the star leaf at the same time. It was the power of the broken wind slash. 33 spots of light also appeared on Xianxia's body, which was the method of the female swordswoman. A shoulder that pressed down heavily hit the top of Starleaf's head, so hard that Starleaf could not dodge. It was the power of the wind chaser. Oh! Xingyi lowered his head and looked at his body that was almost cut in half. The female swordswoman jumped out of the flying star and shouted, "Seed star! Explode! Rumble, 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 rumble!" 33 spots of light exploded at the same time, blasting the star leaf into a sea of starlight, making it impossible to see people clearly. At the same time, the wind chaser's sword light also smoothly chopped down. This meant that Star Leaf was heavily injured, and his defensive power suddenly dropped. The sword light chopped Star Leaf's body in half. "Success!" Yi Feiyang said excitedly. However, before their smiles could fully bloom, they saw a figure leisurely walking out from the explosive power of the starlight ocean step by step. It was Xingyi. His entire body was completely unharmed. He had his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his face. He said, "This is the reason why we can't leave behind any future troubles for humans. You bunch of medicinal pills really have limitless potential." "How is that possible?" Just now, the female swordswoman was stunned. Everyone saw that Xianxia had been injured. Moreover, he had suffered 33 consecutive explosions, but why? In the midst of everyone's shock, Xingyi suddenly raised his hand and pointed. The thunder and lightning finger force brushed past the three of them. The three of them were stunned and hurriedly turned their heads to look, only to see that the Oxhead Ghost King had already been turned into a cloud of particles by the lightning. Xingyi said, "I told you he will die. As for you guys, it's the same." Xingyi walked towards the three of them with his hands behind his back and said, "You can't kill me. This means that you will undoubtedly die. This can't be a dream, right?" Yi Feiyang did not know how to express his shock. "I can't believe it. Why are there people in this world who can't be killed?" Zhui Feng's sword light was filled with sword intent. Just like the Red Devil King, a person with an almost immortal body would not be able to recover from being struck by the sword light. But now, the star leaf suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through Yi Feiyang at lightning-fast speed. "Feiyang!" The female swordswoman pounced over like crazy. She picked up Yi Feiyang and cried, "You can't die. You can't die. I haven't agreed to your pursuit yet. How can you abandon me and let me live alone in this world?" Yi Feiyang spat out a large mouthful of blood, but he smiled and said, "Great. So you've always understood my heart. Unfortunately, At this point, Yi Feiyang's body flew away like withered petals. These petals were shattered into powder in the air, and there was a small arc connecting each powder. Pong! In the embrace of the female swordswoman, Yi Feiyang shattered into a cloud of particles. The female swordswoman tried to pull Yi Feiyang back with her hands in vain, but all of this was meaningless. Not far away, a cluster of lightning landed on the ground and turned into a star leaf. He turned around to look at the other two and said, "Next is the two of you. You damn bastard. Awaya." The female swordswoman fell into a rage. She lowered her head and her combat strength soared. "Ah!" The female swordswoman howled angrily towards the sky. Her hair was actually growing. Her long hair was getting longer and longer, and was already fluttering all over the sky. Her entire body shone with starlight, her entire body resplendent like the stars. So powerful, the Luoshang Ghost King couldn't help but be moved, and said, "When she fought with me before, she had never reached such strength. I'll kill you." The female swordswoman leapt up and turned into a beam of starlight, shooting towards Xingyi. "White lightning, prison." The star trace jumped up and her right hand slid down. A white bolt of lightning descended from the sky, trapping the female swordswoman in a cage. Purple lightning electrolysis. Xingyi attacked at the same time, cooperating with the star trace's imprisonment. His body transformed into a beam of light, charging towards the light of the female swordswoman. The two beams of light collided and exploded at the same time. The female swordswoman was blasted into a cloud of particles and quickly disappeared. The star leaf's light was also blown away, and it also turned into a cloud of particles. But in the next moment, Star Leaf appeared intact. He flicked the dust on his shoulder and said, "It's actually on par with my strength. It's really not simple." Star Trace nodded. "Well, with human strength, she has already reached an unprecedented height." Everyone present was completely silent as they stared blankly at the unbelievable scene. "Xiangnan, aren't you coming out yet?" Xingyi spread out his arms and walked around on the ground, saying, "Aren't you the one who can't see innocent people being implicated by you? What about now? Why did you do it like a cowardly turtle? This isn't your style, Xiangnan. If you don't come out, I'll keep killing you." Not far away, a pseudo-god whispered in the ear of the Star Trace. "Still can't find Xiangnan? Is he hiding in a dream?" Star Trace shook his head and said, "I don't know. Maybe he learned some new concealment method." The pseudo-god whispered, "Then what should we do? Aren't we unable to find him?" "No, this concealment method should not be mature. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. But I can feel that he is nearby," the Star Tracer said. Inside the Saint Grade equipment refining furnace, Xiangnan was still changing his spiritual sea and meridians. The martial artist's spiritual sea was like a spinning nebula, spiraling like countless small stars circling a central point, spinning. But at this time, Xiangnan's spiritual sea had been destroyed and reconstructed, using light as the medium of communication. The brand new spiritual sea had gradually taken shape, and it was already like a star. From a closer look, it was more like the sun that humans were familiar with. Flames surged on the surface of this enormous spiritual sea, and the ring of prominence constantly rose and fell. As for his meridians, they had undergone strange changes that he couldn't even foresee. Normal meridians should be tree-shaped and spread throughout the body in the form of meridians. However, according to the meridians reconstructed in the passage of light, it increased the dimension from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions and then to dots. Star-like lights appeared on every part of Xiangnan's body. At this moment, Xiangnan's body was equivalent to a complete human-shaped universe. All the light in his body was like countless stars in the universe, shining under the illumination of a brand new, spiritual sea. At this stage, Xiangnan could simply use his own sun qi to refine his body, instead of relying solely on the eternal flame. When he used the sun qi, he discovered the wondrous use of this new type of cosmic meridians. Because every star represented the acupoints on his body and was directly illuminated by the spiritual sea, when he extracted the sun qi would appear on the stars and be released through his body. It was no longer the same as before. If it wanted to use its hands to release the Dipper Qi, it had to extract the Dipper Qi from its spiritual sea, pass through its meridians, and swim to its hands. Right now, as long as he was prepared to use his hand to release the true energy of the sun, the stars in his hand would immediately shine. This phenomenon was very similar to how planets reflected the light of stars. This saves a lot of energy and eliminates the transmission process. There was no need for him to perform any more pulling movements. The sun qi in his spiritual sea shone at a speed that exceeded the speed of light at every acupoint in his body at all times. From the transmission of his meridians, it directly turned into light. In this way, Xiangnan discovered that all the martial skills he had learned were incomparably simple. This was because his new meridian structure was a 3-dimensional cosmic diagram, and his entire body was a cosmic space. As for normal martial skills, they were mostly accomplished by different ways of moving the Dipper Qi in the meridians. But now, he no longer had to follow any path of astral Qi. It could be said that his entire martial Tao universe was a path that could be traveled, and there was no problem taking any path. For example, we walk in the wilderness mostly by the road, there are paths, there are roads, there are official roads. But now all roads were gone. Without roads, there would be roads everywhere. It's almost done. Xiangnan's heart was already starting to get excited. He said, "By a little more time and all the stars will be lit up. And my sun's spirit sea has completed 2/3 of it." Outside, The experts died one after another, even the powerful female swordswoman and Yi Feiyang died. At this moment, there were only two peak experts left. One was a wind chaser, and the other was the ghost king of Luosheng. The wind chaser suffered the most attacks. Although he was strong and hadn't died yet, he wasn't far from death. Only ghost king Luosheng remained silent as he sat beside the forging furnace. Xingyi arrived in front of the wind chaser. He smiled and said, "Xiangnan, if you don't come out, this person will die as well." A small fluctuation appeared in Xiangnan's heart. Luosheng sat on the ground with his back against the smelting furnace and said in his heart, "Don't move. You only have two choices. First, run out and die with us on impulse. Second, endure. Only we die and you killed these people. These two choices are easy to make." Xiangnan took a deep breath. "I can feel that you are changing, and this change is astonishing." The Luosheng Ghost King thought to himself, "Don't think that you owe us anything. If you weren't making history now, I wouldn't be willing to protect you. Therefore, I'm not doing it for you, but for the sake of martial arts." Seeing that Xiangnan still didn't react, Xingyi smiled and condensed a bolt of lightning in his right hand, wanting to point it at the wind chaser. Right at this moment, a black blade light sliced towards the ground and sliced off the wind chaser's head with a whoosh. "Zhuifeng, I think you should be able to forgive me." Luosheng's face was expressionless and his saber was sheathed. After a person's head was cut off, they still had a few seconds to live. The wind chaser's head was facing Luosheng Ghost King. He smiled and gave Luosheng Ghost King a thankful look before slowly closing his eyes. Qi Xingyi curled his lips and said, "Boring." He turned around and finally looked at Luosheng's Ghost King. Then he saw the smelting furnace behind Luosheng. "That smelting furnace is still burning," Xingyi said thoughtfully. "Does that mean that Xiangnan's forging process is still going on? What exactly is he refining? Let me see." As he spoke, Xingyi strode towards the smelting furnace. At this time, Luosheng Ghost King finally stood up from the ground. He pulled out his long saber and placed it horizontally in front of him. "You want to stop me too?" Xingyi said. "Didn't you see the deaths of those people before? I wonder what kind of benefits Xiangnan has given you to protect his smelting furnace so wholeheartedly." "I." Swoosh. Xingyi was pointing at Luosheng Ghost King's nose. But before he could meet, a black light flashed and Xingyi's finger was actually broken. On the other hand, a shallow bloody scar appeared on the blade of the Luosheng Ghost King. So decisive. Xingyi frowned slightly. He waved his hand and the severed finger miraculously recovered. He realized that this fellow in front of him was different from the previous ones. This person was not talkative, and he was calm and decisive in his actions. As long as he found a chance, he would immediately attack. He would definitely not let go of any opportunity that could injure the enemy. Xingyi said, "Looks like you've already decided to fight me." Luosheng did not say anything. He only lowered his head slightly. His eyes were incomparably cold, and there was a slight shaking in his eyes. Not far away, the Star Tracer said, "Stop talking nonsense. This person doesn't even hear what you're saying. Look at his eyes. He has already started to analyze the layout of the scene. I'm afraid that he is currently planning the attack route in his heart." When Luosheng was about to fight, whatever the enemy said was meaningless in his heart. And every action Luosheng took after that wasn't meaningless. Judging from his gaze, not only did he treat Starleaf as his enemy, he even treated the other 5 false gods as his imaginary enemies. Xingyi nodded and said, "Understood. I will make my move now." After saying that, the star leaf immediately turned into a cluster of lightning and flashed towards Luosheng at close range. This move was precisely the move to instantly kill Yi Feiyang and the female swordswoman. Everyone thought that Luo's life and death was decided. But in the end, Luosheng gently shook his body, and his saber was already standing in front of his chest. Luosheng, who was swaying sideways, happened to pass by the lightning. The edge of the lightning was still rubbing against the blade, making a series of sharp and ear-piercing sounds. A string of sparks flew into the sky, and after the lightning struck the sky, it landed on the ground, turning back into a star leaf. "You can dodge my attack?" Xingyi looked at Luo Shang in disbelief and said, "With your mortal body, you shouldn't be able to do this." "Not far away," Star Trace said. "Xingye, you're still talking nonsense. Take a good look at him. He's not looking at you at all. He's looking at me. He's ready to welcome all of us. He doesn't care about you at all." Xingyi was furious. The action that angered a proud martial artist the most was not to scold or ridicule him, but to show contempt for him from the depths of his heart. Xingyi was extremely angry. He immediately rushed forward and launched a series of continuous attacks at Luo Shang. However, what shocked everyone was that Luo Shang had avoided every attack from Star Leaf. After Xingyi stopped, he lowered his head to look and was instantly enraged to the point of thunder. There were actually 3 deep bone-visible knife wounds on his stomach. Not only did Luo Shang dodge all of Star Leaf's attacks, he even took the time to give him 2 slashes. Xing Ye's expression turned cold. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. Come, I rarely have the chance to use this move on the enemy. Now, it's your honor to witness a lightning miracle." After saying that, Xingyi raised his right hand and roared, "Blue lightning! The speed of light wraps around." With that, he suddenly turned into a ball of light. He didn't sprint, nor did he move at high speed. He just stood there and turned into light. Luo Shang's expression was also extremely grave. This was the most terrifying move he had ever encountered. Full package, speed of light. This was a completely different concept from the speed of light. The speed of light moved only by one person, reaching the speed of light while advancing as a whole. But now, the speed of light that the star leaf transformed into was all-directional, including every part of the body. The speed of movement of the fingers, the speed of twisting the waist, the speed of the mouth, ears, nose, tongue, any joints in the body, even the movement of the eyeball up, down, left, and right were all the speed of light. This was a terrifying ability that even Xianxia was unable to achieve. Therefore, the star leaf did not advance, but because his entire body was moving at the speed of light, it made him look like a ball of light. Immediately after, the star leaf charged towards Luo Shang with such a terrifying ability. There was no movement at all. After a person has completely turned into light, you will not be able to distinguish his fist, weapon, feet, and any other parts of his body, nor will you be able to see his attack path or his movement trajectory. Luo Shang was even more frightening. He actually tore off a black cloth and wrapped it around his eyes. He gave up sight. Under the gaping gazes of the crowd, Xingyi had definitely launched an attack, but no one could see what he was doing. On the other hand, Luo Shang quickly raised his saber to block, and used his saber to make a series of seemingly strange movements. Sometimes his saber stood upright in front of him, sometimes horizontally behind him, sometimes he suddenly slanted down, sometimes he suddenly changed his moves in the process of slashing down, and raised it horizontally above his head. Clang! 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 After a series of fierce collisions, Xingyi shouted, "This is impossible! All of them are blocked." Star Tracer and the rest of the pseudo-god's pupils contracted. The Star Tracer's eyes were cold as he said, "Such a human is truly too terrifying." Swoosh! A streak of black light flashed past, and the star leaf suddenly retreated, spraying out a string of red blood. Hit! Luo Shang actually hit Starleaf. Ah! Xingyi was furious, roaring loudly and spinning rapidly. Along with his rotation speed, a shower of meteors sprayed out with light, thunder and lightning fingers that were as dense as rain and impervious to the wind shot towards Luo Shang like a downpour. None of these lightning energies were something Luo Shang could withstand anymore. As long as Luo Shang was hit once, he would probably end up passing through his body. However, Luo Shang blindfolded his eyes and quickly swayed in place. The speed of his swaying was definitely not comparable to lightning finger force, but he actually dodged at a slow speed, dodging every single finger attack from Starleaf. Hoo! 10 tangled clusters of thick lightning rose from the ground. The lightning condensed into a huge lightning warhammer in the sky and smashed towards Luo Shang. Blue lightning, hammer of annihilation. That hammer was extremely fast.
When everyone looked up and saw the hammer stand up, the hammer had already struck the ground at the speed of light. But at the same time, Luo Sheng dodged the attack of the warhammer and sliced the star leaf 3 times in a row. 3 traces of blood soared into the sky. The star leaf rose from the ground and transformed into an arc of lightning as it charged towards Luo Sheng. In the sprint, it spun like a top of light, and countless attacks were completed in an instant. Luo Sheng quickly blocked the attack. He used a terrifying movement technique to pass through more than 90% of the attacks. He also used his long saber to block the last 10% of the attacks. The dense collision sound formed a straight sound line that could be heard endlessly. After this round of battles, Luo Sheng was still unharmed, but Xingyi had suffered 3 more fatal saber slashes. The light dissipated, and Xingyi appeared on the spot with a cold face. To everyone's surprise, this person still had no injuries at all. However, when he saw Luo Sheng earlier, he had hit him many times. Looking at Luo Sheng, everyone's hearts were heavy. The saber in Luo Sheng's hand was already cratered. Both sides of the saber had different degrees of concavity and protrusion. This was a heavy blow in the process of defense and attack. Xingyi said with a cold face, "I'll see how you deal with it." After saying that, the star leaf rose from the ground and launched a new round of intense attacks on Luo Sheng. Another endless collision rang out. After this time, Luo Sheng's saber was almost twisted into Twisted Twist. Not only was the blade covered in scars, even the blade's shape became twisted and bent. The first half of the saber had already bent nearly 90 degrees. A knife like this might not be picked up even if it was casually thrown by the roadside. Luo Sheng used his 2 fingers to caress his potholed blade with a faint sadness in his eyes. The star leaf launched another 2 rounds of fierce attacks. In the end, Luo Sheng's saber finally snapped with a clang. Luo Sheng also poked the broken saber into Xingyi's stomach. Xingyi smiled sinisterly. His hands grabbed the blade, his left hand grabbed the back of the blade, and his right hand grabbed the blade. He turned the blade forcefully, and with a creak, the long blade was twisted into Twisted Twist that spun 5 times. Pong! A lightning foot exploded on Luo Sheng's chest, and the tyrannical lightning blossomed into a magnificent flower of lightning. Luo Sheng was kicked backwards and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The red blood was wrapped in electric arcs in the air and turned into a red mist. Luo Sheng knelt on one knee, his right hand supporting the ground. His entire body was covered in electric arcs. With a crackling sound, his body trembled and his muscles spasmed. "You don't have any weapons anymore. The next stage is your death." Xingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He once again regained his arrogant state. Luo Sheng stood up with difficulty. His right hand trembled and he condensed his dipper chi into a blade shape. Xingyi laughed loudly. "This kind of tattered thing condensed from astral chi can also be called a weapon?" After saying that, Xingyi rushed towards Luo Sheng again. Luo Sheng used the astral chi saber to block for the first time, but as soon as the blade touched the star leaf, it was immediately crushed. At this moment, a metallic tremor could be heard, and a strong light pierced through. Luo Sheng casually grabbed the bright light and slashed it back. Chi! Star Leaf was caught off guard, and his entire body was sliced into 2 halves before flying backwards. Luo Sheng paused in his hand and looked towards it. The saber he was holding was actually Xiangnan's saber. Luo Sheng weighed it and said the first thing he said when he started a war with Xingyi. "Good saber. Then, isn't that Xiangnan's saber?" Xingye's body recovered. The other pseudo-gods also recognized him. Xingzong nodded and said, "Looks like my premonition is correct. Xiangnan is indeed still nearby." Xingyi became anxious and started launching countless attacks at Luo Sheng. However, Luo Sheng, who had the blade of the dead, was even more like a fish in water. He completely blocked every attack of the star leaf and intermittently returned 3 slashes to the star leaf. Under the heavenly tribulation 7th layer and the powerful star leaf attack, the dead blade would inevitably be damaged. The knife was also blasted into small craters, but the depth of the craters was very small, and they could even recover instantly. No matter what kind of attack he received, the blade of the dead would always be able to recover its perfect state immediately. Luo Shang held such a shocking treasured saber in his hand, and his eyes immediately flashed with high fighting spirit. Almost done. Star Trace walked over with the other 4 false gods. Xingyi said, "Don't come over. Let me hit him myself." Star Trace shook his head. "You can't beat him at all, so why force it?" Star Leaf's attack power was incomparably strong. Just hitting Luo Shang once could cause near-fatal damage to Luo Shang. But the key point was that he couldn't hit it. 90% of his attacks were dodged by Luo Shang, and the remaining 10% were blocked by Luo Shang. Hearing the Star Trace's words, Xingye's face revealed a rare expression of decadence. "Attack together!" Star Trace shouted coldly, and immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards Luo Shang. Seeing this, the other 4 pseudo-gods also followed suit. Xingyi gritted his teeth unwillingly, but helplessly. He could only fight with more and less. Regardless of whether he was willing to admit it or not, he was unable to defeat Luo Shang. If he did not possess the physique of the god race, he would have already been killed twice by Luo Shang. And now, Luo Shang had become a single person, fighting against 6 false gods alone. 6 bolts of lightning surrounded Luo Shang and unleashed an unimaginable terrorist attack. The nearby martial artists were dumbfounded. Someone was grabbing their hair, and their eyes were filled with terror. Not to mention personally experiencing such an attack. He had never dreamed of it before. Previously, Star Leaf's attack alone was already abnormal enough, but now this attack had turned into 6. In the midst of the intense collisions, Luo Shang finally started to get injured. He stubbornly dodged, blocked, and even reluctantly counterattacked in the lightning circle. Chi! Pong! A knife mark flashed past, cutting open the arm of a false god. At the same time, an unknown kick landed on Luo Shang's left shoulder. At the same time that Luo Shang flew backwards, the 6 bolts of lightning were still reluctantly chasing after him, rapidly spinning around him and attacking. Luo Shang also fought with his saber in the air. Almost every time, he had to be hit by the enemy 3 times and 4 times before he could launch an effective counterattack, hitting the enemy perfectly. On the other hand, more and more lightning cuts began to appear on Luo Shang's body. Finally, after a big explosion, the 2 sides separated. Luo Shang fell to the ground. He used all his strength to prop up the huge saber and let himself stand up slowly. However, his entire body was already dripping with blood. The 6 pseudo-gods formed a row, all of them looking at Luo Shang with solemn expressions. He perfectly dodged every fatal attack. "This kind of combat ability is truly creepy," Star Trace said. Luo Shang could no longer dodge and block the attacks of all the pseudo-gods. This was an impossible task. However, he did something that even the false gods found inconceivable, and that was to evade the weight lightly. He used the time he had gained from withstanding a light attack to dodge a heavy attack. Injury is certain. However, fatal injuries could be avoided. The 6 pseudo-gods lowered their heads at the same time and discovered that they were all injured to varying degrees. The 6 of them waved their hands and the wounds on their bodies disappeared. On the other hand, Luo Shang barely half knelt on the ground. He raised his head slightly and excitedly licked his lips, saying, "It's not fun yet, come again." On the sidelines, some martial artists were already crying. What the hell was this? It was simply not the battle level that humans should endure. However, Luo Shang's will was so tenacious that it exceeded the limits of everyone's imagination. It turned out that there was a reason why some people succeeded. They are not enjoying it, but because they have willpower that surpasses that of ordinary people. The 6 pseudo-gods turned into 6 bolts of lightning, launching a frenzied attack on Luo Shang. Chi! Luo Shang's back was cut open by a bolt of lightning. Chi! Another bolt of lightning struck his chest. Chi! His left thigh was pierced by a bolt of lightning and shot backwards. In the ultimate battle, Luo Shang actually grabbed the neck of a pseudo-god with one hand and sliced the giant saber into the enemy's shoulder with his right hand. Then, his left hand fiercely smashed down on the back of the saber. The giant saber slashed down the entire left arm of the pseudo-god with a whoosh. Pong! Luo Shang was kicked on the shoulder by a lightning kick. With a thud from Pong on his left shoulder, Half of his broken arm flew into the sky, and the other half had already been electrolyzed into vapor. As Luo Shang retreated, he suddenly twisted his body and turned from flying backwards to charging into the air. He used his broken shoulder to hit the shoulder of the star trace behind him. The giant blade in his right hand stabbed into the star trace's stomach with a PU. Star trace remained unmoved. She endured the pain of the piercing saber and wrapped her hands around Luo Shang's neck. Lightning burst out from her hands, crackling purple lightning covering Luo Shang's entire head. Get lost! Along with the cold sound of the star trace, Luo Shang's head exploded. However, at the instant of the explosion, a blade stabbed through the star trace's chin and pierced through the cranial cavity, piercing out from above the star trace's head. Luo Shang fell far away. He finally let go of the huge saber in his hand that he refused to let go even if he died. As he fell, his head was already scorched by lightning. Terrifying lightning invaded his head cavity and invaded his spine. This caused Luo Shang to completely lose his ability to move. He fell to the ground not far away with a loud thud, and his entire body was unconsciously convulsing. He tried his best to raise his head, wanting to stand up, but he could no longer feel his own body. He tried to move his body, but it didn't move except for the convulsions and tremors. His eyes were still filled with determination, but he only looked at one thing. Everyone followed his gaze, only to see that what he was looking at was a huge saber on the ground in the distance. The star tracer pulled out the knife that pierced through his head and threw it out. He's looking at his knife. It was as if as long as he could hand over the saber into his hand, he would be able to fight again. Xingyi bent down and picked up the huge saber from the ground. He dragged the edge of the saber and drew it across the ground before walking to Luo Shang. He looked down at Luo Shang and said, "So what? I'll give it to you. What can you do?" As he spoke, Xingyi threw the huge saber onto Luo Shang's right hand and laughed loudly. Luo Shang's expression was expressionless, but he saw that his right hand, which had completely lost its ability to move, was actually connected to a thread. This was an almost imperceptible thread of astral qi. One end of the thread was wrapped around Luo Shang's right thumb, while the other was wrapped around his tongue behind his teeth. Ha! Starleaf saw the thread. Luo Shang's tongue twitched as he pulled the thumb of his right hand. With a buzzing sound, the giant saber bounced up and spun clockwise in the air. Luo Shang suddenly leaned his head back and hammered the ground with the back of his head, bouncing his entire body forward. He opened his mouth and bit the hilt of the saber. He had a huge saber in his mouth, and there was an incomparably strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Luo Shang bit the huge saber and pounced over Xingye's body, cutting off the head of Xingyi. Pong! In the next moment, Luo Shang heavily fell to the ground. He still firmly bit the hilt of the saber, twisted his head, and used the long blade to push himself to the ground, spinning himself up again. He was actually able to bite the hilt of the saber into a vertical bite in his mouth. As he flew, he stretched his head forward and with a pu sound, the saber pierced through a 5th-level heavenly tribulation pseudo-god. At this moment, the pseudo-god's chest was stabbed with a huge saber. Luo Shang gritted his teeth on the hilt of the saber, and his entire body was hanging on the hilt of the saber. He forcefully twisted his head, and with the help of the twisting force of the blade, he threw his body into the air, pulled out the huge saber from the pseudo-god's chest, and pounced towards the next pseudo-god. The star trace descended from the sky. Her hands butted together, sending out a thick pillar of lightning towards Luo Shang. Pong! Luo Shang was about to succeed, but he was struck by the lightning. Star Leaf had been revived again, and the pseudo-god who had been stabbed into his chest had completely recovered. The 6 pseudo-gods stood in a circle and surrounded Luo Shang. Luo Shang's body was uncontrollable, like a fish struggling to get out of the water, jumping up and down. However, his expression was still cold as he said, "It's a pity. I almost hit another person." Xingyi felt that the atmosphere around him was strange. He turned around and saw all the martial artists kneeling on the ground. Countless martial artists knelt and crawled in circles, like a giant sunflower that bloomed in layers upon layers. The stamen at the core of the flower was Luoshang's direction. He subdued everyone with his strong fighting will and pure martial spirit. Luoshang lay calmly on the ground. His eyes were absent-minded, and he no longer looked at his enemies. He only looked at the pitch-black night sky with disappointment and said, "At most, this is the best we can do. What a pity. I won't have the chance to fight you in the end. What a pity. If there is another chance, would you be willing to fight me?" Luoshang's voice grew weaker and weaker. "If it's just... there's no more if. Your saber is very good. I like it. It can be like this a very..." Everyone listened diligently, desperately trying to hear what Luoshang, this legendary figure, was saying in the last 15 minutes of their lives. However, it was also regrettable that Luoshang's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Everyone could only hear a few broken words. However, Luoshang still hadn't finished his words. As he spoke, he broke off. His eyes and pupils spread out. A generation of martial arts masters had perished. There was a sad smell in the air, as if the wind was also composing a farewell song for him. A long and loud sound of the flute came from afar, and the melody was heartbreaking to hear. This was the #1 martial artist of the present age, Xiao Xingyang, sending off Luoshang, the #1 warrior of martial arts. Years later, there was such an epitaph on Luoshang's tombstone. He never lowered his head. Before he died, he was still looking up at the night sky. Perhaps his martial arts were as convenient as the night sky, never ending. "I promise." A sad voice came from the smelting furnace. The 6 pseudo-gods looked at the smelting furnace in unison. The smelting furnace exploded with a boom, and a beam of light shot straight into the clouds. In the light, a person slowly walked over. As he walked, he opened his right hand. The giant saber on the ground started to buzz and flew into his hand with a whoosh. "Xiang Nan, so you've been hiding here, but your aura fluctuation is wrong? What's wrong with you?" Star Trace's eyes widened in surprise. Xiang Nan stroked his saber. He looked up at Luoshang's corpse and said, "I promise you that there will be a battle between us. I will give you a satisfactory result. You are the most admirable martial artist I have ever met. But now I want to avenge you first." "No, something's wrong with this kid." Star Trace's face turned pale. Xiang Nan looked at the pseudo-gods and said, "I don't need the power you gave me, nor do I need the spiritual sea system that you gave to the entire human race. To defeat a false god, I will use my own abilities. Just like Luoshang, I will not surrender." Xingyi was anxious and pointed at Xiang Nan with lightning. This lightning bolt was unprecedentedly powerful. Even stronger than the lightning bolt he shot at Luoshang when he was furious. This lightning was scarlet red. Pa! An astonishing finger force fiercely hit Xiang Nan's forehead. However, Xiang Nan was only slightly pushed back in the head, and a halo was shining between his eyebrows. "What is it?" Xingyi was stunned. Xiang Nan raised his right hand, and a ball of light appeared in his palm. "No, this is not the power of the world-devastating divine lightning, nor is it the Dipper Chi condensed from the spiritual Chi." Star Trace sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated repeatedly. "Of course not," Xiang Nan said. "It's light. It's the power of light. It's the power to expel evil spirits and darkness in this dark world." Xiang Nan raised his finger, and the ball of light turned into a beam of light that pierced through Xing Ye's forehead. After Xing Ye's head was pierced through, he actually lay on the ground without moving for a long time. Xing Zong frowned and said, "Xing Yi, what are you doing? Hurry up." His finger just now did not use his dream ability. "Don't pretend to be dead." However, Xing Zong shouted, but Xing Yi still didn't move. Xiang Nan said indifferently, "He can't get up. As I said, what I am using now is the power that I truly possess. It belongs to me. You used a martial Dao system that you didn't even use, and taught it to the human race, allowing humans to cultivate and upgrade their medicinal pills. That's why you have never been afraid of humans and have a sense of superiority." Star Trace angrily said, "This is impossible. You can only possess astral chi." Xianxia shook his head and said, "In fact, all the so-called elemental attributes come from the light. But unfortunately, I only have divine-grade lightning veins, divine-grade water veins, divine-grade earth veins, and 3 divine-grade talents. It's like the rainbow lacks 4 colors. My sun chi is no longer complete, but at least its perfection is enough to contend against the god race's power. This is a power that allows the god race to sit on equal footing. Because it doesn't belong to your system, much less to this dream world, Starleaf won't get up." Xingyi was furious and immediately summoned the power of faith. However, he saw the light of a temple battle god appear on the sky. Xingyi immediately summoned the temple god spear and fired at Xianxia. Xianxia casually took the temple god spear in his hand. He tightly grabbed the god spear. No matter how hard the god spear struggled, it was unable to get rid of Xianxia's palm. Xingzong's face turned even paler. She said in shock, This is impossible. This is impossible." Xianxia had never dared to touch the temple divine spear so easily before. Even if he used his ghost hand to grab it, it wouldn't last for 3 seconds. But now he was grabbing the divine spear, as if he was grabbing an ordinary weapon. "I told you." Xianxia exerted force in his hand, and the divine spear actually let out a thud. "It's broken." Hiss! All the false gods sucked in a cold breath and took a few steps back. Xianxia said, "As I said, my sun chi and your god race power are on equal footing. The god race power that you are proud of has lost its natural restraint on me. Even so, your realm is completely on par with mine. Even your divine talent is inferior to mine." The star trace refused to yield. She summoned the temple divine shield and rode on the temple divine colt, charging towards Xianxia at a faster speed than light. Xianxia stabbed the giant saber into the ground and shouted, "Thunder Dragon Roar!" However, this time Xianxia's lightning power had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a power of light that had no attributes. He transformed into a beam of light, and with a boom, the star trace and the horses rushed over together. The divine shield, the divine spear, and the divine colt all collapsed. Star Trace was stunned. The other false gods were also pale, unable to utter a single word. Xianxia spread out his arms and said, "Do you feel it? The new power is like my call. When the power of light replaces my spiritual sea and aura, my realm is equal to that of the god race. As a result, my realm has begun to rise." The star trace was shocked. He saw that Xianxia's cultivation base was steadily increasing. Middle 7th Heavenly Tribulation, Middle and Late 7th Heavenly Tribulation, Late Great Stage. Heavenly Tribulation 8th Layer. Boom! A beam of light descended from the sky and enveloped Xianxia. Originally, he could not see the night sky at all. He could only see countless stars appearing at the top of the demon ceiling abyss. A magnificent universe appeared in the night. An anomaly! Many martial artists cried out in alarm. How could it be? How could such an astonishing phenomenon appear? Everyone was dumbfounded. It was normal for a martial artist to have a heaven and earth anomaly after advancing to the next level, but using the entire universe as an anomaly? Such a grand phenomenon of heaven and earth was simply unbelievable. Why is this happening? Why are you able to get rid of the human system? Why can't I beat you? The star trace had suffered an unprecedented blow. Her face was pale and she looked dejected. Xianxia said, "You are not strong at all. The few of you are just ordinary god envoys that are not worth mentioning among the god race. The reason why the god race was able to crush the humans in the dream world was because their talent was strong enough. Their god race's strength was an entire grade higher than the human race's astral chi. Without such an advantage, the god race would be Dong Wuxiang of the 7th Heavenly Tribulation stage, while Xianxia was by Wuya of the 7th Heavenly Tribulation stage. If you upgrade a wild dog to the 7th level of the Heavenly Tribulation, it is no match for the 7th level of the Heavenly Tribulation dragon race. Let's go together. Let's kill him together." In Star Trace's despair, she could only issue the only order she could. The 5 pseudo-gods all summoned their faith power and attacked Xianxia like crazy. Xianxia casually summoned a true chi shield, and all of the power of faith was actually unable to break through it. Xianxia said, "Despair? More despair lies ahead." With that, Xianxia sat down and unsealed the seal on his right hand. Rosen Hellfire roared and rushed out. It struggled crazily, but it was unable to escape its fate. It was simply unable to break through the true chi shield. The true chi shield was under attack from the god race's faith power, while the inner wall was blocking Rosen's escape from the Hellfire. Rosen Hellfire was furious. He actually gave up running and rushed straight towards Xianxia. "You are just a piece of god race power. At most, you possess your own divine sense." Sun Chi flashed in Xianxia's hand. He grabbed Rosen Hellfire's neck and said indifferently, "But when facing the same power as the god race, you don't have an advantage. You are just a spirit body. How can a spirit body contend against a human of great wisdom?" With that, Xianxia circulated the 9 transformations of thunder. That Rosen Hellfire, such a powerful world exterminating divine lightning, was actually instantly absorbed into Xianxia's body. It struggled crazily in Xianxia's body, but when it saw the endless spiritual sea universe in Xianxia's body, it was completely stunned. This definitely shouldn't be what humans deserve. Rosen's Hellfire let out a hoarse cry of sorrow. Countless stars were shining in Xianxia's body. This was the result of him circulating the 9 transformations of thunder. If it was still a meridian, then when the 9 transformations of thunder were in operation, it should be specific meridians that were shining and passing through a powerful aura. But now everything was gone, and the meridians were replaced by light. The speed of the 9 transformations of thunder had reached an unimaginable height. 22 seconds. In just 22 seconds, Xianxia had completely absorbed the famous Rosen Hellfire. He raised his head and took a deep breath. Rosen's Hellfire had been absorbed, and his realm had begun to soar again. Early stage, middle stage of heavenly tribulation 8, heavenly tribulation 8th layer middle, late, great late. 9th heavenly tribulation. Originally, the magnificent phenomenon of heaven and earth only appeared in the sky. However, as Xianxia ascended to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, the universe seemed to have suddenly descended into the mortal world. The scenery of the entire demon-sealing abyss had disappeared, replaced by a vast sea of stars. Countless martial artists stood there in shock, but they could no longer see the ground or the sky. It was truly as if they were standing in the universe. Some martial artists even stretched out their hands in confusion, wanting to touch the stars that seemed to be within their reach. What kind of heaven and earth phenomenon could actually cover the appearance of the real world? The sky, the earth, and the trees had all become part of the phenomenon. Someone looked down in panic, but they couldn't see the ground. All they could see was the black universe and the starry sky below. However, at this moment, an even more magnificent light appeared. Everyone raised their heads and looked up, only to see a sun above them. However, after a bit of discrimination, everyone discovered that it was not the sun, nor was it any star. The sun is a star, and in the vast universe, there are trillions of tens of billions of hearts. However, the spherical light above his head was even more intense than any other star. It was the singularity of the Big Bang in the early days of the physical world. Everything started with a big explosion. Xianxia's power of light was not the same as the power of the Big Bang, but his power of light was the same as the singularity. Matter came from an explosion, and the power of light was the culprit that caused the explosion. Before matter was divided into elements of different attributes, it was the power of light. Xianxia raised his head and looked up into the sky. The extremely shocking phenomenon of heaven and earth had already disappeared. At this moment, another face appeared in the sky. To be exact, the sky had turned into a face. He looked at Xianxia with satisfaction and said, "You have accomplished a feat that even I have not accomplished. Xianxia, you have finally jumped out of the shackles that the god race has given to us humans as a human. As long as you gather all the other innate hearts, your strength will be no different from that of the god race. And with your strong martial cultivation, No one from the god race will be able to defeat you. Strength was just a weapon, and martial arts was Xianxia's most precious spirit. It's you, ha ha ha. It's you. Star Trace laughed madly and pointed at the face in the sky. Xianxia clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to the face in the sky. Thank you for protecting the human race selflessly. Under your protection, I gradually grew up. This is my blessing and also your gift. The prosperity of the human race should not be supported by you alone. I will contribute a portion of my own strength for the sake of the human race. I knew you would. He smiled and nodded. After saying that, that face disappeared. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the 5 pseudo-gods, saying, rotating light finger. 5 fingers pierced through the sky. The 5 pseudo-gods were completely wiped out by the penetration of the sun qi. Xianxia arrived in front of Luoshang's corpse and sat down cross-legged. He said, there are still 19 hours before the final time jump. Luoshang, you are the martial artist I admire the most. I hope you can wait a moment. If possible, I want to bring you along. The real world, the modern world. The Bai clan ancestral hall. Star-Lord stood in front of Bai Wuya's sculpture with his hands behind his back. He stared fixedly at Bai Wuya's face. After a long time, he finally let out a long sigh. It's about time, Xing Jun said. A ray of light condensed into Bai Wuya's shadow. He looked at Star-Lord and said, in the end, can't I stop you? The Star-Lord smiled and said, you know, after I escaped from your sculpture, I had the chance to release the other 99,000 divine envoys as well. But why didn't I do that? Can you understand my feelings? Bai Wuya said, in order to guard a forest alone. The Star-Lord nodded and said, if I can be sure that I can defeat the forest rangers, then the fruits of the entire forest will belong to me. If it were you, would you take all the fruits? Or would you find 99,000 people to share the delicious fruits with you? I am not a competent god race. I have greed, so I did not release them. I want to take all the credit on myself. But in fact, I discovered that there was a young junior named Xianxia among the forest rangers, which really messed up my greedy plan. So now, I want to share my delicacies. Bai Wuya did not look at the Star-Lord anymore. Instead, he looked at the distant sky and said, I believe you will do this. I just didn't expect that this day would come so late. The Star-Lord sighed and said, to me, the barrier of this ancestral hall can only be broken in a short amount of time. However, what is stopping me is not the barrier, but my greedy heart that is gradually becoming like humans. After saying that, Star-Lord lightly tapped on the sculpture. Countless cracks appeared on the sculpture, and Peng's voice finally shattered. In an instant, rays of chaotic light flew out from the sculpture base and scattered wildly in all directions. Star-Lord looked up at the sky and looked at the rain of light flying above his head. So I have become as dirty as a human. Hee hee. Go, my clansmen. Give humanity supreme power. Make them submit to your feet. Let them have the highest realm. I have already completed more than half of this mission. At this time, the number of Heavenly Tribulation 9th layer martial artists has already exceeded 3.6 million. However, please don't be anxious and don't summon the Lightning Bull Messenger. Let these humans continue to grow and allow more humans at the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation. When the number of 9th level Heavenly Tribulation martial artists reaches 5 million, the Divine Hall will feel that we will find the true body of the man in the river of time. Sigh. Human race medicinal pills have actually become the biggest failure of our god race. It's time to destroy them. Time fault. Vermilion bird territory. No. Zhuer shook her head and said, Luoshang and Lan Ling can, but Bai Wuya can't. Why? Xianxia asked. Zhuer said, Luoshang and Lan Ling are people from 13 billion years ago. I can push them out of time so that you can bring them to your age. But Bai Wuya, it's only 5,000 years away from your time. This period of time is too close to the journey of time. It's already smaller than the smallest basic unit of my time span. Xianxia said thoughtfully, in other words, Your journey of time has a minimum span of more than 5,000 years. Emperor Vermilion Bird said. Yes, but even if I send Luo Shang and Blue Spirit to your era, they will not be able to last long. The two of them, like you in this time's time jump, can only stay for a short period of time in an era that does not belong to them. How long will it last? Xianxia asked. Emperor Vermilion Bird pondered for a moment and said, 10 days at most. Xianxia nodded. Enough. 10 days from now, I will take the two of them away from the dream world and head to the divine realm. At that time, they will not be dragged back 13 billion years. Right? Yes. Emperor Vermilion Bird said firmly. Neither God realm nor dream world can escape from the restrictions of samsara of life and death and the laws of time. Emperor Vermilion Bird said. Not to mention me, even the Creator himself cannot go against the laws of time, including any supreme God king of the God race. Time is not a human, nor is it a God race. It is not something that any creature can control. Otherwise, no matter who dies in battle, we only need to go against the current and save him. But isn't this a violation of the truth of time? The reason I can barely control time is because this place does not belong to reality. It belongs to the dream world, and I have the power of order given to me by the Creator. If I were in God's domain, I wouldn't even be able to do it for a second. Xianxia muttered. In other words, if I bring Luo Shang and Blue Spirit into the divine realm, they will instantly disappear. Emperor Vermilion Bird laughed. No. Why not? Xianxia said. Emperor Vermilion Bird said. You have forgotten the river of time. If the Creator is still sitting in the river of time, then there will be a time difference between the dream world and the reality of God's domain. Xianxia suddenly realized, I know the difference in time. Only a month has passed in the divine realm, but 13 billion years have passed in the dream world. Thus, after the divine envoy awoke, he completely forgot what happened in the dream. Emperor Vermilion Bird smiled and nodded. This time difference will still exist after you enter the divine realm. Luo Shang and Blue Spirit will still follow the time laws of the dream world. Theoretically, as long as they leave Dreamscape, they will be dragged back to 13 billion years ago by the laws of time. But because of the difference in time, they can actually exist in the real world of God realm for about 3 years. 3 years is better than nothing, Xianxia smiled. At this moment, the final journey of time began. A light flashed in front of Xianxia's eyes. When he saw the world clearly, he discovered that he was standing in a place that was like spring all year round. There was an unprecedented amount of spiritual qi in the sky. This spiritual qi was even higher than when the universe merged again. I'm sure. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The last step, no mistakes have occurred. I have returned to 13 billion years ago. Now is the time when the first primordial universe has yet to split up. The serpent said, Then we have to seize the time. We only have 1 day. It is also the day that Emperor Vermilion Bird learned the laws of time. If we miss this day, we will encounter the Vermilion Bird Emperor from yesterday. At that time, she will not be able to give us any help. Xianxia nodded and said, But I still have 2 people. I need to find them in advance. After saying that, Xianxia closed his eyes and locked onto a certain area. He started a rapid and continuous dream jump. Dao Prison Star. In the dream, Xianxia jumped out. At this moment, the Dao Prison Star was a desolate scene. At this moment, the Dao Prison Star was still a desolate star, and the Dao Prison had just been established. Countless felons were being escorted here by a large number of disciples and elders. Xianxia looked up and smiled. Very, very coincidentally, Blue Spirit was being escorted from the starry sky by a group of Spirit Vulture sect elders. Blue Spirit's entire body was covered in incomparably strong armor. However, these armors were dead, unable to move. It was tantamount to being bound. Even Blue Spirit's mouth was wearing a shackle, unable to even speak. Xianxia flew over, and an elder immediately pointed at Xianxia angrily. Who is it? If you take a step closer, don't blame my subordinates for being merciless. When Xianxia saw this person, he smiled again. Coincidentally, that was the elder Zhu Zhang who treated Xiangnan very well in the later generations. Xiangnan bowed and said, "This junior, Xiangnan, greets elder Zhu Zhang." Elder Zhu Zhang asked doubtfully, "Do you know me?" Xiangnan said, "I know him, but I don't know him yet." "Ha!" Elder Zhu Zhang was stunned. Xiangnan smiled and looked at Blue Spirit. That Blue Spirit also looked at Xiangnan's eyes with great interest. That was a provocative smell. Xiangnan said to Lan Ling, "You don't know me, but I know you. I don't have the chance to explain the story between us in detail now. But don't worry, I will bring you to see for yourself. I know that you are still unruly, but believe me, you have no advantage in front of me." With that, Xiangnan waved his hand and all the elders and disciples fell asleep. Blue Spirit's pupils shrank. Xiangnan condensed his sun chi and pointed at the armor on Blue Spirit's body. The armor shattered. Blue Spirit moved her body and excitedly stared at Xiangnan. What an unbelievable astral energy attribute. "Ha! I've never encountered such a strong enemy. Come, fight me." Xiangnan smiled. "Yes, but you might want to hurry, because I don't have much time." Blue Spirit waved her right hand and 99 blue swords flew over from the direction of the distant Dao prison. "A very familiar scene," Xiangnan said. The Blue Spirit shouted, "You must catch this move. Don't disappoint me." After saying that, Lan Ling waved her right hand at Xiangnan and said, "Heavenly Dipper Imperial Sword Technique. Heavenly Shaking Sword." The 99 flying swords immediately condensed into a gigantic sword that pierced through the heavens and the earth, fiercely swinging towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan shook his head and stretched out a finger, his fingertips shining brightly. "I was indeed quite afraid of this move before, but now it seems." Clang! The giant sword struck Xiangnan's finger, and it was actually unable to shake at all. The Blue Spirit was stunned and said, "This?" Xiangnan once again condensed his sun chi and said, "Rotating light finger." Pong! With a single finger, the giant sword exploded into 99 swords, and the 99 swords exploded again, turning into countless dust. Blue Spirit took a few steps back in disbelief and said, "You!" Xiangnan put his hands behind his back and said, "Isn't it very powerful? Do you want to become stronger? If you want to, then come to the Vermilion Bird Holy Land to find me. I'll only give you 1 day. No matter what method you use, you'll be here in a day. Otherwise, you won't be able to wait." After saying that, Xiangnan pointed his fingers at his temples, then jumped and disappeared. "Interesting." Lan Ling paused blankly for a moment before her eyes finally lit up and she said excitedly, "Interesting." With that, he transformed into a beam of intense light and headed towards the depths of the universe. Somewhere. "Excuse me, where is the Purgatory Gate?" Xiangnan smiled and asked a group of martial artists who were drinking and chatting. Those martial artists seemed to have suddenly fallen prey to evil. They were dumbfounded and said, "Are you going there to seek death? I have a map here. Take a look. It's right where the red line is marked. It's an absolute forbidden area. Ordinary people would never dare to go there." Xiangnan took the map and thanked him. Then, he turned into a bright light and disappeared. The Purgatory Gate. This place was a barren forest hidden somewhere on Spirit Vulture Star. At this moment, the Purgatory Gate was still with the 8 Ghost Kings, and it was also the most glorious time for the Purgatory Gate. Xiangnan directly passed through the layers of forest and found the headquarters of the Purgatory Gate. At present, there were still countless pursuers in the Purgatory Gate. Countless martial artists joined the banner, and a large number of disciples were patrolling the mountain. Countless people flew in the sky and patrolled the ground. Standing in front of the towering mountain peak, Xiangnan said loudly, "Ghost King Luo Shang, come and fight me." Spirit Vulture Star, Purgatory Gate. 10 minutes ago, Xiangnan came here to look for the Luoshang Ghost King to challenge him. 10 minutes later, all the followers of the Purgatory Gate were floating in the air in a daze, watching the unbelievable scene. The mysterious man named Xiangnan was putting his hands behind his back with a faint smile on his face. In front of him were 8 ghost kings lying in a pool of blood. This scene was simply too shocking. That was the 8th fighting ghost king of the Purgatory Gate. Now, he was completely defeated by a fellow who had escaped from nowhere. Originally, it was Xianxia who looked for the Luoshang Ghost King to fight one-on-one, but halfway through, the other 7 ghost kings couldn't hold back any longer and joined the battle. In the end, all 8 of them were defeated. The entire battle lasted for less than a minute. 9 of those 10 minutes were spent by Xianxia shouting to find Luoshang and chatting with the 8 ghost kings. "Who are you?" Luoshang lay on the red ground and asked calmly. Xianxia looked down at Luoshang condescendingly and said, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you were defeated by me. Originally, I intended to suppress my true chi to the same level as your astral chi and fight you fairly. But out of respect for you, I still used my full strength and didn't hold back." The famous 9 Nether Ghost King sighed and said, "I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful expert in this world. In the past, we used to sit on the sidelines and watch the sky. Give me some time." Luoshang looked into Xiangxia's eyes seriously and said, "Give me some time. I will definitely defeat you." Xiangxia smiled and said, "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I know your story. You're always challenging people stronger than you. Because of this, you can constantly strengthen yourself and continue to challenge stronger enemies. But the gap between us is too big. None of us can use you as a springboard." Luoshang was silent. He knew that what Xianxia said was true. Xianxia said, "How about this? No one in this era, not even in this entire universe, can let you experience how powerful you are to the point that you can challenge me. Come with me. I'll take you to a place where experts are like clouds. You can use them to practice. When you're sure that you can challenge me one day, I'll accept your challenge at any time." More experts. When Luoshang heard these words, he became excited. He licked his lips and said, "Is there really a place where experts are like clouds? More powerful than the Spirit Vulture sect? Stronger than the Divine Yang Peak?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Well, it's better than them." The character of a martial artist was different, and Luoshang was precisely the kind of person who would feel excited and anticipated after hearing that there was someone stronger than him. "You didn't lie to me?" Luoshang asked again. Xianxia hugged his shoulders and laughed. "Look at my strength. Do you think I need to lie to you? What benefits will that bring me?" Luoshang gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll go with you." Luoshang. The few ghost kings were stunned. The 9 Nether Ghost Kings shouted, "How can you leave? You are the 2nd expert of our Purgatory Gate. If you leave..." The Luoshang Ghost King shook his head. He pointed at the sky and said, "This sky is too low. It can no longer hold my heart." Xianxia smiled. He put his hands behind his back and flew into the distance. Luoshang took a deep breath and turned into a ray of light as he followed Xianxia. Xianxia was very clear about Luoshang's personality. He knew how to capture this powerful teammate. He is a hard-nosed man. Planet Suzaku. At that time, the primordial universe had not yet been divided, and the 5 spirits were still active. They did not sleep, nor did they conceal their dwellings. In this era, the 5 spirits were absolute rulers. They divided the primordial universe into 5 regions. Vermilion Bird Nebula, Vermilion Bird Star. Xianxia brought Luoshang here and happened to discover that there was a person sitting cross-legged in the cosmic space near planet Suzaku, quietly waiting. "Coming." Xianxia laughed. That person was none other than Blue Spirit. Luoshang held his saber and silently stood behind Xianxia. When he saw Lan Ling, his eyes narrowed slightly. When Lan Ling saw Luoshang, her expression became gloomy. "Ghost King Luoshang?" "Blue Spirit." Blue Spirit pulled out a sharp sword, and the Luoshang Ghost King also gripped his saber. The moment the two of them met, their swords were drawn and they looked like they were about to start a war. Xianxia had a headache and said, "What are you doing?" Lan Ling laughed loudly. "I didn't expect that I would actually meet the famous Luoshang Ghost King here. This is truly a great blessing in life." The Luoshang Ghost King's eyes lit up. I've heard a lot about the spirit vulture sect's chief disciple, Lan Ling. In my enemy list, you are definitely the #1 person in the first echelon. Originally, I was prepared to challenge you, but I heard that you betrayed the spirit vulture sect halfway. I have no idea where you are going since then. Today is a good opportunity. Xianxia let out an "oh," and then he reacted. It turned out that in official history, these two super experts had never fought before. Naturally, there was no need to say anything about how powerful Luoshang was as a machete man. As for Lan Ling, she was definitely the first person to use her sword. However, it was a pity that the two top experts of the same generation had missed each other all the time and had not encountered each other. In official history, it should be in this order. At the beginning of the split of the primordial universe, the Purgatory Gate had reached its peak. The 8 ghost kings dominated the universe and were invincible. It was also at this time that Lan Ling betrayed the Spirit Vulture sect, causing him to be hunted down by all the sects and eventually imprisoned on the Dao prison star. It wasn't until 13 billion years later that he regained his freedom for the first time in Xiangnan's time. In other words, Lan Ling had actually missed Luoshang's most glorious era. He had spent a long time in prison. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but get excited. He hadn't expected that he would actually match up a chance to fight between the two great masters. At this moment, these two great experts were already eager to try. Xianxia knew that experts cherished each other, and he had no reason to stop them from fighting. However, time was of the essence, and it was already too late. It was because he looked into the distance and discovered that there was a kind of power in the depths of the universe that was already stirring. It was precisely this kind of power that split a complete universe into countless parts. Lan Ling Luoshang. Xianxia said, "It just so happens that I have something to do to find Emperor Vermilion Bird. During this period of time, the two of you can compete against each other. However, Blue Spirit's weapon has already been shattered by me. In this way, use mine." Xianxia tossed his saber to Lan Ling. As the saber flew, it immediately split into 99 slender swords. Blue Spirit received the sword and weighed it in her hand. She laughed loudly and said, "Good weapon. This thing is even more powerful than the Xiantian sword I stole." "Xiantian sword? You stole it?" Xianxia hesitated and said, "I see. Forget it, the two of you fight first. After that, come to Emperor Vermilion Bird's residence and find me. Tell me my name. They will let you pass." At this moment, Xianxia was in a good mood. Everything was proceeding according to his plan in an orderly manner. Luoshang, Lan Ling, and the two great experts were also recruited under his banner. After leaving for the Divine Realm with the help of these two experts, he would be like a tiger adding wings. Who dares to enter the Vermilion Bird's sacred land alone? A group of girls surrounded Xianxia layer by layer. Xianxia smiled and said, "I'm looking for your Vermilion Bird Emperor. Here, I have the token she gave me." When Xianxia took out the Tower of Time, the Vermilion Bird clan girls hesitated. They first notified the elders, and after the elders discussed it, they found Emperor Vermilion Bird. When the great emperor stepped out of the flowers and tilted his head slightly, he looked at Xianxia thoughtfully. Xianxia was really attracted by this woman's beauty and was stunned for a moment. "You're looking for me?" Emperor Vermilion Bird could tell at a glance that Xianxia was unfathomable, and his heart was also a little uneasy. Xianxia said, "Excuse me for a moment." "No." The girls immediately refused and said, "If you want to say it here, lest you play any tricks." However, Emperor Vermilion Bird waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. If this young master wants to harm me, he has already succeeded just now." Inside the pavilion, Xianxia recounted his experiences and the causes and consequences. Emperor Vermilion Bird nodded. "Actually, I just came out of seclusion half an hour ago and have just comprehended the art of time. So I believe what you said is true, because such lies cannot be fabricated. If you're looking for me and pushing you back 13 billion years later, then I can help you now." As he spoke, Emperor Vermilion Bird waved his hands, and he felt a mysterious and unfathomable law of time slowly flowing. Xianxia immediately waved his hand and said, Wait a moment. There's one more thing I need you to help me with before I go back. Emperor Vermilion Bird stopped his hands and said, Is there anything else? Xianxia smiled and said, This matter has always been buried in my heart. Now, I finally have a chance to complete it. Do you know that the MOU clan's Wind Vein heart has been lost? What? Emperor Vermilion Bird was stunned. Heart of the Wind Vein is lost? Is there such a thing? Please wait a moment. I'll look back at history. After saying that, Emperor Vermilion Bird closed her eyes. A few minutes later, she opened her eyes and said, I did lose them, and it was lost 10,000 years ago. Xiangnan's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, Then look who stole the Wind Meridian heart. Emperor Vermilion Bird shook his head and said, Looking back at history, I can only see the historical events themselves, but I can't see the specific process. I can only know that the heart of the Wind Vein has disappeared, but I can't see the entire process of its disappearance. Oh, right, you said this before. Xianxia nodded silently. Emperor Vermilion Bird looked back at history. To use an inappropriate analogy, she could only see the results but could not see the cause. He knew that he had lost his Wind Meridian heart, but he didn't know how. He knew that various historical events had occurred in history, but he did not know how they had occurred. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, Then you send me back to that day. I want to see with my own eyes who stole it. Emperor Vermilion Bird shook his head. This is meaningless. You've crossed the time fault many times. I think you've also discovered something. Your appearance will change the historical details of the historical fault. You may not be able to fulfill your wish. Xianxia nodded. That's true. Every time I appear, I will cause the history in the time fault to deviate greatly from the official history. Maybe after I went back to that day, the history of that day changed. Then let me ask you again. Can you help me push it back to the official history 10,000 years ago? That's right. The real history, not the fault of time. If I can't find out who stole the heart of the Wind Vein, I can at least let the MOU clan take the lead to guard against it. Emperor Vermilion Bird opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but after pondering for a moment, she did not say anything. What's the matter? Xianxia asked. Emperor Vermilion Bird said, Nothing much. I can help you go back. That's great. If we can return to the day when the heart of the Wind Vein is stolen, you might as well absorb the heart of the Wind Vein on the spot. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat as he told Emperor Vermilion Bird his thoughts. Emperor Vermilion Bird shook his head. This is impossible. My time laws cannot carry the heart of the Wind Vein. The heart of the wind, wood, water, fire, and earth meridians is the 5 great origin forces of the entire universe, and my laws of time are also derived from the 5 great origin forces. For example, you can't go back and kill your parents. If they die, there won't be you. If you forcefully absorb it, then your journey of time will disappear, and you will not remember everything about it. Oh, Xianxia understood once again that if he had absorbed the Wind Meridian heart 10,000 years ago, Emperor Vermilion Bird would not have been able to comprehend the laws of time by relying on the 5 great powers. Absorption was completely different from being stolen. All right then. Xianxia took a step back and said, I won't absorb it. I'll just go and remind them. Emperor Vermilion Bird said, You're ready. With that, Emperor Vermilion Bird summoned the laws of time. Xianxia only felt a flash in his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was still on planet Suzaku. Emperor Vermilion Bird was meditating cross-legged among the flowers. She opened her eyes and looked at Xianxia in surprise, saying, You! Xianxia smiled. I don't have time to explain. See you later. After saying that, he immediately turned into a beam of strong light and flew into the distance. MOU Nebula. Xianxia arrived at the territory of the MOU clan. At this moment, he was very cautious, no matter how cautious he was, because now he was no longer in the time fault, but in the official history. Everything he did, every action he took, was likely to change history. Now that he was excited, he could finally see the living and primitive MOU clan. This race was neither the 9 Desolate Eye race nor the Devil race, but the ancestors of both of them. MOU's territory. Countless monsters carrying black wings flew around in the sky. At first glance, this place looked like a planet made of volcanoes. Magma was everywhere, and thick black smoke was everywhere that didn't dissipate all year round. With the principle of not changing history as much as possible, Xianxia did not intend to let too many people see him. He daydreamed and invaded the will of the Mou clan as he walked. As soon as he stepped into the air, all the Mou clansmen would turn around and not look at Xianxia as long as they entered the Dao Luck area where Xianxia was. This scene was extremely shocking. In the distance, in a tallest active volcano, there was a lava palace in the lava. Inside the palace, a man opened his eyes. This person was the leader of the contemporary Moyo clan, Emperor Moyo. The word Mou was transliterated from the language of the Mou clan. It was directly transliterated from the language of the Mou clan. What it really meant was that the Void Devil, if translated specifically, was a devil that walked between the Yin and Yang realms. Pooh! A lava pillar shot up into the sky, followed by a pair of wings that covered the sky and covered half of the sky. What a powerful man! Emperor Mou's face was cold as he stared at Xianxia, who was coming from afar. He also saw that shocking scene. He saw that all of his proud clansmen were actually unable to withstand a single blow in front of Xianxia. They didn't even have the consciousness to resist. All of them had their backs to Xianxia, as if they had discussed it in advance. The order Xianxia gave to the Moyo clan was that Emperor Moyo would meet with important guests today. All of the clansmen would evade them collectively. Step by step, Xianxia arrived in front of Emperor Mou and bowed slightly. Please accept my most sincere respect. My name is Xianxia, and I come from 13 billion years later. Emperor Moyo was shocked and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The great emperor's temper was also irritable. Just as he said this, Xianxia couldn't help but explain and directly pointed out the power of the void towards Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and raised a finger. However, he used his Sun Qi to block Emperor Mou's attack. Emperor Mou's expression changed. "There shouldn't be such power between heaven and earth," he cried out in shock. Xianxia said, "Now you see, if I don't have good intentions, I can do whatever I want to your Mou clan. I can even steal your wind vein heart now." Emperor Moyo fell silent. Xianxia said, "I am not your enemy. In fact, in the future, I will still be your Mou clan's son-in-law." Haha, that sounds a bit strange, but it is true that your next successor is my wife. Emperor Mou said, "With your strength, you really don't need to plot against me. I have the right to trust you. Tell me, what is the purpose of this trip?" Xianxia said, "I came from the future. Tomorrow, your wind vein heart will be stolen. So I came to warn you." Emperor Mou's expression changed again. He gritted his teeth and said, "There is actually such a bold and arrogant person? That's good. I will summon the other 4 spirits tomorrow to protect the heart of the wind vein together." Xianxia shook his head. "No, the heart of the wind vein can only be hidden, but not guarded. This is a historical event. I can explain it to you clearly. The truth is, after the wind meridian heart is stolen, the loss of this origin power by the Mou clan will cause Mou to disintegrate into the Demon clan and the 9 Desolate Eye clan. If you defend the wind vein heart, there won't be any other races behind you, nor will there be me looking for you. If I hadn't come looking for you, you wouldn't have known that the wind vein heart would be stolen, so you wouldn't have been able to defend, so it would still be lost." Emperor Mou muttered, "Then what should we do?" Xianxia said, "Hide." Emperor Mou said, "Even if we hide, our Mou clan will not disintegrate." Xianxia smiled and said, "I have already thought of this matter for you. Here you are." Xianxia gave the Tower of Time to Emperor Mou and said, "Hide the heart of the wind vein in this tower. After tomorrow, the heart of the wind vein will not be hidden in any geographical location. Instead, it will be hidden in time. It will be hidden in yesterday. When the day after tomorrow, it will be hidden the day before yesterday. In that case, no one will be able to steal it, nor will the Mou clan receive its protection." Emperor Mou sighed and said, "In that case, Our MOU clan will not be able to escape the fact of disintegration. Xianxia said, there's nothing I can do about it. As I said before, regardless of whether you hide or defend, you will all disintegrate. If he hid it, it would disintegrate, and if he defended it, the 9 desolate Iris woman would be unable to save Xianxia. Xianxia would not come. Emperor Mou did not know that the wind vein heart would be stolen, but if he did not defend it, it would still be stolen. This was a reality that could not be changed no matter what. Emperor Mou had no choice but to summon the wind vein heart and hide it in the time tower. According to Emperor Vermilion Bird, the time tower could only hide one thing from time and summon it out when needed. However, the wind meridian heart was not in any past time. Because Xianxia had returned to the official history, the wind meridian heart belonged to the present. So it can go in. After making the arrangements, Xianxia was finally satisfied. At this time, his eyes flashed and he returned to 10,000 years later. He was still sitting in the pavilion, facing Emperor Vermilion Bird. At this time, Luoshang and Lan Ling were also sitting beside them. Both of them were covered in blood. Who won? Xianxia smiled. Qi Lan Ling curled her lips. Xianxia said, well, I guess that's the result. There was no doubt that Luoshang had won. All right. Xianxia clapped his hands and said, it's finally over. Now I can finally return to my own era. Emperor Vermilion Bird, please. Emperor Vermilion Bird nodded. She waved her hands and the 3 of them disappeared on the spot. 13 billion years later, Xianxia was still being hunted down by the 10 pseudo-gods. 3 people appeared at the same time. The 2 of you can only exist for 10 days, so we must leave this place for the divine realm within these 10 days. Xianxia explained the cause and effect, and immediately brought the 2 of them to find the current Emperor Vermilion Bird. Xianxia owed Lan Ling an explanation, so he asked Emperor Vermilion Bird to push the 3 of them back to the fault line of the White Tiger battle, letting Lan Ling see for himself how he died and regretted not being able to form a teammate with Xianxia. Seeing this, Blue Spirit fell silent. After a long time, he nodded and said, I understand. This is my own choice. I can feel my feelings at that time. Xianxia, I am willing to follow you. Xianxia smiled and said to Luosheng, what about you? Luosheng said, there is no need to look at the acquaintance between you and me. That is not important. I only know that you are the person I want to challenge. This is enough. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, come with me to the new world and ask the demons for the time tower. Xianxia could use the dream world to jump back into the new world, but those 2 weren't good enough. In the end, he used Emperor Vermilion Bird's incomparably powerful technique to teleport the 3 of them over a long distance. What? No? Xianxia was stunned. He stared into Timefly's eyes and said, say it again? Really? I really don't have one. I know the Tower of Time. Every generation of demon kings has a secret that has been passed down from mouth to mouth, and that is to protect the Tower of Time. But this matter has already become a legend because my previous demon king mentioned it before, because after the MOU clan disintegrated, their strength was much weaker than before. In order to safeguard the Tower of Time, he handed it over to the Vermilion Bird clan to protect. Xianxia hurriedly looked at Emperor Vermilion Bird. Emperor Vermilion Bird nodded his head. Yes, but I don't know what's hidden in the Tower of Time. Furthermore, during the martial armor era, I already gave the Tower of Time to you. Xianxia was stunned, and he could only feel the buzzing of his brain. At the side, Feng Xian seemed to be thinking and said, I think I know about the problem. Xianxia hurriedly asked, what's going on? Feng Xian said, there is no one else who stole the Wind Meridian Heart. It was stolen by you. In the martial armor era, you obtained the Tower of Time and gave it to Emperor Mou. The successor of Emperor Mou was given to Emperor Vermilion Bird for safekeeping. Then, Emperor Vermilion Bird gave you the Tower of Time in the martial armor era. In other words, the Tower of Time has fallen into an era of death. Xianxia was stunned, and he couldn't understand for a moment. Damn it, after a long time, the loss of the Wind Meridian Heart was actually caused by him. Then, if I hadn't interfered, Who would have stolen the heart of the wind vein? Xianxia hurriedly asked. Feng Xian said, probably won't be lost, because apart from Emperor Mou, only you can touch the wind vein heart. Xianxia patted his forehead and said, oh my god! What exactly is going on? Why didn't you remind me? Xianxia asked the Vermilion Bird Emperor. Emperor Vermilion Bird said blankly, I don't know. I don't have that memory. Feng Xian said, when you went to see Emperor Vermilion Bird 13 billion years ago, you were in the time fault, so she won't have that memory. But when you returned to the Mou clan, you were in official history, so you changed history, or rather, you never changed history. I don't understand. Xianxia shook his head forcefully and said, speak clearly. Feng Xian said, let's start with Emperor Vermilion Bird. Tell her the whole story. Remember, don't miss out on any details. Xianxia explained the entire process. Emperor Vermilion Bird and Feng Xian said at the same time, I see. What's wrong? Xianxia hurriedly asked. Feng Xian said, do you still remember when you asked Emperor Vermilion Bird to send you back to the Mou clan 10,000 years ago? Emperor Vermilion Bird showed signs of hesitation? I remember. Xianxia nodded. That's right, Feng Xian said. In fact, Emperor Vermilion Bird wanted to stop you. She was worried that you would change history. But in the end, she resisted. Why? Xianxia asked. Emperor Vermilion Bird said, if you make such a request, then it means that you have indeed appeared in the official history of 13 billion years ago. If I do not send you back to the Moyo clan that day, it would be equivalent to me changing the official history myself. Feng Xian said, let's put it this way. You lost the Wind Meridian Heart, which is why the demons and the 9 Desolate Eye race exist now. If Emperor Vermilion Bird didn't send you over, the Wind Meridian Heart wouldn't be lost, and there wouldn't be any of the 2 races now. In other words, you are originally part of the official history. After so many years, please bring over the documents of the demon race. Time flew by and brought over the ancient documents. From above, everyone saw an astonishing scene. In the literature, there was a clear record, and it was personally written by Emperor Mou. This literature was only passed down in the hands of the Demon King, which was also the secret that Timefly had told him. And it's very clear from the literature. A mysterious man came to the Mayo clan and warned of the impending loss of the heart of the wind vein. Therefore, Emperor Moyo had no choice but to hide the heart of the wind vein in the Tower of Time and pass this document along with the Tower of Time to his successors, passing it down from generation to generation. There's me. Xianxia's expression was strange. There's actually me in this document. Feng Xian nodded and said, so I said, in the ancient official history, there was originally your existence, and there should also be you. You personally caused all of this. You think you changed history, but it's not. No one can change the official history. You are also a part of history. Xianxia helplessly sighed. Only then did he understand that no one would steal the wind vein heart. He had lost his wind meridian heart. Then what should we do now? Xianxia was helpless. The heart of the wind vein was hidden in the Tower of Time, but the Tower of Time was not in this era. It was trapped in the time between 13 billion years ago and the Martial Armor Age. Xianxia obtained the Tower of Time from Emperor Vermilion Bird and gave it to Emperor Moyo. Emperor Moyo's descendants gave it to Emperor Vermilion Bird. Emperor Vermilion Bird gave it to Xianxia, and Emperor Moyo received it from Xianxia. This is an infinite circle. And this circle was almost inexplicable. Everyone was speechless. They didn't know how to break this damn cycle of death. After so many years, he could not help but nod his finger on Xianxia's forehead. You bad boy. Xianxia also wanted to cry but no tears. Who knew that his intelligence would be mistaken by his own intelligence? If only he had a brain like Feng Xian's. It was not easy for him to think that he was smart, but in the end, he even screwed up. Luo Shang and Lan Ling were also very interested in hearing this. They only felt that this matter was too interesting. There was nothing they could do. In the end, everyone could only cast their gazes towards Feng Xian. No one but him knew how to solve the problem. Please, Xianxia said, please Feng Xian, you must help me. You must think of a way. The scene was terribly quiet. The peerlessly intelligent Feng Xian lowered his head and pondered for a long time without saying anything. Xiangnan was extremely anxious. If he lacked the heart of the wind meridian, he would not be able to gather all of his 5 elements, nor would he be able to complete all of his sun qi. If there was always a wind attribute missing from the sun qi, how could he fight against the god race after he left for the god realm? After another period of silence, Feng Xian finally raised his head. Everyone woke up and looked at Feng Xian with expectant eyes. Feng Xian pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, it's not that there's no possibility of breaking the cycle of death. That's great." Xiangnan wished he could hug Feng Xian and kiss him fiercely. "First of all, we need to realize what the problem is," said Feng Xian. "The Tower of Time is trapped in a dead cycle of time, unable to come out. This is equivalent to letting it jump out of karma. We thought that Emperor Vermilion Bird gave Xiangnan the Tower of Time. This is the beginning, but in reality, Emperor Vermilion Bird's Tower of Time was also given to her by the demons. And the demon race's Tower of Time was sent by Xiangnan. This is a circle. There is no karma, no beginning and end." Everyone hurriedly nodded. Feng Xian said, "Well, since it has no karma, we need to find a key problem and create a karma for it." "What key question?" everyone hurriedly asked. Feng Xian paused for a moment, then lowered his voice and said seriously, "Who created the Tower of Time?" Hearing this question, everyone was stunned. Yes, who created the Tower of Time? Was it made by the Vermilion Bird race? But that's impossible. Was it made by the Mou clan? Not really. Is it Xiangnan? Not to mention. Then who exactly created this damn thing? Was it just appearing for no apparent reason? Damn, this is too brainless. I won't think with you anymore. Just tell me when you come up with the answer. Xiao Jun had a headache, so he could only take out a small mirror to admire his handsome face. Yuan Meng is more straightforward. This guy from the beginning did not follow thinking. He is lying on a chair sleeping. And the question that Feng Xian had raised had stumped everyone, including Emperor Vermilion Bird. Who did this? Who exactly made this thing? Everyone didn't understand and looked at Feng Xian again. Feng Xian unexpectedly looked at Xiangnan and said, "It's you." "Me?" Xiangnan was stunned. He spread out his hands and said, "I didn't. I know best what I did." Xiangnan was indeed dizzy. In his entire experience, he had never forged such a thing as the Tower of Time. There was no doubt about it. Everyone was also puzzled. Emperor Vermilion Bird said, "This may really be a bit inexcusable. I gave him Xiangnan's Tower of Time. He didn't build it at all." Feng Xian looked at Xiangnan's eyes seriously and said, "Do you really not remember?" Xiangnan shook his head blankly and said, "I swear to God, I really don't remember." Feng Xian chuckled and said, "Of course you don't remember, because it was created by you in the future." "What do you mean?" Everyone was stunned. This was the expression everyone had on their faces today. Apart from being stunned, there was practically no other way to express their thoughts. "Come and take a look." Feng Xian gathered everyone together. As for Feng Xian himself, he stood in the middle of the crowd. He drew a circle on the table, and oh! The first thing we can be sure of is that the Tower of Time is really trapped in this circular cycle of time that will never be broken, he said. Xiangnan said, "Ah? You can't crack it?" "Not even you." Feng Xian said with certainty. "Not even me." "Then what should we do?" This was also the question that Xiangnan had asked the most today. Feng Xian said, "It's very simple. We don't need to break this cycle at all. Take a look." Feng Xian drew another circle beside the O circle, and the two circles were connected, forming an 8. "What do you mean?" Emperor Vermilion Bird asked. Feng Xian said, "Since we can't break this cycle, let's create another cycle. This 8 is divided into 2 circles. The circle above is the timeline from 13 billion years ago to the middle of the martial armor era. And this circle below is our current era. All we need to do is circulate the trap Tower of Time in the upper circle to the lower circle, and we'll be able to get in touch with it." Emperor Vermilion Bird thought for a moment and hurriedly said, "However, the martial armor era is far away from us. How can we connect these two circles?" So the crux of the problem is Xianxia. If Xianxia builds a tower of time in the future, he will become the junction point between the two circles. Feng Xian said, "This is going to be a two-way cycle. This cycle is exactly like this." Xianxia obtained the Tower of Time from Emperor Vermilion Bird during the martial armor era. He gave the Tower of Time to Emperor Mou. Emperor Mou's descendants to Emperor Vermilion Bird, and Emperor Vermilion Bird to Xianxia. Xianxia was inspired by the Tower of Time and built the Tower of Time in the future. Then, Xianxia returned to the martial armor era and received the Tower of Time for Emperor Mou, Emperor Mou's descendants for Emperor Vermilion Bird, Emperor Vermilion Bird for Xianxia, and Xianxia for the Tower of Time. Oh, holy shit. This is simply amazing. Xianxia slammed the table and shouted, "Too awesome!" Feng Xian nodded and pointed at the connection point between the words, 8. Although we can't break both of these cycles because we are in the cycle below, as long as the Tower of Time arrives here, we can catch it once. As long as we catch it, everything will be fine. Emperor Vermilion Bird hurriedly asked, "If we capture the Tower of Time and let Xianxia absorb the heart of the wind vein, would it break the cycle?" Feng Xian shook his head. "No, what we did was create the future, not change the past. Just like when Xianxia gave Emperor Mou the Tower of Time, he created the future. Look." Feng Xian raised his pen, then pushed it down and said, "I pushed down this pen. Theoretically speaking, my actions are the same as creating the future. This won't have any impact on reality." Everyone gave a thumbs up and said in unison, "I admire you. I admire you thoroughly." Xianxia hugged Feng Xian's shoulder excitedly and said, "You motherfucker, when did you become so smart?" Feng Xian said solemnly, "It's always been like this." The Vermilion Bird Emperor also sighed sincerely. "Really? This wisdom is simply unparalleled in the world. The history created by countless people has actually been played so many tricks by you alone. I don't know how to describe my admiration for you anymore." "You're welcome." Feng Xian picked up his teacup and took a sip. Time flies on Xianxia's arm and says with a smile, "Look at him, then look at you." Xianxia scratched his head and said, I am a martial artist." Then now, a new problem has arisen. Emperor Vermilion Bird said solemnly, "How should we build the Tower of Time? Will Xianxia build it?" "That's right." Xianxia was stunned again and said, "I don't understand its principle at all. I can't just randomly build a tower. Just point at it and say it's the Tower of Time. It's really the Tower of Time." Xiao Jun laughed loudly and carefully put the small mirror back into his arms. He patted Xianxia's shoulder fiercely and said, "Are you stupid? You must have built the Tower of Time, so no matter what you do, it will succeed. You go quickly and get a piece of mud from the courtyard and pinch the tower out." "Absolutely right, listen to me." "Bullshit." Xianxia cursed. Feng Xian said, "That's not going to work. I can give you an inspiration. That is, we still need to ask Emperor Vermilion Bird for help in this matter. Because she is the only one who understands the laws of time, Xianxia must have the great emperor by his side to help him build the Tower of Time. He must also pay attention to the Tao luck of the laws of time in the tower." Emperor Vermilion Bird shook his head and said, "But there is still a problem. Although I can pour the laws of time into the tower, none of the materials known today can withstand the impact of the laws of time. No matter what materials Xianxia used to create the prototype of the Tower of Time, as long as I let the laws of time in, this tower will collapse." Feng Xian pondered for a moment and said, "May I ask what I shouldn't have asked? How did you comprehend the laws of time?" Emperor Vermilion Bird said, "My laws of time come from the power of order bestowed upon me by the Creator. As for the power of order, it is made up of wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 great innate hearts are made up of origin power. In other words, the law of time does not belong to any kind of attribute. It is an order in itself." "I see." Feng Xian nodded. "In other words, If Xiangnan gathered the 5 types of innate hearts, the Tower of Time he built with his own innate strength would be enough to carry the laws of time. Emperor Vermilion Bird nodded his head. Theoretically, that's right, but now it's the big trouble I'm talking about. Feng Xian said, we can't obtain the wind vein heart. Emperor Vermilion Bird said, yes, it is in the cycle of death. That's right. In order to build the Tower of Time, Xiangnan had to absorb all of his innate talent. However, the purpose of building the Tower of Time was to obtain the heart of the wind vein. This was another deadlock. What should we do? Xiangnan simply didn't want to and directly asked Feng Xian. Feng Xian said, very easy. After you absorb the heart of fire vein and the heart of wood vein, you will directly build the Tower of Time. Xiangnan hurriedly asked, then what about the lack of a heart of wind veins? Feng Xian said, no lack, because the wind vein heart itself is hidden in the Tower of Time. After you have built this tower, Emperor Vermilion Bird will forcefully inject the laws of time into it. Although such a tower is still insufficient to withstand the impact of the laws, it can still barely endure for a short period of time because it has 4 other innate hearts. During this period of time, you can connect the 2 cycles. The heart of the wind vein will automatically appear in the Tower of Time. At that time, you can quickly absorb the heart of the wind vein and complete the Tower of Time. Wonderful! Emperor Vermilion Bird's eyes lit up. This is really feasible. Amazing, my Xian. Xiangnan hugged Feng Xian's shoulder and laughed loudly. You are truly a noble person bestowed upon me by the heavens. Then it's decided. Absorb the heart of the fire vein first, then the heart of the wood vein, and then build the Tower of Time. Emperor Vermilion Bird smiled and said, I have already prepared the heart of the fire vein for you. Come, take it. As he spoke, Emperor Vermilion Bird pushed the heart of the fire vein towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan immediately accepted it and sat down cross-legged, beginning the absorption process. During this time, everyone's eyes widened as they witnessed this unbelievable scene. He had only heard of the absorption of his innate heart, but very few had seen it with their own eyes. It's amazing. Xiao Jun touched his handsome face and said, why doesn't this ability belong to me? I've always been so handsome. I thought I was the only one chosen by the heavens, but I was actually robbed of my leading role by this ugly Xiangnan. Everyone rolled their eyes and ignored him. Just as Xiangnan was absorbing the heart of the fire vein, a visitor arrived. It was a good time for the woman of the 9 desolate eyes race to bring a man. The moment everyone saw the man, everyone's eyes turned red. Demon Emperor! Everyone cried out in unison. The glorious Sulphur Continent was once a symbol of an era, but with the end of the world extermination battle, apart from the Demon Emperor, the other 5 emperors had all perished. This is a very sad thing. Now, after seeing the Demon Emperor from the 6 Emperors era, everyone felt as if they had taken root in their hearts. Long time no see, everyone. The Demon Emperor smiled and waved his hand at the crowd. Long time no see, Xiangnan, he said. Xiangnan's eyes were also red, but he was speechless now, so he could only continue to absorb the fire vein's heart. That's great. Xiao Jun's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement as he said, our era is not over. Our emperor has returned. The Demon Emperor sighed with emotion. I have already heard what 9 flowers said. At this moment, no matter how I call myself the Emperor, my name is not true. There are countless experts at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation in this world. I am just a speck of dust. No, your arrival is of great significance. Emperor Vermilion Bird said, the dragon race has always been extremely arrogant. It is a race that would rather be exterminated than bow its head. You know this best. If it weren't for you, the true Dragon Emperor wouldn't have handed over the wood vein heart even if he were to die. You are a bridge between the human race and the dragon race. I'm afraid I don't have such an important position. The Demon Emperor sighed. No, you do. Emperor Vermilion Bird said. When the entire dragon race fell into a deep slumber, the entire world almost forgot about this legendary race. It was you who endured so hard that the world did not forget the dragon race. Your actions proved the dignity of the dragon race. For a race that values dignity more than life, your status is unshakable in the entire dragon race. This was like a battle between two countries. After a weak country failed, the entire army retreated. However, there was one person, one general, who chose to stay behind and cut off the rear for everyone. He went alone to stall the entire enemy army. This person was a national hero. No matter how small his office was, his position was eternal. The so-called weak country was the dragon race, while the so-called enemy army was the division of the universe. The demon emperor was the pride of the entire dragon race. The demon emperor sighed sadly. If he was still alive, he would definitely laugh at us. If we had listened to his advice, perhaps we would not have used it to bear the consequences now. He wanted to wipe out the entire human race and cultivate a higher human race. If he had won the world extermination battle back then, and humanity had been completely extinct, it seemed that there would not have been such a difficult situation, nor would there have been so many ninth-level heavenly tribulation experts, and they would not have posed a threat to the dream world. Everyone fell silent. Although they were unwilling to admit this fact, they didn't know how to refute it. No! A loud and powerful voice rang out. Xianxia had already absorbed the heart of the fire vein. He stood up and said resolutely, "Absolutely not. If he really wins, he can only delay for a while at most. That won't change our destiny. In fact, the high-level human race that he was wholeheartedly trying to nurture would be defeated by the collapse of the levees and be nurtured by the pseudo-gods into trillions of ninth-level heavenly tribulation martial artists. At that time, we won't even have room to resist." Furthermore, Xianxia firmly said, "To exchange humiliation for victory, such a victory is not honorable." The demon emperor heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Xianxia, I know I haven't misjudged you. His plan was a suicidal compromise. This person was really courageous, but he really chose the wrong direction." Xianxia had never wavered on this point. Then now, Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Go to Dragon Mountain." Emperor Vermilion Bird said, "There is one thing I must explain in advance. I can help you find the Dragon Mountain, but after I break through its secret magic. At the same time, the Glory God cult will immediately discover the whereabouts of the Dragon Mountain. At that time, we must face the pseudo-god head-on. There's one more thing that you might not know, Xianxia. The Star Lord has already freed all of the divine envoys. At this moment, the 100,000 divine envoys are already active in the world." "No problem," Xianxia said. "The newly awakened divine envoy's realm is too low. At most, he is a martial saint. He is not to be feared. As for Star Lord, just leave it to me to deal with him." Xiao Jun hurriedly asked, "Are you sure you can defeat Star Lord?" Elder Shi Beihong said, "It's not a question of whether or not we can fight. It's that we have no other choice. 100,000 God messengers would bless the believers together. This would cause humans to erupt into a blown-out state of advancement. If he didn't go to the Dragon Mountain, the dream world would definitely be discovered by the divine realm, the creator would be killed, and the entire human race would be annihilated. Whether or not they could defeat the Star Lord was no longer important. The important thing was that everyone was standing on a cliff. Apart from waiting for death, they had to jump off the cliff. Xianxia flew into the sky. He spread his voice throughout every corner of the new world. Countless people looked up at the sky and listened to Xianxia's voice. Human, demon, black tortoise, vermilion bird, my dear friends, the final moment has finally arrived. We have no choice but to pick up the weapons in our hands in order to survive and be free. I have to tell you, this is not an ordinary war. Our enemy is the entire Glory God cult and all its followers. This battle will be incredibly difficult, but we have to fight for ourselves, for our loved ones, for our friends, for our fellow citizens, for the world, for our own sake, for a bright future. Countless races shouted in unison throughout the new world. Xianxia's voice became even more intense. In this battle, we will gamble on everything we have. We will remember the warriors who sacrificed their lives in this battle. We will embrace our future as well. It's better to die standing than to live on your knees.
All troops, let's go. Xianxia raised his great saber high and pointed his sword at Dragon Mountain. Who? Drink! Countless warriors shouted excitedly. At that moment, the surviving races in the New World finally picked up their weapons. They could finally openly and recklessly fight to prove their dignity. Hundreds of millions of rays of light shot into the sky. The magnificent Dipper Chi rain cluster was densely packed towards the Dragon Mountain. They left the void and arrived at the center of the universe. In the records of the entire dream universe, there had never been such a large-scale scene. And the one flying at the front was Xianxia, who had been fighting hard for all the races. With him around, everyone had a backbone. Su Tsayue's calm heart finally shook as she watched her disciple grow into such a domineering man. Many of the Harem sect's elders were filled with tears. In the history of this small sect, perhaps the most important decision they had made was to accept the young man from Bluestone City. They traveled through the vast universe, traveled a long distance, and headed towards the future they yearned for in their hearts. Humans shouldn't accept the fate of extinction, and humans shouldn't just be a pill. The divine realm, which had ruled the entire real world for countless years, would eventually welcome the first man who dared to say no to the god race. They crossed the boundless nebula and finally arrived at an empty region of the universe. Emperor Vermilion Bird took a deep breath and formed a seal with her hands, saying, "Open!" The universe in front of him suddenly rippled. A mysterious and unfathomable planet appeared in front of everyone. "Stop!" An extremely dignified roar resounded throughout the entire world. "Vermilion Bird, do you know what you're doing?" That was the true Dragon Emperor's voice. Emperor Vermilion Bird smiled and said, "Of course I know, and I have never been more resolute. Brother Long, it's time to let go. We have shouldered the responsibility entrusted to us by the Creator. But now, regardless of whether you are willing to admit it or not, we can no longer defend this responsibility." The true Dragon Emperor said angrily, "Nonsense! I, the five spirits, am the guardian of the world. Vermilion Bird, you actually gave up the glory bestowed upon us by the Creator and are willing to hand it over to others. You are not worthy of being one of the five guardians." Emperor Vermilion Bird was also enraged and said, "You are not worthy of mentioning the guardian of the world to me. You are not protecting this world at all. You are protecting your own pitiful self-esteem. Brother Long, it's time to flatten your arrogant head. Take a good look at the current world. It only has one guardian. This guardian is called Xianxia. Go!" Countless people turned into a rain of light and headed towards the Dragon Mountain. They pierced through the atmosphere and landed on the entire planet like a meteor shower. The true Dragon Emperor also roared, "All dragons, fight against the foreign enemies." The dense dragon shadows soared into the sky, vowing to protect their final pure land. The dragon warriors of the various dragon races and even the elders of the dragon race had all mobilized. The true Dragon Emperor also appeared for the first time. His entire body was filled with golden light as he stepped into the air. "Guard the Dragon Mountain. Whoosh! Dragons! Swear not to lower your head. Drink!" A tragic battle was about to break out. Countless dragon warriors had already brandished their spears and charged towards the front row of the New World army. At this moment, the dragon warriors at the front saw a person. When they saw this person, none of the dragon warriors moved. They actually knelt in the air together. It was the Demon Emperor. That's right. After all the dragons chose to sleep, he was the only one awake. He was the only one that the whole world remembered. There was once an overlord in this world called the Dragon Race. When he returned to the Dragon Race, the Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with tears. All of the dragon warriors put down their weapons and knelt down on the Monster Emperor's knee. "Fight for me. This is an order." The true Dragon Emperor roared angrily. However, the dragon warriors' bodies trembled. In front of the supreme order and the man who had assumed the last dignity of the dragon race, they were unable to make a choice. "Black Soul, you're back." At this moment, a trembling voice sounded. When he heard this voice, the Demon Emperor's tears finally rolled down his cheeks. It was the Black Dragon Clan's Dragon King. He passed through countless dragon warriors and arrived in front of the Demon Emperor. "Greetings, General Black Soul." The Demon Emperor couldn't help but cry. He clasped his fists and choked. General Mo didn't tarnish the mission of the dragon race. He has always protected the world on behalf of the dragon race. The Black Dragon King's tears rolled in his eyes. He gently stroked the Demon Emperor's hair and said, "You are also old. Back then, when you left my subordinates, you were just a young man. You're old too." After hearing these words, all the dragon warriors finally couldn't help but clench their teeth. But their tears fell down without obeying their orders. The Demon Emperor hugged the Black Dragon King's arm and cried like a child who had been away from home for a long time. The Black Dragon King kindly said, "How did you survive so many years?" The Demon Emperor said, "At the end of the day, I built a black sharp demon cave and hid within it. I used it to lock the traces of time. Whenever a catastrophe occurs, General Mo will only dare to leave the black sharp demon cave and let that time carve a scar on my face that should have belonged to me." The Black Dragon King said, "Are you trying so hard to survive in order to wait for the day when the dragons awaken?" The Demon Emperor gritted his teeth and nodded forcefully. "I know that this day will definitely come." As soon as he finished speaking, all the dragon warriors dropped their weapons and rushed towards the Demon Emperor with tears in their eyes. They threw the Demon Emperor into the sky and cheered for the return of this hero. Xianxia was also moved to tears as he said, "This is his honor. He deserves it." Xiao Jun hugged Yuan Meng's big arm and cried loudly, "Too fucking touching." In this way, the war could not begin. The true Dragon Emperor sighed. He didn't expect this outcome. "Are you trying to protect humans?" The true Dragon Emperor questioned the Demon Emperor. "I don't understand why such a low-grade creature is worthy of your protection. Have you ever seen humans become enemies with their fellow humans for the sake of rats and snakes? Have you ever seen a hound fight a companion for a wild boar? But that's what you're doing. Right now." Xianxia endured his anger and thought to himself that this fellow's words were too bastard. But now was not the time to quarrel. Solving the problem as quickly as possible was the top priority. Facing the true Dragon Emperor's question, the Demon Emperor was not afraid. He said forcefully, "At this moment, I thought that the grudges between races should be put down. I'm not fighting for the dragons, much less for the humans. I'm fighting for the world, this land we love." The true Dragon Emperor's expression softened slightly as he said, "Since that's the case, you should find someone worthy of your help." As he spoke, the true Dragon Emperor looked at Xianxia and said, "I've heard of this person. He is even more powerful than the White Tiger race's Tiger King. But that's all. Emperor Black Tortoise is no more powerful than the Tiger King. Emperor Vermilion Bird is no more powerful than the Tiger King. Both of them died at the hands of the God race. What can a tiny Xianxia do?" The Demon Emperor hurriedly said, "But Xianxia can absorb the heart of talent." The true Dragon Emperor said, "Yes, you have forgotten how Emperor Mo died. It was precisely because he lost his wind vein heart that his lifespan was greatly reduced. He was unable to survive. After losing the heart of wood veins, our dragon race will also follow the path of the Mou race. We will no longer be pure, and our lives, strength, and bloodlines will also fade." Xianxia couldn't listen any longer. He walked out and said, "Perhaps the respected true Dragon Emperor hasn't figured out anything yet. If you don't hand over the wood vein heart, we won't even be able to survive for 2 months. Then what's the use of the Dragon Clan's essence bloodline? I can't even save my life, but I still refuse to let go of my proud bloodline. Don't you think you're a little childish? This is like a wealthy tycoon who is starving to death. He is still reluctant to spend money to buy even a steamed bun to eat. It is too stupid." Everyone's hearts sank as they thought that something was wrong. Sure enough, the true Dragon Emperor was furious and shouted, "Who gave you the courage to humiliate this emperor?" After saying that, the true Dragon Emperor pointed towards Xianxia. A golden beam shot out. In an instant, the Demon Emperor didn't even have the slightest bit of time. He actually leapt out horizontally, wanting to use his own body to help Xianxia block this attack. As soon as the Demon Emperor moved, the Black Dragon King didn't want the Demon Emperor to die.
He actually pounced out to block this finger for the Demon Emperor. You guys! The true Dragon Emperor was shocked, seeing that the tragedy was about to happen. There's no need. Xianxia pushed the two dragons away with his left hand and gently waved his right hand. With a slight gust of true qi, he sent the true Dragon Emperor's attack flying. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiao Jun was shocked. My God! When did he become so powerful? He's completely different from before. The true Dragon Emperor also couldn't believe his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Luo Shang and Lan Ling, who understood Xianxia's strength the best, were already a little impatient. Lan Ling frowned and said, Xianxia, I don't understand. Why are you entangling with this stupid dragon? With your strength, killing him isn't a matter of minutes. Just kill it and snatch away the heart of the wood vein. It's really long-winded. The true Dragon Emperor no longer had the mood to scold Blue Spirit. He just looked at Xianxia in shock and said, What kind of power is this? Xianxia said, Please hand over the wood vein heart. Although my friend has spoken a little rashly, if you are stubborn, I can only use force. Please believe in my determination. In order to defeat the god race, I can do anything. The true Dragon Emperor said, All right. You think you're very powerful? In this way, if you can catch my true strength in 3 moves, I'll give you my innate heart. Xianxia glanced at the sky and said, There is no time left. The pseudo-god should have brought a large number of believers and is rushing here. They can carry out long-distance teleportation. In this way, if you can take a move from me, then I will lose. You, the true Dragon Emperor, still wanted to speak. However, Xianxia directly pointed out the true energy of the sun. The true Dragon Emperor was shocked. He hurriedly condensed his demonic qi shield and placed a pure golden shield in front of him. Pong! The true sun qi pierced through the golden shield and the true Dragon Emperor's chest. After piercing through the true Dragon Emperor, the true sun qi continued to shoot into the distance, piercing through towering mountain peaks. Finally, it flew out of the planet's gravitational force and flew into the depths of the universe. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a powerful method before. But in the next moment, the dragons were also in a hurry. Great Emperor, Xianxia said, Qian'er, cure it. Long Qian'er released a faint light and immediately restored the true Dragon Emperor to his original state. This move shocked all the dragons once again. The true Dragon Emperor sighed. He didn't say anything and didn't know what to say. A single exchange allowed him to know the difference between himself and Xianxia. The young man in front of him was already so powerful that it exceeded his scope of knowledge. The Black Dragon King's heart shook as he said, Great Emperor. The true Dragon Emperor waved his hand, signaling the Black Dragon King to stop talking. He raised his right hand and a jade-green ball of light suddenly flew out from the core of the planet. There was also a small symbol in the ball of light, which meant wood. Xianxia waved his hand and the wood-veined heart flew towards him. Hurry up and absorb it. Emperor Vermilion Bird hurriedly said, I can already feel the fluctuations of the god race. They are traveling through a long spatial wormhole. Without saying a word, Xianxia immediately sat down cross-legged. The heart of the wood vein immediately entered his body. This was the 4th divine grade talent that Xianxia had absorbed. After it was completely absorbed, Xianxia would possess the divine grade talent of lightning, wood, water, fire, earth, and 5 meridians. Coupled with the wind meridians he was going to collect in the future, he would be the first expert in history to possess 6 divine grade talents. But just as Xianxia sat down to absorb it, Emperor Vermilion Bird's eyes changed. Not good. A fake god has changed the laws of the world, he said. They folded space. Space wormholes were originally a method that could penetrate space and achieve the goal of jumping forward. As for space folding, it was another very effective way of traveling. It was to fold the space within an area in half. One fold could reduce the space distance by half. At this moment, those pseudo-gods were using spatial folding and spatial wormholes to move forward together. Their speed of arriving here would be greatly shortened. But the worst part was that Emperor Vermilion Bird's expression changed again. It's folded again. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. Damn it! They're coming. Rumble. In the depths of the universe, there was a roaring sound of thunder. Protect Xianxia with all your might. The demon emperor roared. As long as Xianxia doesn't die, we can risk everyone's lives. We will definitely win this war. Many experts surrounded Xianxia. They used their flesh and blood bodies to forge a human wall. At this time, the true dragon emperor also began to regret that if he hadn't wasted too much time in time, he wouldn't have welcomed such a bad outcome. At this moment, the sky suddenly opened. In the universe outside the planet, 5 enormous spatial rifts suddenly appeared, followed by a black hole that pierced through each of the 5 rifts. The black hole was the source of the thunder. Immediately after, countless strong lights flew out of the black hole like a catastrophe of locusts. The sky was filled with countless rays of light, and countless believers stood proudly high up in the sky. Outside the believers, 7 people slowly walked out. These 7 were the last 7 of the first batch of 20 pseudogods. Of the other 13 people, 1 Xingdua had died accidentally, and 12 others had all died at Xianxia's hands. But these 7 people were too strong. Star Lord. The true dragon emperor narrowed his eyes. The leader was none other than the strongest of the pseudogods, the Star Lord. At this moment, he had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. The other 6 pseudogods were equally powerful, each at the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation. This day has finally come. The Star Lord let out a long sigh and said, "Why? I'm just trying to make your world of martial arts more brilliant. I just want to raise your realms. But why are you resisting me?" Emperor Vermilion Bird sneered. "Since the matter has come to this point, don't show off your lawsuit. We know your little plan very well. Besides, these high-sounding deceptive words are very meaningless." The Star Lord nodded and said, "You can't win this war. Come on. Let them know that God's dignity cannot be tarnished." As soon as he finished speaking, countless believers turned into bright lights and rushed towards the ground. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The demon emperor waved his hand and said, "Attack!" The true dragon emperor said, "Dragons fight!" Countless rays of light also flew up from the ground. This was a tragic battle. There were many sects supporting the Glory God sect, including the Spirit Vulture sect and even the White Tiger clan. On the human side, there were Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, Dragon Race, Demon Race, and Demon Race. This was the largest war in the history of the primordial universe. It was also the first time that a local power had fought against a powerful foreign power. Countless rays of light exploded in the sky. Countless martial artists had thrown themselves into this battle, and the battle had been extremely fierce. All sorts of martial skills emerged in endlessly, and all sorts of sects also emerged. Terrifying profound arts bloomed in the sky with magnificent spiritual flowers. When a large number of humans were hit by various profound arts, some of them turned into trees in situ. Some of them were flesh and blood turning out, their entire body turning over, their body cavity facing outwards, while their body surfaces were hidden within their bodies. Some people felt that it was unbearably itchy, instantly losing their fighting strength, and before they could even scratch it, they were torn into pieces by the believers who were heading towards them. The battle of martial arts was even more terrifying. A massive amount of Dipper Chi exploded in the dense crowd. One explosion after another produced a chain reaction. Usually, the aura released by a martial artist would immediately trigger the explosion of the enemy's aura, and even their own members would hurriedly explode their own aura due to panic. By the time they were in chaos, it was already very difficult for them to distinguish between the enemy and us. They were only focused on killing everyone in front of them. Countless martial artists were blasted into vapor by the terrifying explosions of astral chi. Even the cosmic space was shattered, and this space was also destroyed, exposing the void. The entire Dragon Mountain was forcefully sucked into the void from the space universe. The New World Army was no match for Glory God cult. The weakest and worst martial artist in the Radiant God sect also possessed at least one divine talent. while the stronger one possessed 2 or even 3. However, in the New World, apart from Xianxia, there wasn't even a single martial artist with divine talent. This was a total collapse war. As soon as the New World martial artists clashed with the Glory God sect, they immediately collapsed, completely unable to resist. In less than 30 seconds, the New World martial artists had completely collapsed. Not to mention counterattacking, they didn't even have the ability to block. At this moment, a miraculous scene occurred. A large number of New World martial artists who were severely injured and about to die had miraculously recovered from their injuries. This scene was happening in every corner at the same time. Ha! Xing Jun frowned slightly and said, "What's going on?" In the distance, many MO experts used their spatial jumping abilities. They flapped their enormous wings, forming a once-human wall and flying in the sky. At the center of the demon army, there were 2 women. One was Timefly, and the other was Long Chenner. At this moment, Long Chenner already had a fortune realm, and the speed at which she was advancing could be said to be extremely frightening. However, she was still unable to withstand a war of this level, even the slightest bit of aftershocks. The demons assumed the responsibility of protecting Long Chenner. Her expression was solemn. Her hands continuously emitted large amounts of light. All the New World martial artists who were shrouded in the light, even those who were seriously injured and about to die, or even those who had just died, and whose brains were not completely dead, would recover their peak combat strength in the first instant. Long Chenner's most shocking function had finally erupted. With her help, even though the New World army was unable to defeat Glory God cult, they indirectly possessed an immortal body. No, there's no way to save us. The speed at which we were killed has already surpassed the speed at which I saved people. Long Chenner's expression turned cold as she said, "Master Mother, time flies." Time passed and she nodded. She grabbed Long Chenner's shoulder and shot towards the ground. Long Chenner suddenly turned into a 10-meter-tall giant goddess. She had long jade-green hair and her entire body was wrapped in green light. When the 2 women landed on the ground, Long Chenner suddenly shouted, "Miracle of life, savior, pong!" She slapped her palm on the ground. At that moment, a miracle appeared. The entire Dragon Mountain planet was instantly covered with a faint layer of green light. At the same time, all the New World armies on the planet were resurrected with blood. Apart from some of the dead martial artists, everyone else had returned to their peak condition. This is Star-Lord's eyes moved as he pointed at Long Chenner in the distance. "It's that woman. Kill her. If she doesn't die, this New World army will never be destroyed." 3 seconds later, the green light of Dragon Mountain planet disappeared again. After flying into the sky with Long Chenner said, "Marshal Uncle Ya." The bud flew over and stood behind Long Chenner. She formed a seal with both of her hands and pushed Long Chenner's back, saying, "Come!" Long Chenner shouted at the same time, "Life miracle potential blooming." Who? A bloody light filled the entire planet. All the martial artists of the New World were instantly stimulated. However, this was not a routine way to stimulate their potential. In fact, Long Chenner had been helping every martial artist tap their potential these past few days until there was no room for them to tap. But Long Chenner had comprehended a new ability: excessive excavation. In a short period of time, it was equivalent to giving a martial artist a heart-strengthening shot. This caused the combat strength of all martial artists to rapidly rise to a new height within a few minutes. However, this was still a drop in the bucket. The gap in strength between the New World martial artists and the Glory God cult believers was simply too great. Almost every 20 seconds, the army of the New World would face a complete collapse. "I can't catch up again. Let's do it again," Long Chenner said excitedly. As she continued to drag her to the ground, Long Chenner once again performed a miracle of life. There was a buzzing sound. Planet Dragon Mountain was once again enveloped in a layer of green light, and all the martial artists of the New World had once again recovered. Xing Jun crossed his shoulders and said, "Xing Ban, get rid of that woman." The Eighth Order Heavenly Tribulation Pseudo-God, codenamed Star Spot, immediately charged towards Long Chenner and Time Fly. Time flies. You traitor of the god race. It's time to pay the price for your betrayal. Stellar Spot raised his hand and condensed a lightning spear. He immediately threw it towards Time Fly. He didn't even dodge, ignoring Star Spot's attacks. With a thunderclap, the lightning spear instantly pierced through Time Fly's chest. As for Long Chenner, she only lightly touched it and it healed in an instant. Time Flies quickly said, "Look at the actions of the false god. If he attacks me with the power of faith, we must escape. Your miracle of life cannot heal the wounds caused by the power of faith." Long Chenner was both excited and nervous as she said, "Understood. Ha!" In the distance, Star-Lord looked in another direction. There were two new world martial artists carrying out a massacre. The moment he saw the two of them, the Star-Lord frowned slightly and said, "Time traveler? Ha-ha! It must be Emperor Vermilion Bird." The two of them were Blue Spirit and Ghost King Luosheng. These two fellows were truly amazing. The two of them were like two war meat grinders. Wherever he passed, there was not a single blade of grass, not a single piece of armor left. Luosheng held a long saber in his hand and sprinted wildly on the boundless planet of Dragon Mountain. The saber in his hand had already brandished into the shadow of a soccer star's black light. Wherever he passed, all the believers who touched the giant black ball would be slashed at the waist. The Blue Spirit wasn't the slightest bit inferior. He had been using Xiangnan's dead blade. At this moment, he had transformed the dead blade into the shape of a sword. It was 99 slender and sharp nether-silver longswords. 99 swords were like large octopuses with 99 tentacles. Those swords shot out and back in an instant, shooting out again. 99 swords formed a storm circle. Everyone who entered the storm zone was minced into meat sauce. Just the killing speed of these two people was comparable to that of nearly 1,000 martial artists. Those two people who came back with Xiangnan are very powerful. Time flew by and immediately discovered the horrors of the Blue Spirit and Luosheng. She knew about Lan Ling, but Luosheng had never seen her before. Chenner, those two are limited by their height. Their killing speed can only be limited to this level. "Let's give them a fire," Chenner said quickly. Long Chenner excitedly licked her lips and said, "All right, it's time to use Martial Uncle Ya's newly created trick for me." At this point, Long Chenner raised her hands high and pointed at Lan Ling and Luosheng, shouting, "Life miracle, glorious giant." Two strong lights shot out. The rise of the Blue Spirit and Luosheng's slaughter suddenly saw the ground begin to move away from him, and his enemies became even smaller. The two of them were stunned, and they immediately realized that it wasn't that the enemy had become smaller, but that they had grown bigger. The two top experts actually possessed a body of 100 meters. Ha 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 ha. Lan Ling laughed out loud and said, "It's a good time. The two of them could kill faster." It was only because his body was too small and his attack area was relatively limited that he could only kill the people around him. However, now that the two already invincible martial artists possessed a 100-meter body, it was truly like adding wings to a tiger. The speed at which the two of them killed instantly increased by 6 times. These two fellows could kill hundreds of radiant believers almost every second. Not to mention these believers, so what if they were the 6 false gods of the demon-sealing abyss? He was still killed by Luosheng. Although Blue Spirit had lost her divine talent, she still had Xiangnan's super weapon. His combat strength had also soared by leaps and bounds. When the two of them were in high spirits, Lan Ling shouted excitedly, "Luosheng, let's see who kills more enemies than anyone else." Luosheng narrowed his eyes into a thin line and said, "I'm happy to accompany you." After saying that, the two of them turned into 2 hurricanes and whistled away. On the other side, Starspot had already arrived in front of Long Chenner. He had killed him 10 times and had been resurrected by Long Chenner 10 times. As Long Chenner was healing, she would release a planet-wide healing spell every 20 seconds. Too important. Xiangnan really didn't see the wrong person back then. Only with this proud disciple, Long Chenner, could the entire war situation be maintained. Without her, This battle would have ended 20 seconds after the start of the battle. Xianxia didn't say anything, but he was still feeling the movements on the battlefield. As for the Star Lord, he didn't take any action. He was always looking at Xianxia. Besides Xianxia were True Dragon Emperor, Vermilion Bird Emperor, and many other Dragon Kings. At this moment, the Star Lord nodded and said, "I can't let you continue to absorb it." At this point, Star Lord was finally willing to personally take action. He turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Xianxia. The True Dragon Emperor and the Vermilion Bird Emperor exchanged glances and said, "Protect Xianxia with all their might." 20 seconds ago. Not good, quickly dodge. He pushed Long Chen away and shouted. He used the power of faith. The star spot had already summoned the shadow of the temple battle god. He held a temple divine spear in his hand and threw it towards Timefly. This power of faith ignored the laws and could not be saved by Long Chen. As long as he was hit, he would die. At this moment, a black beam of light suddenly appeared in the distance. The black light moved from far to near, ignoring the spatial distance and instantly arriving at the scene. The black light immediately turned into a woman with a face like white jade and hair like night. As for this woman, she actually caught the temple god's spear with her bare hands. How could it be? Xingban was viciously shocked and said, "Who is it?" Time flies. He breathes a sigh of relief and laughs. "Sorry, master. This disciple is late." The woman raised her head and was surprised that it was Guanxiao. Time flies and nods. "I'm finally here. In other words, you've already absorbed all of it." Guanxiao casually threw the temple god's spear to the side and said, "Thank you, master. This disciple has already finished absorbing all of it." Starspot was shocked. He immediately summoned the temple divine spear and rushed towards Guanxiao again. That Guanxiao also flew towards him. She flashed the divine spear and ejected her right hand like the knight, piercing through Star Spot's chest with a pu. Xingban spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "This?" Just as he said this, the wound on Star Spot's chest immediately collapsed. His flesh and blood collapsed into countless elementium particles and collapsed into the black hole at the core of the wound, being absorbed into it. This kind of reverse law collapsed. When it reached a certain level, it could collapse a medium-sized planet into the size of a walnut. "You can't kill me," Xingban roared angrily. Guanxiao said with a cold face, "I can't kill you, but you can't escape. Then, shrink forever." Pseudogods could not be killed by forces other than the Dream Tao and Sun Qi. But for some reason, Guanxiao's ability was accompanied by an anti-law power. An undying star spot could not create a second avatar to resurrect the avatar in the midst of infinite rebirth. He could only resurrect his body in place. However, his body continued to collapse infinitely. In other words, the star spots were revived infinitely, and they were infinitely sucked in by the reverse laws. This formed an eternal cycle. Stellar spots didn't die, but they couldn't escape. Xianxia's heart trembled as he said, "When did this girl possess such a powerful ability?" "Ha!" Suddenly, Guanxiao turned around and saw Xingjun flying towards her beloved man. Guanxiao's eyes immediately turned red. Her eyes were bloodshot and she angrily said, "Who dares to touch a hair of my man? I will tear you alive." Guanxiao suddenly turned into a night-like light and rushed towards Xingjun. Just as Star Lord was about to make a move, he frowned and dodged immediately. At the same time, a streak of black light pierced through the Star Lord's original position. Guanxiao immediately stopped and flew back, landing beside Xianxia. She looked at Xianxia's resolute face obsessively and said, "Little brother Xianxia, big sister is here to protect you." In the distance, Long Chen pointed at Guanxiao and said to Iran, "Mother, are you going to serve master with senior sister Guanxiao in the future? Isn't that right in bed?" "Eft. Little girl, what nonsense. Who taught you that?" Yi Zichen's face flushed red. "Don't let Guanxiao know. I'm still looking for a suitable opportunity to tell her about this. If she knew that her master had robbed her man, she might have done something." Yaya patted her chest and said, "Fortunately, it's fine. Xianxia is only my brother. I don't want to confront a terrifying woman like Guanxiao. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go and take a look. Long Ran immediately pulled Long Chenner and flew towards Xiangnan. At this moment, Guanxiao was already at war with the other 6 pseudogods. She had actually fought against 6 8th level heavenly tribulation pseudogods on her own, not to mention being at a disadvantage. This scene caused True Dragon Emperor and Vermilion Bird Emperor to once again overturn the world outlook. The True Dragon Emperor said incredulously, "A Xiangnan is already terrifying enough. He actually has such a powerful woman." Emperor Vermilion Bird's face turned slightly pale as he said, "Could it be?" "That's right." Time flew over and said, "It's the dark innate heart." After her brief introduction, Xiangnan and the others finally understood the cause and effect. Before, when Xiangnan and Emperor Vermilion Bird talked about the Great Nether Realm, Emperor Vermilion Bird had already mentioned it. As a world was constructed, it was necessary to balance the trays on both sides of the scale like a scale was erected. Aside from the light world, there was also a dark world, the Great Nether Realm. However, the Creator did not establish any order in the dark world, causing it to become a parallel space of darkness and chaos. Since there were the 5 spirits of light, then there must be a corresponding 5 spirits of darkness, that is, the 5 spirits of anti-laws. Dark Vermilion Bird, Dark Dragon Race, Dark Black Tortoise, Dark White Tiger, Dark MOU. Emperor Vermilion Bird was not the only one who knew this. He had already discovered the existence of the Great Nether Realm when he first arrived at the Dream World. At that time, Timefly discovered that there was no order in the Great Nether Realm, nor was there such a 5-spirit race that lived together and held each other in a ball in the light world. The 5 spirits of the Great Nether Realm were scattered, fighting on their own. The Nether Dragon that Xiangnan had seen earlier was actually a member of the Dark Dragon clan. The original plan was to absorb the innate talent of the 5 spirits of light, but when he discovered that the 5 spirits were too difficult to deal with, he chose the Great Nether Realm instead. But in the end, she discovered that she was similarly unable to absorb the dark innate heart of the Great Nether Realm. She did not have a corresponding attribute. It was also at that time that Iran turned her sword into a nether sword in the Great Nether Realm. This was the origin of the Nether Realm. Afterwards, after meeting Guanxiao, Time-Ran immediately thought of herself, that failed plan, and rekindled the flame of hope. The reason why she took Guanxiao away was not because of how outstanding Guanxiao's martial arts attainments were, but because of Guanxiao's talent. Guanxiao was the only person in the world who possessed the ability to devour darkness, and was also the only one who could absorb the heart of darkness. Afterwards, she brought Guanxiao back to the demon race and tried to carry out this plan. However, she could not bear to let Guanxiao become her experimental subject. If she failed, Guanxiao would be completely dead. He had no choice but to spend a long period of time teaching Guanxiao the ability to cultivate his avatar and get out a Guanxiao avatar. This way, Guanxiao's original body was dead. At least his avatar was still alive. After her avatar succeeded, she sent Guanxiao to the Nether Realm to search for the Dark 5 spirits. This was the reason why the new world had to be built in a great whirlpool. That new world could become Guanxiao's foothold. If she was tired, she could come back to rest at any time. Back then, when she mentioned Guanxiao to Xiangnan, she once said that there was a big surprise waiting for Xiangnan, and that was the current Guanxiao. The 5 Dark Meridians. Star-Lord saw through Guanxiao's talent and said, "I see. Guanxiao's talent should be called Darkness-Devouring Talent. It was not a true talent. To be exact, it was an attribute of talent." Xiangnan's lightning meridian talent represented something like lightning. However, the dark devouring innate represented devouring power. The word devouring was not a thing in itself, but a description of the absorption process. Thus, after Guanxiao absorbed the heart of darkness innate, she still only possessed 5 types of innate abilities: the dark fire vein, the dark water vein, the dark wind vein, the dark wood vein, and the dark earth vein, along with a devouring attribute. Guanxiao, who possessed 5 dark talents, was essentially the same as the god race. Moreover, she was the only god of darkness in the entire realm of reality and dreams. What she grasped was the power of the anti-laws. At this moment, The Ghost King of the 6 Heavenly Tribulation's 8th layer had already used all of his strength, but he could only draw with Guanxiao. Xiangnan, this is a gift from me. After you leave for the Divine Realm, Guanxiao will accompany you and assist you. Haha, you have another helper? In the distance, the blue spirit overheard everything. He looked at Guanxiao and nodded. This woman, I like her temperament very much. Luosheng said. Where do you like? Lan Ling said. She is different from all of you. She doesn't have that kind of moral burden. Like me, she is also a person who does what she says, regardless of any kind of bullshit morality. I like such a clean person, and I admire her very much. Speaking of cruelty, in fact, Lan Ling's understanding of Guanxiao was not deep enough. If he understood this woman thoroughly, he would discover that his so-called little evil was nothing more than a child in front of Guanxiao. Kacha! Blue Spirit was stunned. With a crisp sound, Guanxiao suddenly opened her mouth and swallowed a fake god like a devil. Eat! Eat! The true Dragon Emperor's face was pale. She ate a god race. Star-Lord's expression changed. He was preparing to deal with Guanxiao, but he discovered that Xiangnan's absorption was almost over. In an instant, the Star-Lord made the most correct judgment. He released a bolt of lightning towards Xiangnan. Aha! Little Sparrow held a small spear in his hand. With a flick of his hand, he actually sent the lightning power flying. Guanxiao was eating her gods when she saw Xing Jun attack. She was already scared out of her wits, afraid that her beloved man would be killed by Xing Jun. He didn't expect that the Star-Lord's attack would actually be intercepted by the little bird. Hiss! Emperor True Dragon and Emperor Vermilion Bird sucked in another breath of cold air. Yeah! Little Sparrow tilted his head and looked at the spear that Little Bitch had given him in his hand. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. He had seen this spear before, and he had seen with his own eyes how that child called Little Bitch had given it to Little Sparrow. I thought it was just a little toy. Who would have thought that he would be so powerful? Huh! What kind of weapon is that? Xing Jun's pupils shrank. He pointed with both his hands and bolts of lightning shot towards the little bird. After the little bird had eaten the sweet taste, it immediately pricked at the power of thunder and lightning. Although the tattered spear could withstand the power of thunder and lightning, blocking the enemy's attack could not only rely on weapons, but also on judgment. Little Sparrow's combat attainments weren't very high, causing the Star-Lord's lightning power to not be stabbed 7 or 8 times by the spear. The 7 or 8 bolts of lightning exploded on the little bird's head, causing him to hug his head in pain and cry loudly. He's actually not dead. Star-Lord was shocked again. Little Sparrow had already drunk all of the blood of the 5 spirits. At this moment, he had evolved into a higher race. Although his combat strength wasn't that strong, his defensive strength had definitely become the world's #1 person. Give it to me. Guanxiao snatched away the little bird's spear from the sky and fiercely threw it towards the Star-Lord. However, Guanxiao discovered the problem with this shot. The spear itself was almost indestructible, but it didn't have any additional benefits. In other words, this spear was an extremely hard weapon, but other than that, there was nothing else good about it. The Star-Lord stretched out his right hand and flicked the spear away with a single finger. Seeing his spear fly out of the universe, Little Sparrow cried out again. Don't cry. I'll bring it back for you. Yaya dotingly touched the little bird's furry head. Her hands formed seals, and the spear flew back with a flash of light. At this moment, Star-Lord had already ordered the other 5 false gods to retreat. All of you stop. You can't beat her. The Star-Lord personally stood out. He looked at Guanxiao indifferently and said, I said before that you will definitely lose this battle. That Guanxiao is in the stage of high self-confidence. She says excitedly, who loses and who wins is still unknown. You may not be able to defeat me. After saying that, Guanxiao immediately rushed forward and released a dark fist towards Xing Jun. A huge, dark-like fist shot towards the Star-Lord. The Star-Lord punched him. The lightning fist and the darkness fist canceled each other out at the same time. Like a living devil, Guanxiao attacked the Star-Lord thousands of times. The Star-Lord had also returned thousands of attacks. but the strength of the two of them had all been cancelled out by each other without exception. How could this be? Guanxiao frowned and said, "We are all at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. We are all 5 divine grade talents. But my innate attribute is the dark attribute. It should be able to restrain your light attribute. I shouldn't be unable to defeat you." In terms of talent, Guanxiao was not inferior to Xingjun, and could even be said to be suppressing her. In terms of combat experience and martial arts attainments, Guanxiao should also surpass Xingjun. But why did the two sides draw? This made Guanxiao really unable to understand. Not only her, but even Xiangnan couldn't figure it out. At this time, Xingjun finally sighed and said, "Originally, I didn't want to go this far. It was really hard to imagine that someone would force me into such a sorry state in this dream world, even forcing me to use my true strength. Forget it. This is the price I paid for my previous arrogance." At this point, the Star Lord raised his hands high up, and a shadow of a temple battle god appeared in the sky. Guanxiao sneered, "The power of faith? I have already seen this kind of power, and it is nothing more than that." However, as he spoke, the shadow of the temple battle god actually descended and merged with the Star Lord. In an instant, Timorin's face turned pale and she said, "No, that's not." Before he could finish speaking, Star Lord had already tossed out the divine spear of the temple at Guanxiao. Guanxiao had already proudly reached out to receive the spear. "Don't! Get out of the way!" Timorin exclaimed. But it's too late. Guanxiao grabbed the divine spear of the temple. But in the end, her entire left hand exploded. Hiss! Guanxiao grabbed his wrist that was gushing blood and immediately took a few steps back, saying, "Why? Previously I was able to grasp the power of faith. Why can't I now?" The Star Lord looked at Guanxiao indifferently. At this moment, he was completely dressed in light armor, and beneath him was a temple divine cult. "Why do you think I'm the only one who managed to escape by Wuxia's sculpture suppression with 19 god races?" Xingjun said. "Do you think this is just a coincidence? Or is it by Wuxia's negligence?" Her face was incomparably pale, and her eyes were ashen. "Wrong. I escaped from the suppression seal not because I found any shortcuts, but because of my own strength," Xingjun said. "Just now you said that I used the power of faith, but you were wrong. This is not the power of faith. This is my own ability. Because—" The Star Lord then said something that made everyone despair. He said indifferently, "Because I am not a divine envoy. I am the supreme leader of the 100,000 divine envoys. I am an honorable one. Temple battle god." Guanxiao's eyes widened. The true Dragon Emperor and Vermilion Bird Emperor's expressions also changed. Temple battle god. In this dream world, there was actually a true temple battle god. In the past, all pseudo-gods could only borrow the help of the temple battle god through the power of faith. But after all, that was borrowing. However, Star-Lord was a living temple battle god. It was an existence one level higher than a divine envoy or a war god. Xiangnan was extremely shocked and immediately understood everything. No wonder all the pseudo-gods cherished the Star-Lord as their supreme leader. It seems that they did not choose a leader immediately. It was actually because of this. "I told you." The Star-Lord grabbed Guanxiao from the air with his right hand, and he was immediately grabbed by an invisible force and lifted into the air. "You won't win this war," Xingjun said indifferently. "I don't need to borrow the power of any faith, because I am the faith itself." After saying that, Star-Lord clenched his right hand. Pong! Guanxiao immediately exploded into dust. Hours of light reverse current. Emperor Vermilion Bird waved his hands. Time quickly reversed to a minute ago. Then Guanxiao was revived on the spot. Emperor Vermilion Bird, on the other hand, was already panting. "Oh, this is not a time fault, but a retrogression of official history. As far as I know, such a real-time reversal will consume a large amount of your power of laws." Xingjun chuckled. "And how many more times can you use this method to save people? But I can kill Guanxiao countless times. In the end, I still win." "That's too confident." Guanzhou's right hand was wrapped in a ball of black light and said, "What kind of divine envoy, temple battle god? You are only at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. I don't believe you can play any tricks in this realm." The Star Lord grabbed Guanzhou's neck and said, "Because my divine level is higher, my body composition is different from yours. If you are the iron of the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, then I am the steel of the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation." The Star Lord clenched his right hand and Guanzhou exploded into powder again. Emperor Vermilion Bird once again reversed the time, returning to a minute ago. Star Lord had killed Guanzhou 12 times in a row, and Emperor Vermilion Bird had reversed it 12 times in a row. But at this time, the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor was already very weak. The real time was reversed, and the consumption of the laws of time was enormous. Just like how Xianxia used his own Tao luck, the more times he used it and the longer it lasted, the greater the repulsive force of the laws he endured. Vermilion Bird. The true Dragon Emperor grabbed the Vermilion Bird Emperor's wrist and said, "If you use the laws of time a few more times, you will be forcibly erased by the laws of great time." But Emperor Vermilion Bird's body was already a little translucent. "It's meaningless." The true Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, "No matter how many times you reverse it, Xianxia will also reverse it. He will never be able to absorb the heart of the wood vein. Do you understand what I mean?" Emperor Vermilion Bird was stunned. The true Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you understand what I mean?" The Vermilion Bird Emperor suddenly came to a realization and woke up. "Come on." The true Dragon Emperor waved his hands and said, "All Dragon Kings, join me in the battle to buy time for Xianxia." In an instant, the true Dragon Emperor, along with many Dragon Kings, surrounded the Star Lord with Guanzhou. In the distance, Lan Ling, who had been eavesdropping, also noticed that the situation was not good and said, "Luo Shang, go back. Help Xianxia buy time." Luo Shang and Lan Ling immediately entered the battlefield and joined in the crusade against the Star Lord. At this time, Emperor Vermilion Bird descended from the sky and hugged Xianxia with his arms. "It's useless." Star Lord shook his head. "No matter how many people come or how many times they die, it's useless. In the end, all of you will die." After saying that, the Star Lord suddenly extended his right hand towards Guanzhou. At this time, a Dragon King quickly flew over and blocked in front of Guanzhou. He was pinched instead of Guanzhou. Guanzhou's right hand flashed with a black light. She rushed forward and punched Xing Jun in the stomach. At the same time, Lan Ling and Luo Shang also circled behind the Star Lord and began to cut him violently. The true Dragon Emperor and the other Dragon Kings were also attacking. Pang! The Dragon King who replaced Guanzhou was crushed. However, after someone hit the Star Lord, they didn't even leave a single wound behind. Only the attacks of Guanzhou and the true Dragon Emperor had caused some substantial damage. The true Dragon Emperor fiercely punched the Star Lord, leaving behind only a small bruise. After Guanzhou's power of darkness hit the Star Lord, the bruises left behind were deeper, but apart from that, there was no more damage. The Star Lord rode his horse forward. A temple divine spear pierced through the chest of a Dragon King. Immediately after, the war horseman stood up. The Star Lord's return spear pierced through Blue Spirit's chest. He was a temple war god himself, so there was no time limit to his power of faith. Luo Shang flashed and slashed at Xing Jun's throat. Clang! The Star Lord used the temple god spear to shoot Luo Shang's saber away, followed by a temple god shield that smashed into Luo Shang's shoulder, blasting half of his body apart. The true Dragon Emperor wrapped his demonic aura around the Star Lord from afar. The Star Lord chuckled and shook his shoulders, causing the true Dragon Emperor's demonic energy to completely dissipate. The true Dragon Emperor's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He turned into a golden dragon and flew over, wrapping his body around the Star Lord. Star Lord raised his right hand and said, "Divine light shines." Buzz! In the sky, a beam of divine light descended, enveloping the Star Lord. As for the true Dragon Emperor who had wrapped around the Star Lord, he was actually erased by this beam of divine light on the spot. The divine light disappeared, and Guanxiao took the opportunity to rush forward and pinch Star-Lord's neck with her right hand. Star-Lord raised his hand and pointed at Guanxiao's forehead with his index finger. At that moment, Guanxiao felt that her body had completely lost control and was stuck motionlessly on the spot. Star-Lord said, "You are guilty. In the name of the Temple Battle God, I blame you for destroying your soul." A shrill scream immediately came from Guanxiao's body. A soul flew out from above Guanxiao's head and shattered into specks of light while screaming in the air. Guanxiao's flesh and blood also exploded along with it. "Kneel down." Xingjun raised the divine spear of the temple with his right hand, and it was extremely dignified. The people of the entire planet, even New World martial artists, glory god cult followers, and even other false gods knelt down in disobedience. Countless people crawled on the planet, unable to control their bodies. The war god of the temple stood high and said, "The sins of the people are unforgivable. In the name of the temple of the holy war, I will condemn you to death." Rumble. Hundreds of billions of bolts of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, accurately shattering every martial artist in the New World. All those who had submitted to glory god cult were spared. At the same time, time flowed backwards. Everyone was resurrected. Everyone looked blankly at the Star-Lord. At this moment, the Star-Lord was an undefeatable expert in their eyes. "Ha ha!" The Star-Lord smiled and said, "Again, Vermilion Bird. Your time laws are almost at their limit. You can continue to reverse it, but that's pointless." "Who said that?" A cold voice sounded. "Ha!" The Star-Lord suddenly frowned. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Xianxia had already stood up. "What?" Xingjun was slightly surprised. Emperor Vermilion Bird gasped for breath and said, "I didn't expect that I would bring Xianxia out of the entanglement of the laws of big time. Therefore, although the time they bought was reversed by me, Xianxia was not reversed along with them." He succeeded. In an instant, countless New World martial artists on the planet cheered. "It's Xianxia. That man is standing up." Xianxia took a deep breath. He raised his right hand slightly and said, "Knife." The 99 flying swords immediately condensed into the blade of the dead and flew back into Xianxia's hand with a clanging sound. "Have you already reached the divine spirit 5 meridians?" Xingjun nodded slightly and said, "Not bad, but it's still not enough." After saying that, the Star-Lord grabbed Xianxia's neck from afar. "So what?" "Xianxia, perhaps you've always thought wrong. You think that by gathering the 5 god spiritual meridians, you can fight against the entire god race." Xingjun said, "But you're wrong. You're a human and only a human. You don't have the qualifications to fight against the supreme god race." After saying that, the Star-Lord suddenly clenched his fists. However, Xianxia did not explode. A ball of intense sun chi enveloped Xianxia. Only 5 deep finger marks appeared on Xianxia's neck. "This is..." Star-Lord was stunned and said, "This is not Dipper Chi." "Hiss. Who?" Xianxia took a deep breath and let out another long breath. He looked up at the sky and said, "The divine spirit 5 meridians have already reached perfection on me. Although I still lack a divine grade wind meridian, I used the divine grade lightning meridian to replenish it." The Star-Lord shook his head and smiled. "Indeed, it's quite unbelievable. A divine grade lightning vein? I didn't expect that a talent that even we don't possess would appear on the pills created by the god race. But you can't beat me." Xianxia nodded and said, "I know that the current me is not your match, because you possess a 3rd grade divine grade fire vein." "Ha!" The expressions of the god race clansmen froze. The true dragon emperor and the others were also stunned. The Vermilion Bird Emperor hurriedly asked, What is a 3rd grade divine vein?" Star-Lord narrowed his eyes and said, "Looks like you've already spoken to that man." Xianxia nodded and said, "In the divine realm, there is a difference in divine rank, and the divine talent they possess is different from what we understand. The worst god race only possesses the ordinary divine spirit 5 meridians. This divine talent is called Tier 1. It is the same as the divine talent we understand. The divine envoy's realm can be raised to the 5th level of spirit void. Above that, there are also war gods. Their spiritual veins will not increase, but they can fuse with each other and advance to 2nd grade. This 2nd grade divine vein is even more powerful than normal divine talent. Their realm can be raised to the 6th level of spirit void. Continue upwards. Their talent can be further fused to become Tier 3 divine veins. In the end, they can reach the spirit void 7th layer. This kind of divine race is known as the Temple Battle God. Likewise, if we go up again, we'll be able to form a Tier 4 God vein for the 3rd time. In the end, we'll be able to reach the 8th level of spirit void. This kind of God race is called the Master God. In the end, let's continue upwards. The last time, the 4th time, will fuse together to form a Tier 5 divine vein. In the end, we'll be able to reach the 9th level of spirit void. This is the Master God. This was the first time that everyone had heard this, and they couldn't help but reveal panicked expressions. The Star Lord nodded and said, "The analysis is orderly." Xianxia said, "Therefore, don't use the name Temple Battle God to scare people anymore. The only reason you're strong is because you have a 3rd grade divine vein. From what I see, you should have fused the wind vein into the fire vein, and then the water vein into the fire vein. That's why you have it now. 3rd grade divine grade fire veins, 1st grade divine grade wood veins, and 1st grade divine grade earth veins." Xianxia smiled and said, "The reason why you are so eager to make contributions is that if you can handle the dream world, you should be rewarded, right? In fact, the Divine Hall might even reward you with another fusion of innate talent, allowing you to advance to become a Master God." The Star Lord didn't say anything. Xianxia said, "But now it seems impossible. You have already released all of the 100,000 divine envoys, and each of them will share in your merits. The credit you have made this time will definitely not allow you to become the Master God." Xingjun sighed and said, "This is also a helpless move. I really didn't expect that I would encounter so much resistance in the dream world that I have no choice but to split my achievements. However, you don't have to worry too much about me. After annihilating the dream world, I only need to perform one more small merit before I can become a great Master God. At that time, the only one qualified to be on my head was the incomparably noble God King. Who's worried about you? I want you dead." Xianxia laughed loudly. The Star Lord said, "Are you stalling for time? But I don't care. This is only good for me, because there are 100,000 God envoys bestowing blessings on you humans. The longer I delay, the better it will be for me. But there's one question I'm curious about. Since you know that I have a 3rd grade fire vein, how can you be confident that you can defeat me? You do have the Divine Spirit 5 meridians, and one of them is the Lightning Meridian. This makes you even more powerful than a normal Divine Spirit 5 meridian divine envoy. However, there is still a big gap between you and my 3rd grade fire meridian. I admit that your martial arts attainments and understanding of combat are higher than mine, but these 2 advantages are not enough to make up for the huge gap in talent. A cat that has experienced hundreds of battles and knows how to fight the most may be able to defeat a dog, but it will definitely not be able to defeat a tiger that can't fight the most. This is precisely the reason. So, Xianxia, I'm sorry to tell you that you will definitely lose." The Star Lord raised his spear and pointed it at Xianxia. A beam of divine light pierced through the sky and shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia immediately condensed his Sun Chi shield. The divine light shone on the shield, splashing with dazzling light, pushing Xianxia back continuously. As for the true Chi shield, it only lasted for less than 5 seconds before it was pierced through a hole. At the same time, Xianxia slashed backwards. A ray of true Sun Chi saber light slashed towards the Star Lord. Pooh! At the same time, the divine light that pierced through the shield also pierced through Xianxia's chest. On the other hand, the saber light of the Sun Chi only cut a faint scar on Xingjun's chest. A light golden liquid flowed out. Perhaps this was the blood of the Temple Battle God. I saw blood. The other pseudo-gods were all shocked. How is this possible? A mortal can actually break through the defense of a war god at the temple level. The Star Lord was also very surprised. He frowned and said, "This kind of power." Xianxia panted and laughed. "Did you notice that?" "That's right. My Sun Qi is indeed equal to your divine power in terms of lethality. However, I created the Sun Qi specifically for Shin power. It has a restraining effect on Shin power." This was like the truth of who was more powerful than ice or fire. There was no clear difference in lethality between ice and fire. Ice picks could stab a person to death, while flames could burn a person to death. The lethality of both was on the same horizontal line. However, if he used ice to attack the fire, it would be different because the two sides were restraining each other. Ice can extinguish flames. The Star Lord's expression changed slightly as he said, "Really? No matter what, I can't let you live." Xianxia said, "Are you surprised? Your god race's divine power is to seize the natural luck of heaven and earth, while my Sun Qi is to utilize the laws of heaven and earth. One is seizure, the other is obedience. In comparison, the divine power of your god race is restrained by my Sun Qi." "As you wish." Star Lord nodded. "You have already aroused my anger. The god race is supreme and cannot be tainted. Heretical gods like you are not allowed to exist." The Star Lord instigated the Temple Divine cult and charged at Xianxia at a speed beyond the speed of light, sending him flying. Xianxia felt extreme pain all over his body, and even his bones were about to be knocked apart. He gritted his teeth and said, "How powerful! Even though my Sun Qi is already very restrained, I was still beaten into such a sorry state by him." "Naturally," said the serpent. "Who let him have a third-grade fire vein?" The Star Lord frowned and said, "Xianxia, why are you still laughing? You know best in your heart that you are definitely no match for me." Xianxia struggled to get up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Yes, I know I'm no match for you," he said. "I know. No matter how strong I am, I will definitely not be able to defeat you." "Then, where did your confidence come from?" Xianxia smiled and said, "You said just now that I was stalling for time, but why did I do this? Have you ever thought about it? Just as I was saying those words, I managed to buy some more time. I can tell you the reason. If you really want to hear it, if you don't mind, I'll buy you some more time. Although it sounds very threatening, I don't believe that you can use this little bit of time to make a heaven-shaking reversal. You can say it, but you will definitely lose," said the Star Lord. Xianxia said, "Actually, I need enough time. From this moment onwards, everything I say is just to satisfy your curiosity. First of all, we all know that the reason why the god race is able to stand tall in the dream world without collapsing is because you have obtained countless beliefs and allowed the humans of the dream world to worship you. As a result, the Creator can only see your false gods but cannot sense you. Therefore, the Creator is unable to expel you." The Star Lord's eyes turned cold. Xianxia said, "We have made some plans to address this feature, but we have found that the results have been negligible. For example, we have poured pollution into the pseudogod sculpture, but apparently we have failed. But on the journey of time, I possessed an even more peculiar ability. This ability made me have a fantasy that I could use against you." "What?" Xingjun asked. Xianxia raised a finger and said, "Daydreaming. Although my dream Dao abilities are different from those of the Creator, he only possesses the Divine Spirit 5 meridians at most. At this moment, I also possess the Divine Spirit 5 meridians. In other words, my dream Dao is no weaker than his." "What does that mean?" Xianxia smiled. He flicked his finger slightly to the right and said, "Turn around." At this moment, the most spectacular scene since the creation of the world appeared. The entire universe, the countless nebulas, the countless planets, all living beings stood up. The hard-working farmers put down their hoes one after another and couldn't help but look towards the nebula in the direction of the Dragon Mountain. The shrewd businessman also put down the abacus in his hand and walked out of the room, looking blankly in the direction of the Dragon Mountain. The students and gentlemen in the academy also put down their books and walked out of the academy. They looked towards the sky and the Dragon Mountain. On the various planets, the martial artists who were practicing, fighting, and exploring also stood up. The antelope, the rabbit, the tiger, the lion, and the snake were all standing up. On different planets, the believers who were worshipping the sculptures all stood up. Even the countless radiant god cult believers and even the new world martial artists on the Dragon Mountain were dumbfounded. At this moment, all the creatures in the universe looked in the same direction. That was Longshan and Xiangnan. Apart from Guanxiao, True Dragon Emperor, Vermilion Bird Emperor, Timefly, Luoshang, and some other people with exceptionally tenacious willpower, almost everyone lost their spirits at this moment. The True Dragon Emperor felt his scalp go numb. He couldn't believe what he had seen and felt. Xingjuan took a deep breath and said, "What did you do?" Xiangnan said, "I bought some time to cover my dream Dao with the entire dream universe. Now every human, demon, and animal is me, and I am all of them. I think you should already know what I'm going to do." The Star Lord's face instantly turned incomparably pale as he shouted, "Stop!" He rushed towards Xiangnan like a madman. In the charge, he was afraid that his speed was still not enough, so he even released streaks of divine light to attack Xiangnan in advance. However, he was too late. Xiangnan gently waved his finger and said, "Sleep." The entire universe instantly became deathly silent. Everyone in the universe lay on the ground and fell asleep. All the animals, demonic beasts, and everything in the universe lay down. At this moment, the primordial universe welcomed its first ever large-scale collective sleep. And in dreams, humans are unable to worship, nor can they provide clear-headed faith power. At the same time, a pair of boundless eyes suddenly opened in the sky. Captured, the voice of the Creator. The temple battle god had no time to attack Xiangnan. He immediately shouted, "Heavenly gods protect us. We have nowhere to go." The Star Lord's body suddenly shrunk into a small dot of light and disappeared. At this moment, the Creator shouted angrily, "The foreign god race, get out of my universe." In an instant, the 100,000 god messengers in the entire universe opened their mouths and raised their heads to the sky, letting out shrill screams. At the same time, God Realm, the 100,000 divine envoys all sat up from their beds. Their expressions were dull, and they felt that one of their memories was missing. Dreamscape, the entire Rong and the universe, all the divine envoys, had been eliminated. Some of the martial artists who were still sober shed tears silently. "We won this battle." Guanxiao pounced towards Xiangnan excitedly and kissed him fiercely on the face. "Little brother Xiangnan, my man, I always knew that you were the best." The True Dragon Emperor was stunned for a long time before he finally bowed to Xiangnan and said, "Please accept my apology. It was my conceit that brought about a calamity that almost took shape in this world." Emperor Vermilion Bird let out a long sigh of relief, but he still couldn't believe it. "We really won?" he said. Unexpectedly, Xiangnan shook his head and said, "No, all of the 100,000 divine envoys have been expelled, but the Star Lord has not. He is hiding. Our battle is not over yet. My dream will only last for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, all living beings in the universe will be revived. At that time, Star Lord will still be able to escape the Creator's banishment. He will return. Zhuer, now immediately build the Tower of Time. I want to complete the artifact forging within 20 minutes and absorb the last divine grade wind vein." 20 minutes. Emperor Vermilion Bird's expression changed. In the end, Xiangnan was still unable to avoid a great battle with the Star Lord. Xiangnan quickly said, "I already have divine grade wood veins, earth veins, water veins, and fire veins. I can start building the Tower of Time now. But I still need materials. I need the toughest material in the world. Who has it? Hurry up and leave it to me. Everyone, look at me, look at you, I don't have a clue." The hardest material was nether gold, but this metal wasn't enough to build the Tower of Time. At this time, Long Chenner, who was hugging the bird, suddenly said something. She rubbed the bird's furry hair and said, "If it's the hardest material, then I'm afraid that's the only thing." At this point, Everyone turned to look at the little broken spear in Little Sparrow's hand. Little Sparrow's eyes lit up as he hurriedly hugged the little child and said, "Little bitch brother, you won't give me my gift." Xianxia was anxious and said, "Little bastard, let go." Little Sparrow cried out, "If you don't give it, then you don't give it." After whispering in the True Dragon Emperor's ear for a while, the True Dragon Emperor laughed. He walked towards the little bird and said, "Little child, our dragon race has gathered the most beautiful treasure in the world. It can fill 10,000 mountains. Give the spear to Xianxia. All the treasures of the dragon race will be given to you." The little bird had also absorbed the dragon blood and inherited a portion of the dragon race's greed. He immediately knew that the True Dragon Emperor was not lying. The dragons were the proudest, but also the most exaggerated race. This race had a natural characteristic that was they liked to collect shiny things. This was very similar to the little bird. But when it came to collectors, who could compare to the dragons? When the little bird heard the True Dragon Emperor's words, its entire body went crazy. Its saliva flowed down the corner of its mouth. He threw the little spear to Xianxia and pounced towards the True Dragon Emperor. Xianxia sighed and said, "This little bastard is really—" "Forget it, Zhuer. Hurry up and start forging. We still have 19 minutes and 45 seconds. Xianxia knew about the structure of the Tower of Time. He had already used it several times and understood it very well. After the Saint-grade equipment refining furnace was set up, Xianxia immediately threw the spear into the equipment refining furnace and burned the raging true sun fire. Ever since he had completely changed his power system, Xianxia had completely abandoned the power of thunder and lightning. This power originally belonged to the god race. And now that he possessed the divine spirit 5 meridians, his sun true fire was even more incomparable. Even the small spear began to melt in Xianxia's sun true fire. It was also at this moment that 2 tiny dots of light slowly floated over from the silent universe. Everyone hurriedly looked up and their expressions changed. Those 2 small dots of light were actually 2 false gods. "They are still alive." Guanzhou's expression turned cold, but she excitedly licked her lips. "Great, pseudo-god. I haven't tortured you yet. Now I can practice my hand." "What's going on?" Guanzhou was excited, but Timeran was very worried. She hurriedly asked Xianxia, "Is something wrong? How could there be a pseudo-god missing?" "No problem," Xianxia said as he focused on forging. "I deliberately asked the creator to leave behind these 2 false gods to bless Luosheng and Blue Spirit." When the 2 heard this, they both laughed. Blue Spirit was even more excited than a boring man like Luosheng. He laughed loudly. "This daddy is going to have the divine spirit 5 meridians? Ha 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 ha. Good, 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 good." Xianxia. The 2 pseudo-gods' realms were still too low. They were only at the early Martial Saint realm and were currently controlled by Xianxia's daydreams. Luosheng and Lan Ling immediately walked in front of the 2 pseudo-gods. The 2 pseudo-gods followed Xianxia's orders and blessed the 2 of them on the spot. Very quickly, they saw a flash of light on their bodies, and they also possessed divine grade fire veins. Then, a light flashed again, and at the same time he possessed a divine grade wood vein. As the blessing continued, one divine talent after another was bestowed on the 2 of them. Blessing was an ability that the god race already possessed, and it was not on par with the Tao heart transformation. Previously, every time the pseudo-god blessed a human, he would take away this human's Tao heart for fear that the believers would betray him. But now there was no need. However, these 2 pseudo-gods had never absorbed pure Tao hearts. Not only were their cultivation bases very low, but their blessing abilities weren't high either. After the 2 pseudo-gods had bestowed Luosheng and Blue Spirit with the perfect 5 god spiritual meridians, the 2 pseudo-gods collapsed and died, lying on the ground and turning into ashes. "TSK? Why don't you get a few more?" Xiao Jun was dissatisfied and said, "Bless me too. I also want to go to the divine realm with you." Xianxia spat. "What the hell are you doing? Do you have the battle attainments of Lan Ling and Luosheng? Even if you go, you will be instantly killed by the god race on the first day. If you die there,
then you're completely dead. How are you going to resurrect? I don't want to lose a good brother. Hearing this, Xiao Jun stopped complaining and was very happy in his heart. At this moment, Xiangnan had already waved his hand, allowing all the creatures of the universe to fall into a deep slumber. This was simply the ability of a creator. However, Xiangnan still treated him as a good brother, which made Xiao Jun's heart more balanced. Luo Sheng said, "There is a question. You said that we are in the dream world, then we are the characters in the dream world. However, God Realm is reality. How can Blue Spirit and I go to God Realm?" "Don't worry," Xiangnan said. "My dream Dao can drag the things and people in my dreams into reality for about 10 minutes. We can make use of the time difference in the river of time to allow you to stay in God's domain for a few more years." Luo Sheng nodded and said, "Then I have no problem." At this moment, a strong light suddenly flashed in the smelting furnace. Xiangnan shouted, "Zhuer, now is the time." Emperor Vermilion Bird immediately nodded and threw the laws of time into the smelting furnace. In an instant, a multicolored light illuminated a small universe. "Zhuer, huh? That's very intimate." Guanxiao twisted Xiangnan's waist with a fake smile and said, "I ignored you just now, but you actually called me that again." Xiangnan's face flushed red, but he knew that this was not the time to flirt, so he didn't hear it. At this moment, the smelting furnace suddenly shook. "Coming," Feng Xian said. Two infinite cycles of time are approaching each other. A few seconds later, there was a loud buzzing sound in the sky. Time stopped at this moment. Everyone, the entire universe, had entered a state of silence. Immediately after, everything was restored. Time continued to flow, and everyone regained their mobility. As for the Tower of Time, it rotated from the smelting furnace and slowly rose up. Xiangnan grabbed the Tower of Time and pulled out the martial god armor. He threw it at Luo Shang and said, "Put it away." After defeating the Star Lord, use this martial god armor to forge weapons for you and Blue Spirit. Lan Ling was worried that she didn't have any weapons, but when she heard Xiangnan's words, her eyes lit up with excitement. Emperor Vermilion Bird's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he said, "Here we are. The heart of the wind vein is back. Hurry up and attack." Xiangnan reached into the Tower of Time and pulled out a small ball of light. Within the ball of light, there was an astonishingly symbolic symbol that represented wind. "The heart of the wind vein." Everyone shouted in unison. "There are still 6 minutes left." The snake quickly said, "Hurry up and absorb it. We can absorb it in 6 minutes." The 5 divine grade talents gave Xiangnan unparalleled power. He was already able to control 5 elements perfectly. This would undoubtedly be of great benefit to artificing. That terrifying Tower of Time actually took Xiangnan a little more than 13 minutes to forge. After Xiangnan obtained the wind vein heart, he immediately sat down cross-legged and absorbed it. There were still 6 minutes left before the dream Dao time lapsed. At that time, all living beings would wake up, and the faith power of all believers would once again protect Star Lord. Everyone was also extremely nervous as they looked at Xiangnan expectantly. They knew that today they were going to witness miracles that had never occurred in the history of the dream world or in the history of the real world. It was a person who possessed 6 divine grade talents. This was something even the god race could not accomplish. Luo Shang said, "Xiangnan, do you want me to tell you the Nirvana Sword Arts incantation?" Xiangnan shook his head and said, "There's no need now. It's too late. All of our martial techniques and techniques in the dream world are based on spiritual energy. Although they can also be applied to the Sun Chi, their effects are not very good. If I survive the battle with Star Lord, I will think of a way to adapt the Terminator Sword technique and teach you and Blue Spirit Sun Chi cultivation methods. A divine grade cultivation technique should be the most entry-level cultivation technique in the god race. This Terminator Sword technique is only a transitional period. We will search for something even more powerful. Now leave this place as well. If you want to watch the next battle, you can go to the universe and ask Yaya or Zhuer to help you create a long-distance spatial mirror. Don't get too close to the battlefield, lest Star Lord and I get involved.
The true Dragon Emperor nodded and said, Xianxia is right. The next battle between him and the Star Lord will be incomprehensible. The slightest scratch will result in the destruction of our souls. Vermilion Bird and I will also send out experts to bring all the warriors of the New World into the universe. Let's begin our operation. We don't have much time left. There were simply too many martial artists here. Taking them away one by one was simply impossible. Emperor Vermilion Bird thought of a good way to drag the entire planet away and leave Xianxia in space. Although doing so was equivalent to taking away the Glory God cult's followers, there was no other choice. Taking advantage of this time, the true Dragon Emperor and the others quickly shattered the spiritual sea of all the followers of Glory God cult. These people occupied a large number of 9th-level heavenly tribulation martial artists. With them here, they were a threat to the dream world. The number of 9th-level heavenly tribulation martial artists in the entire dream world had already reached nearly 4 million. Just the believers alone accounted for a total of 2.8 million people. Destroying these spiritual seas would undoubtedly reduce the burden on the dream world. After the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor dragged the planet far away, he used his powerful ability of order to distort space in space, bending it into 2 mirror-shaped spatial distortion belts with an arc. This was a spatial mirror. Everyone could stand at an extremely far distance and see Xianxia clearly from afar through this spatial mirror. At this moment, all the people that Xianxia cared about and the people that cared about Xianxia were all sweating for Xianxia. In the end, the greatest responsibility in this world would still fall on Xianxia's shoulders. Looking at Xianxia, who had been fighting for this world and was sitting alone in the vast universe, everyone's hearts were complicated and heavy. He could have enjoyed a relaxed and happy life like most of his peers. He didn't have to endure the pressure. Elder Shi Beihong sighed and said, thinking carefully, he is only a child who has just turned 21. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Many people didn't know Xianxia's real age. Everyone thought that Xianxia might be younger, but they didn't expect him to be so young. Luo Sheng, who had a gloomy face, was also curious. He's only 21 years old? I thought he was about the same age as me. He's over 1,000 years old. Cold sweat oozed from Lan Ling's forehead as she forced a smile. This brat is truly too terrifying. I always thought that I was already a genius among geniuses. I never thought that he would be much more abnormal than me. The precious time passed minute by minute. About 5 minutes and 30 seconds later, Xianxia, who was sitting quietly in the universe, suddenly opened his eyes. Coming! Everyone's hearts tightened. Xianxia's eyes suddenly emitted 2 incomparably resplendent lights. With astonishing momentum, the 2 beams of light pierced through the vast universe, through the entire ring region, and into the wilderness universe that was even farther away. Heavens! What kind of speed is this? Lan Ling said in shock. What kind of power is this? Luo Shang's pupils shrank. His son Qi has reached a great perfection, Emperor Vermilion Bird said excitedly. Light constitutes all matter, and matter consists of the most basic elements: wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. Including lightning, it was also the result of the combination of the 5 elements. But now Xianxia had gathered all 5 basic elements. The power of light from the Sun Qi had finally reached perfection. He's even more talented than us, Blue Spirit said. Luo Sheng nodded. Of course, our 5 god spiritual veins were awakened through the blessings of the god race. However, it is said that Xianxia's divine spirit 5 meridians directly absorbed the creator's talent. That divine spirit 5 meridians covered Xianxia's heavenly spirit 5 meridians, which is equivalent to the divine spirit 5 meridians plus the heavenly spirit 5 meridians. This is probably the reason why he insisted on absorbing the heart of the wind meridian instead of ordering the divine envoy to bless him with the awakening of the wind meridian. At this moment, Xianxia had already stood up. The strong light in his eyes also flashed and disappeared. In about 10 seconds, all the creatures in the universe awoke. The power of faith that all believers sent to the false gods at any time and place was also connected again. At the same time, a small dot of light suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xianxia. The The dot of light quickly enlarged, and in the end, it turned into a Star Lord. You've indeed dodged. Xianxia took a deep breath and said calmly. The Star Lord carefully sized up Xianxia and said, So you've already absorbed the heart of the wind vein. Yes, Xianxia said. The Star Lord sighed and said, In the end, I still let you succeed. Since that's the case, I have no reason to let you go. You are the first person to possess the 6 divine spiritual meridians. Furthermore, you are a human. You will be a great threat to the god race. Xianxia nodded. This is exactly what I wanted. The Star Lord closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. Then he sighed. As expected, all the divine envoys have been expelled. The result of your hard work was actually destroyed by you in the end. But Xianxia, there's something I have to say. Xianxia said, There are no worries between you and me anymore. Time is useless to us. What do you want to say? Just say it before you die. It's worth it for both of us to fight against each other. The Star Lord smiled and shook his head. Am I dead? That's what you think, all right? Although the two of us are on opposite sides, the final outcome will definitely be a fight to the death, or you and I will die alive. But there is no personal grudge between you and me. I'm very satisfied with this dream trip. It's my honor to have someone like you as my opponent.